myself free.
Somewhere new, I want to cut me off of you before I get to you. I'll run from you, 'cause all that I want is to
Set myself free.
I keep thinking, yeah, that I need
the second day of the International Festival Marketing and Advertisement, White Square, and today we are going to share with you more relevant information, more about great trends and a lot of very important for our lives life hacks. Of course, you're going to capitalize on that and subsequently put to good use.
We are starting the second day of business and education program of the International Festival of Marketing and Advertising White Square 2021. Even more relevant trends and useful life hacks are to be explored for you today. И сейчас мы с вами находимся в...
Now we're in a room called Falcon 1. All the videos and presentations shown here can be broadcast both in Russian and English. You just need to choose the proper window for that. The up-to-date program is available on the official webpage of the festival@fest.by.
That broadcasted in Falcon 1 is available in the original and in Russian translation. You just need to select the preferable online broadcast window. Various program is also presented in Falcon 3 and Stroke Hall. An updated program is available on official website at vest.by. И весь день в зале Falcon.
And the whole day in the Falcon 1, proceedings will be moderated by me, Evgeny Volkov.
Мы готовы.
So we're prepared to present to you our first speaker. It will be something special. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. That's what wise Mike Tyson said. Let's study how creative fighters would punch 2021 back in the face. And in principle, what kind of tricks they use. Steve Colmer, Chief Creative Officer of Publicis Group Portugal.
Publicis Group Portugal. Boxing our way through 2021. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, said
Boxing our way through 2021. У каждого есть план, пока он не получит по лицу, сказал Майк Тайсон. Давайте посмотрим, как креативные бойцы могут дать сдачи в ответ.
Very early in Lisbon. I hope I have the same energy as you guys already have. Okay, so I'm hearing an echo. Is that right? Or maybe I should turn this a little bit down. Okay. So can I move on? Yeah. I'm still hearing a little bit of echo. I don't know. Yeah, should I continue? Okay. Well, so maybe I'll just quiet down my side here and it will be okay. So, well, when first of all, thank you for inviting me again to talk a little bit in the White Square. I love to be with you guys. Hopefully next year in presence, right? But I mean this is at least a way to be together with you guys, and I'm always happy to help and to be part of the White Square. And as you guys invited me again this year, right, and talking about how we can be more creative, effective in the marketing industry, and how can we be more innovative, more omni-channel, using digital, and etc. I guess we are all trying to avoid the subject, right? But I guess there was no point in not talking about the context, the pandemic, the economic crisis. I mean, I guess I should, in a way, talk about that in order to be able to talk a little bit about the challenges and how can we tackle them in our industry, right? Before moving on, I guess it's a subject that we have to talk about a little bit. And that's why I decided to talk a little bit about boxing and how can we box our way through 2020, 21 actually. And this is actually when the whole pandemic started. I had this constant quote from Mike Tyson in my head that you guys already read about it, right? Which was basically this one, right? I guess everyone started 2020 with one idea, right, of how this year is going to be perfect, what I'm going to do, the awards that I'm going to win, the great campaigns that I'm going to put on air. And then suddenly, February, March, boom, COVID, right? And the whole planet got a big punch in the mouth, right? And we kind of needed to figure out how to live with that and how to react in a context that basically no one had ever lived before. I mean, unless you're 100 years old and you remember probably the Spanish flu, but right now, no one who is actually active right now in work-wise way lived a pandemic before, right? And it's already been a year and a half, and it's a year and a half where we're constantly adjusting ourselves, constantly trying to figure out how to live with this, how to succeed with this, right? And then basically because it was really, really unexpected. It's demanding things that we didn't actually know how to do it. And after a year and a half, right, I guess we already got a little bit used to it. But if we want to win this thing, we have to find new ways of winning. And that's the point. And I guess boxing has at least a few lessons here where we can find a few ways to win the battle, right? Against COVID, against the crisis, against the sociological thing, the thing that is going to change us all, right? And I guess when we put it like this and we think about this year and a half, I can easily say three things, and I guess most of you guys will agree with me, right? It's just if we think about this year and a half, first of all, just sorry. First of all, I guess we're all fucking tired, right? It's really tiring to be in this mode, in this constant fighting mode, right? And it's the Zoom world, the video call world, the talking online world, then the COVID etiquette, the homeschooling, the home cooking, home working, and we're all trying to be a lot productive, but in a way, but we have all these things to do in the at the same time. So this is really tiring. I guess this is really tiring for all of us, and kind of boring as well, right? So this is the first point. This is probably the first challenge we have to overcome. Then the second one is, well, if truth be told, our opponent is kind of outsmarting us, right? I mean, if you think about it, it's been a year and a half. We seem to handle the virus in a way, right? And when we start hearing good news, like here comes the vaccine, and Europe is controlling the thing a little bit better, but on the other hand, there's this new variant from Brazil, then the other one from London, the other one from India, and every step we move ahead, it seems that the it's always a little bit one step further, right? So the opponent is kind of outsmarting us. Then finally, this is just the beginning, right? Because we can even win the pandemic in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, I don't know. But the pandemic will only be the beginning. As soon as we solve that, then we got in the middle of an economic crisis, and then a sociological crisis, not sociological crisis, but a sociological way of doing things that will change. It is already changing all of us, and will have even bigger effects as time goes on, and probably as the next decade go on, right? So these are clearly three challenges that I see, and that I think boxing can help us figure out some lessons here. All right. So the first one, this guy is Floyd Mayweather. I guess probably most of you guys know, but to everyone who doesn't know this guy, this is the highest paid athlete from the last decade. Yes, he even tops Cristiano Ronaldo, right? And he's doing box. And Floyd Mayweather is probably, I mean, he's probably not unanimous, right? Some people kind of complain that he's not always does these beautiful fights. It's kind of a little bit boring, too long fights, and etc. But truth be told, he always wins. This guy is almost unbeatable, right? And he usually says one thing that, and something that he really stands for, is that basically this is a quote from him, is about about any opponent, right? But any opponent can have heart, can hit harder than him, can be stronger than him, but there is no fighter smarter than me. And he's really true to this. He really means this, right? Because basically this is a really intelligent fighter. He just don't throw punches just because the sake of it. You know, he doesn't go to the ring unprepared. He goes with a lot of intelligence. And I guess this is a really important point here, because when the pandemic started, right, and if you figure out the way we as creatives and the marketing industry reacted in the beginning of 2020, I guess we all had a lot of heart in reactions, right? The pandemic start, we had to do something. We had to respond. We had to kind of counterattack. We had to, as brands and as agencies, as marketeers, as creatives, we had to say something, right? And we did that with a lot of heart. Probably we could have been a little bit smarter, right? And there is no problem. I guess everyone was trying to figure out what to do, but when we look back, there is a lot of things that we could have been avoided. And what I selected here for you guys to see is there's this guy. I don't know him, right? But he did this video, which he compiled all the ads almost all the ads that went out during that first trimester of COVID, and they are not surprisingly, it's far from surprising, but they are struggling very, very equal. They are very similar to each other. So just let's take a look and talk a little bit about it.
When we first opened our doors,
Since 1926.
Since 1978.
For 60 years.
For 75 years.
For over 80 years.
In 90 years.
Over 100 years.
Nationwide has been on your side.
Restaurants have always been there for you.
Nissan has been with you through thick and thin.
We will do what we've always done.
Take care of people.
We're people.
People.
People. People.
People.
People and family.
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 Family. Family.
Family.
Family.
Family.
Family.
Families are families.
Families.
Even now. Especially now.
Especially now.
Right now.
Now more than ever.
More than ever.
Today, more than ever.
today, more than ever.
In times like this, at times like these,
During these difficult times.
In these troubled times.
Challenging times.
Trying times.
In these times of uncertainty.
During this time of great uncertainty.
During these uncertain times.
During these uncertain times.
In uncertain times.
In uncertain times.
Uncertain times.
Unprecedented times.
Unprecedented times.
Unprecedented times.
this unprecedented moment in our history.
It's time of social distancing.
While things have slowed down.
As we turn more inside.
While the doors may be closed.
While the distance between us has gotten bigger.
The more we stay apart,
We still find ways to stay close. Even when we're apart.
Even if we can't stand closer than 6 feet.
We can all stay connected to work, school, and most importantly, to each other.
There's still ways to touch each other.
All without leaving the comfort and safety of your home.
Without leaving the safety of your home.
From home.
Home.
Your home.
At home.
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 Home. Home. Home.
Home.
Home. Home.
That's the key.
Buick and GMC are here to help.
Con Edison is here to help.
Here to help.
Our teams are here.
We are here.
We're here.
We're here.
Here for you.
Here for you.
We're here for you.
We're here for you.
We are here for you.
We're here for you.
we are here for you.
We'll be here for you.
Runnings is here for you.
We're still here for you.
We're with you.
We're part of your community.
So you can trust us.
You can count on us.
And we'll get through this. Together.
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 Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
We're together.
Together.
And together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Okay, I guess we all have the point. Everyone is hearing the video. It's just myself that don't. well, I'm gonna assume you guys are hearing this. So the point is, COVID happened, right? And we were all so desperate to counterattack, to say something. We all end up doing the same, right? And using the same formula, the same creative formula, to respond to something that wasn't a fight that demanded that, right? It's just like I'm good in throwing left punches, but the opponent only responds if I hit him with the right one, right? And okay, we all didn't know how to do it better, but when we look behind, then we just see that we were all doing the same thing. And I mean, if you ask a consumer, if he looks at this, sorry, okay, you're hearing this, cool. So if you ask a consumer if he remembers any ad from that time, which one? They were all equal, all similar, all very similar, all saying the same things, right? Because we are just applying a way to do it, and we have to figure out a new way to do this, right? Mayweather, he has a amazing saying that everyone who goes against him, they always said how Mayweather is capable of making adjustments during the fight, right? So sometimes he actually started losing the fight. He actually got a few punches, and then he, seeing what he's doing wrong, he is able during the fight to adjust it and to go to other tactic and three times different two or three different tactic strategies during the same fight. And there one time that he said this there's at least 4 or 50 different ways I can beat a fighter. Sometimes it's with leg work, sometimes it's with a slick defense, right? But it's not just about going and punching the only way I know, because he knows 40 or 50 different ways to do it. And that's the point. There is not only one type of response we can do, and during the time we're living, right? There's, if we're talking about omni-channel, then there are tons of solutions to the same problem of our client, of our brand, of our consumer, right? We don't have to do always the same thing, or always an ad, emotional ad to respond to that, and etc. I mean, sometimes the challenge is in the store, it's in the e-commerce, it's via CRM or on social. There are tons of answers to different problems. And I guess this is the mindset we kind of have to be able to adapt here, right? And be able to fight different fights. And this is the first lesson here. Which brings me to the second one, which is basically, okay, we have to figure out different ways to fight it. And how do we fight someone that's bigger and stronger than us, right? This is a picture from the fight between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman on Zaire. Actually, now it's Congo, right? But this is probably one of the most famous fights in the history of boxing, right? And this was a rematch between Ali and Foreman. And I don't know, probably people didn't actually believe that Muhammad Ali could win this, because Muhammad Ali was never, during his career, he was never the strongest one, but again, he was the smartest one. And when he was up against George Foreman again, and George Foreman being younger, being bigger, being stronger, how can you beat a guy like this? And in boxing or whatever sport, in whatever fighting sport that you, for example, UFC or wherever, there is always, everyone knows that if you go against a bigger guy and a stronger one, you always begins in disadvantage. So you have to figure out a way in order to figure out a way to fight in order to beat a guy like this, right? And the first thing is, you can go desperate, right? You can make it a brawl fight, which means you can be close to this guy and just exchange punches until you hit him, because if he's stronger, if he's probably taller, he will beat you up in 10 seconds, right? If you just hand to hand with him. So I had to have a better strategy. And what Muhammad Ali did back then, and it's really came to this thing that he ended up saying that and be known for this, which he used to say, he and his trainer, his coach, it's float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. What he did to beat George Foreman, basically he knew he couldn't be too distant, right? Because if you're fighting with a taller guy and a stronger guy, and if you're always in a distance, he goes just 1 or 2 steps ahead and he already closed that gap and can punch you again. If you are too close, then again you're just below him, and if you can go to our side, go to another, but he's constantly up you, right? And he can easily punch you down. So you cannot do just one thing, as Mayweather said, right? So Muhammad Ali actually developed a technique that is kind of get very, very famous in boxing. What you see in the picture, it's rope a dope. What he did back then was, George Foreman being taller and having a bigger reach, what Muhammad Ali did was he always threw himself to the ropes, right? And as Foreman would punch and missing his punches, right, here and here, because Ali was always on the ropes doing like this and using the ropes in his advantage. What he did was, by doing this, by getting support from the ropes, he was tiring George Foreman out, and that's what you have to do when you face a bigger opponent. You have to tire this guy out, because of course he might be bigger, he might be stronger, but that also means that he demands to use more energy to throw punches at you. So he will tire fast, and that's your advantage, right? So you have to be really slick and play the game in your side, right? So basically, what Muhammad Ali did back then is he was evasive, right? He was sometimes in the distance, sometimes he was close, sometimes he was circling around, duck here, duck there, until he could tire the George Foreman out. And basically, this is what we're doing. If you think about in the pandemic, being the creative industry or not, this is what we're doing right now, right? And we're kind of fighting in the distance. All right, we're 1.5 years already, and we're actually doing the right thing here. We're keeping our distance and just expecting things to get better and have our chance, right? But again, 1.5 years has passed. We are all fucking tired, and we kind of need to start punching again, and kind of need to be close and punch again, because usually tech companies sells the Zoom world and the video call world like this, like we're all smiling during our online meetings, but in reality, it's more like this, right? Nobody can handle this anymore. Or after a day of video calls, you're just really, really exhausting. But if you think about it, after this 18 months and vaccines coming up and the disease got in control, at least in a few countries, in a few areas, this is our shot. This is our shot to get close again. And what I mean by being close is literally by being present again. Of course, I'm not saying that we shouldn't take care. It's the opposite of it. But right now, we know how to take care of ourselves. And as we start getting vaccinated and people kind of know how to deal with the disease, how to control it in our environment, how to control it in a work environment, we should be present again and we should get close again. Because if you think about it, and maybe if you don't work in the creative industry, maybe it doesn't make a difference. But if you work in the creative industry, it does, right? Being close makes a difference because whenever we're too distant, we're killing. And if we're just doing the Zoom, Teams, and Skype thing, sorry, it's the garbage truck here. But if we only do this, then we're killing spontaneity, right? Which is crucial to creativity. If we're not closer to our teams, we're killing bonding, which is crucial to teamwork, which is crucial to develop with our clients, right? And if we're not getting close in some time, we will always be throwing punches at the distance. So the point here is we have a shot, and we have to be a little bit more like Ali. We have to be a little bit more like a hybrid fighter, right? And by hybrid, I literally mean online and physical presence, right? And we have to do this fight. Of course, sometimes we have to be out. We have to be in a distance. Let's keep it online. Other times we have to get closer. And when we get closer is when we can throw our punches and hit again, right? Just as Ali was hitting George Foreman here, right? I hope you guys don't are hearing me more than the garbage truck here. It's really loud. Sorry about this. It's just too early in Lisbon, right? But again, we have to be a more hybrid. Being in a distance to protect ourselves, then getting evade, and getting closer to punch this disease away, to punch the crisis away. And we only do that by being a little bit close when we have the opportunity, right? Then moving on to the last point here, and the garbage truck is also moving out, I think. Sorry, but moving on to the third point, which means okay, so if we think about Mayweather, let's explore different tactics, different strategies, different channels, different ways, different creativities. Cool. This is one thing. Then we go to the Muhammad Ali lessons. Okay, let's be hybrid. Let's work close when it's needed. Let's be distance to protect ourselves. Okay, let's do the hybrid thing. That's how the future is going to be. Cool. And what about work? What about the product that we put in the street? How it should look like? What should we say, right? And this is really from my perspective. I'm not saying that this is a rule, but this is at least something that I believe. And there is also a lesson that we can get from box here. It's less about boxing and more about the boxing world. Basically, there is a lot of trash talk in boxing and UFC and etc. Right? There is more trash talk in this sport than there is in football or basketball or wherever, because basically trash talk and provoking your opponent before the fight, this kind of builds up the moment, right? And it kind of sells tickets, and it's marketing in this very raw state, in this sporting marketing, right? In a very raw state. And probably the best guy in trash talking, or one of the best guys in trash talking, was Tyson, right? He was very good in trash talking and just saying bullshit about the other guy and about the fight and etc. And I guess nowadays, everyone loves Mike Tyson. He's a kind of a really funny guy these days, but back then he was really young and really immature. In the 80s, he was a great boxer. But truth be told, then he was arrested. We all know why. And after that, he was trying to get in the boxing world again, getting the belt, the heavyweight belt again. And what he kind of needed to do here, in deep down, Mike Tyson, he knew he wasn't in his best shape, or at least he wasn't the best shape that he was before being arrested. But he needed to build up, right? He needed the attention. He needed to he needed people to care about the fight. So he did a lot of trash talk back then. And then he actually had a shot for the belt against Evander Holyfield, right? He did the first time, lost, knockout, right? And a year later, he had a rematch with Evander Holyfield, which ended up in this picture that we're seeing here. And I guess even if we didn't see it, we kind of know about this. He bite Evander Holyfield's ears off during the fight, right? Because he was already losing again. So he trash talked a lot, said that he was going to destroy Evander Holyfield. But when he got into the ring, it's a different thing, right? And there is no talking when you're in the ring. There is just boxing. And there is one thing that's really interesting here is there is not a quote from Mike Tyson, but it's a quote from Evander Holyfield's mom, right? And this is just came up like in the recent years when Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson, they are friends right now. But Evander Holyfield was talking how he would behave back then in the fight, during the fighting time. And his mother said this to him. While Mike Tyson was just trash talking, Evander Holyfield was really quiet. And he was really quiet because he was just simply following what his mom was saying. If you zip, you ain't gonna have no pressure. Don't let them get you into their battlefield. If they get you into that battlefield, then they're going to beat you. Of course, because Evander Holyfield wasn't the guy who could trash talk. He was the guy who can simply fight, right? And if he started worrying about trash talking, about saying things to Tyson, being trying to attract PR, it was not his game. It was not his way to fight, right? So he zipped it up and got into the ring and let's fight. And I guess this is really important here, for at least for me. It's about everything that we're doing right now and everything that we're going to do over the next years. People will smell our bullshit. As simple as that. Everything that we say, we have to be able to deliver. Otherwise, your opponent, the other brands, right, your competitors, even people on the street, your consumers, they will smell your bullshit and hunt you down. All right, and that's literally what happened with Tyson. He said a lot, but he couldn't be a better fighter. He couldn't deliver in the ring, and Evander Holyfield could. And this will happen. It will happen a lot in the next few years. If we will not be able to keep it to the essential, to keep it to the truth, then people will smell our bullshit, and in the end, we're going to lose it, right? I brought to you guys. This is a video this is something that probably most of you guys had seen, right? This is from 2017 when Pepsi launched this campaign with Kendall Jenner. Okay, I'll show you a bit and then we talk a bit. Well, this was 2017. This is very, very cringy, right? And imagine, I mean, 2000. If imagine if this was last year, with the whole Black Lives Matter movement in its peak, right? This was 4 years ago, and the Black Lives Matter movement was already building up, at least in the US, right? And when this ad hit the streets, it had an immense backfire, right? Because of course, I mean, you just see the ad and you just go, "Oh my God, I can't believe they did that," right? Because and they were really out of time. Okay, and then this had immense backfire, right? Basically because this. Just moving on a little bit. This wasn't Pepsi's fight to do it, to be in it, right? It didn't sound truthful. It didn't really. It just sounded like bullshit, right? And people could smell it from the distance because it wasn't Pepsi's fight, you know. And Pepsi is a great drink, but trivializing the whole Black Lives Matter movement, the whole opting in, right, about something that was so important, of course this is was going to be to backfire, right? And this, the third lesson, I guess, I leave you guys with this: just be true to your fight, you know, be it in your agency, in your brand. Just say what you have the right to win to say it. And we always use this expression. You know, this became a buzzword in marketing, right? The right to win. And with, if you think about with boxing, this is so true. If you have the right to win, then you can say it, and you can deliver it. If you don't, then just don't say it. You know, just stick to your fight, do your game. This guy on the photo, Joe Louis. He was probably one of the first really great boxers of the beginning of the sport, and he used to say this: "Once that bell rings, you're on your own. It's just you and the other guy. So you can trash talk a lot, but when you have to go to the ring and prove yourself, it's about what you can do, right? And if you can't do that, then you're gonna get hit and you're gonna get to the ground. Either other brands will do it for you, or your consumer will do it for you, right? Will hunt you down. So just be true to your fight." To leave you guys with a final note here, this is my favorite boxer of all time. Basically not a boxer, right? Rocky Balboa. And figuring out all that we have talked during this morning is, of course, we can win this. We can find ways to win this, right? And as Rocky Balboa would say, this is ain't about how hard you hit, right? It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done, and that's what I truly believe. So thank you guys for inviting me again. Hope this was helpful, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and right now we are continuing our festival with the theme "The Power of Mashups" by Michael Wilk, Global Executive Director, Service Plan, Germany. He took part in the development of the brands BMW i8, BM 7 Series E, and the BM M2. His strength is based on strong creative conceptual thoughts combined with the brave art direction. His work is nationally and internationally known and awarded, including a Grand Lyre. He won several awards, just like D and AD Cannes Lions. So he is topic is the power of mashups. Сила мешапа от Майкла Вилка, Германия.
Больше, чем промо. Мерч.
Униформа. Подарки, которые не отпускают. На gifts.ru.
Cool. Hey guys, nice to meet you. My name is Michael. Let's have a look. So, привет, добрый день. Hey guys, my name is Michael. I'm calling you. I'm presenting from Germany, Hamburg. I'm global head of Art of Service Plan, the largest independent agency group of Europe. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully the connection is fine. I'm gonna do a little presentation on the topic, the power of mashups, and how you could probably in the near future tackle challenge with the right combination. So it would be nice to hear whether this is working or not. Could somebody give me like, yeah, you can hear me, or it's super slow, or everything good? Or whatever. I'm just keep on talking. So the power of mashups. What do I mean? What is a mashup? What is this person here with this striped shirt talking about? A mashup could be a lot. It could be like combining two things. So it's a mix. It's an interplay. It's a it's a combination. It's a combination of something positive to something negative. It's a, you know, silent, loud. If you combine this, what's happening? In the art world, it's called collage as well. I don't know whether you are familiar with this. If you just cut out some pieces, and I'm tending to call those collages because I'm art-based guy, and I'm really a fan of combining weird worlds or surreal installations. So a plane that it's dropping candy instead of bombs, or a plane or a train this is running through the universe. It's pretty nice, and you think, yeah, this is just art, but probably is there a link to advertising as well, since it's an advertising, a branding festival? And I can definitely say yes. See, for example, this is a KFC hot and spicy work, which is in its core nothing else than a collage out of two worlds. It's a real picture, and the picture taken from some spicy wings. Kind of love it. You can do this all over the place with the guitars, a volcano or dragon or sports car. Big fan of those works. And this is another collage out of two things. This is a book and a record. A friend of mine did it, CI, for a techno club here in Hamburg. It's called PAL. And you could actually, the brand book, you could put it on turntables and actually hear some electronic music. Probably a fancy, very nice print product. And at the end, a nice promotional gift to give it away. So first, learning. I'm gonna try to share some learnings or some experiences I made. Form a combination out of two things to get a new result. This would be probably this is the first thing to memorize for future challenges, for future tasks. What else can we combine when great meets small? So you might get a client brief, and it's always full of benefits, you know. It's always, our product is the best, our product can this, here are a bunch of advantages. How do you prove this? There was a very nice case, it's called the one-drop bottle. It was about a dish cleaner, kind of a fluid dish cleaner from Priel, and it was so powerful that they actually wrapped it into a one-drop bottle. Back in the days, not very sustainable, but actually you can build around a lot of communication around this special packaging that you just need to wash your dishes. This one small drop, this one packaging, award-winning. Let's move on. Young targets old, so it's a typical interplay of groups. This case is about a trolley for kids, but who is buying this trolley at the end of the day? It's the adults. And why not, or actually this kind of manufacturer had the idea, why not building a trolley, a supersized trolley for adults, to give them a test ride how their future kid might get driven through the city. It's kind of a very funny way, award-winning as well. You will see all the work I'm presenting today is kind of a lot of fun, hijacking categories, and all the work I'm presenting is award-winning work. So it works on an international scale, very, very good, and it solved the client's brief, and it did pretty well on PR, on sales, on interaction with a certain target group. So I'm a big fan of this example since I'm a parent as well. And the next example will be invisible becomes visible. So nowadays we are facing a lot of invisible soft skill challenges. For example, the gender pay gap or female empowerment. If your client brief is like, how do you show female empowerment? What can you do? It's a nice way to think about to make this tangible. And I think we all know this case, the fearless girl in New York in front of the Golden Bull on Wall Street. It's a super powerful statement. It's one-of-a-kind installation, and it gained world PR records and super large interaction. But it actually, in its very core, it made an invisible issue or challenge or problem actually visible. I'm a big fan of this case. and it actually shows how nicely you could kind of turn something invisible into something visible. So again, like a combination out of two extremes. And you could do this on and on with several other examples, you know. It's put something public into private, make something very, very limited, put it on a big stage and bring it to a sellout scenario. Make something seen very unseen, or make something silent very loud, and so on. For example, topic like black and white, bring some color in, bring the rainbow in, LGBT, bring a purpose in, make something fast, very slow. And the good thing with all those extremes, good, bad, wrong, right, fast, slow, as with extremes, you could all turn them around. So if your client wants to make something unseen seen, you could combine it as well. So it's very multifunctional. I'm a big fan of this. And the learning out of this, the opposite might be a good way to go. So when everybody is communicating very, very loud, make it very silent. If they're booking print, you might go radio or go somewhere else. It's probably good to go into an opposite direction. I'm a big fan of such a movement to tackle an issue, to tackle a briefing, to tackle a challenge. Now we're going to show some cases. Again, a mashup out of two worlds: creativity, love, science. Interested whether you know this case? Have a look.
For over 20 years, our advertising has celebrated how much Britons love or hate Marmite.
Marmite. It's a Marmite issue.
In 2017, we used science to find out exactly why Marmite is so polarizing. Introducing the Marmite Gene Project. We partnered with leading genetics company DNA Fit to conduct a clinical trial to find out if people are actually born lovers or haters. With 261 participants, 8,760 hours of analysis, and one incredible result. You are genetically predisposed to love or hate Marmite. We published our research in a scientific white paper. Then we created a Marmite gene test kit so people could test themselves. The national media loved it.
I mean, is it just marketing, or is there actually some real science going on?
Well, this is very much real science, and actually we have two different independent scientific groups looking at the results to make sure this is true.
And some of them also hated it.
Don't want it anywhere near me, can't even stand the smell. It is all over my hands, it is driving me mad. Can we have a break so I can go and wash my hands?
We fueled the conversation with outdoor, with radio.
I believe I was once probed by aliens who changed my DNA. Should I take the Marmite gene test?
And with film.
This should be interesting.
Please find enclosed the results of your family's recent Marmite gene tests.
A heated national debate generated an earned reach of 1.4 billion. Spontaneous awareness quadrupled, and sales are up 14%. It's Marmite's most polarizing campaign to date, and its most effective campaign ever.
Get in, all lovers.
I hate it! He's never even tried it.
So a very funny mashup out of a scientific research and brought to life through the brand Marmite. I'm a big fan of this, and next to science is always data. I think it's a huge tendency nowadays, data visualization or kind of translating a set and a piece of data into something creative. And I brought another example, a case for Burger King, which is actually doing increasing sales for the brand and gaining PR for the brand Burger King as well into a very special occasion. Nice little Jack.
The Traffic Jam Whopper.
The first service only available in traffic jams that uses real-time data to promote Whoppers and deliver on the move.
Fernanda, buenos días. Bien, Eduardo, buenas tardes.
¡Ay, qué bello!
Llegaste en chinga, cabrón. Cagaba de hambre.
Our dynamic media placement changed following the traffic live, promoting our service only in high congestion zones. By leveraging traffic and drivers' real-time data, we also adjusted our digital billboards content. The messages displayed information about the remaining time in traffic to order and personalized updates about deliveries in progress. Also, Waze banner ads and push notifications invited drivers to use the service as soon as they entered our delivery zones. People were able to use voice commands to place the order and avoid tickets. Finally, using the latest Google Maps APIs, our app pinpointed vehicle location and speed in order to deliver, for the first time ever, to a driver on the move, always within a 3-kilometer radius from the restaurants.
Hola, Mariana, ¿cómo estás?
¡Ay, te agarraría de esos!
Lo siento, estoy en servicio.
In just 1 week, we increased delivery orders by 63%, and our daily app download rate increased 44 times, becoming the #1 fast food app, surpassing McDonald's, Domino's, and Starbucks in Mexico. Coming soon, Los Angeles, San Paulo, and Shanghai. The Traffic Jam Whopper.
Enjoy the traffic jam.
Yeah, again, you can see not only a mashup out of data and creativity, also a mashup out of media. So this was all about dynamic placements, real-time traffic notifications. This was very, very cleverly done and actually proved that the combination of the right sources can bring you to a great result. So if you might have a photo shoot to do, probably talk to a guy from the theater or talk to a costume designer. So get your sources wired right for finishing a project or tackling a challenge. The next thing is combining not only two formal things or two pieces. It's about combining actually two totally different segments. For example, gaming and science. I think e-games are up and running, and I think it's a totally trend to get an eye on. And science itself, there will always be an infection to cure, or as we have with the pandemic, results to build. There was a nice project from Telecom. What they did is they launched a game, and actually it's called Sea Hero Quest. And what it did is, while you've been playing, they kind of tracked all your movements, and it was actually a game to raise data for the dementia knowledge. So they gained experience. What all the gamers did is at the end of the day, they generated 9,500 years worth of data. So if scientists have done this in the laboratory back on their desk, it would have took the entire case to build 9,500 years. And it was all done just via gaming. So it came super natural to a huge target group. Again, a huge success. And we were kind of a known project. Our client Bex from AB InBev, it's a beer, and they were asking to increase the value of their beer cans. I don't know how it is in the eastern part of Europe, but I can say for Germany, a beer can is usually something you open up on a bonfire with your friends or while staying in the stadium and watching soccer. The entire look and feel of a beer can is just linked to not something very fancy. And the client was asking, push beer cans into a much more exclusive scenario. Think about a vernissage or a classical concert. What would be appropriate to like in such an environment? And actually, if I put it like this, the idea might be simple, but it is again a mashup out of those two different worlds, the good part of a beer on the go and the good part of being on a very nice classical high-end occasion like a vernissage or a classical concert as said. And actually we came up with the following idea.
Bex.
We need music again.
Germany's legendary beer brand.
Thank you.
For over 145 years, we've become an integral part of the society by brewing a premium beer with carefully selected ingredients and unequaled taste. But how do you differentiate a product that looks exactly like its competitors? Since the beer market was stagnant and canned beer was suffering from an image problem, we tackled the challenge at the most immediate touchpoint, the can itself. Based on the paths of superior drinking cultures, we gave our premium beer the shape it deserves. Introducing Le Beck's, a special edition crafted to embody the refined values of Beck's premium pills. Clinking beer where beer has never been before. At galleries, classical concerts, and exclusive private and public events. Inspiring yet untold stories. Le Beck's, the legendary beer can from Beck's.
Yeah, it's an amazing project. Since I was responsible for the ideation and the execution, I could share probably some insights about this. It was nice to see that this kind of mashup out of those two worlds kind of created a lot of buzz in the creativity world. So it won almost every award you can think of, some Grand Prix as well. But more interesting to see was we took part in some. It's called the Can Makers Summit. It happened here. It's kind of an industry meeting. And we took part with this beer can on the Can Makers Summit. And now you run into all the Miller Lights and the Budweiser beers and all the German brands and all the Russian brands as well, the beer brands. And they more or less compare themselves with the same shape, but with different printings on the can. So this is the only separator between, oh, this is a good can and this is probably not such a good can or such a good brand. And it was interesting to see because we had a great night in Venice back in the days and we were winning like tons of awards and it really was shaking up, the entire project was shaking up an entire industry because nobody questioned ever the shape of a beer can. It's very interesting and this kind of observation, and I think it's a role model observation. You can do the same mashup in other segments. I think guys like Elon Musk, for example, are doing nothing else than creating mashups, for example, in the automotive industry, or architects like Rem Koolhaas are doing just mashups in the architecture segment. And it's interesting to see how we correspond with those ideas and those new benchmarks. I'm a big fan of this idea and the entire thinking behind of combining two things. The mashup is pretty strong here as well. So the fourth learning, mixing up segments to shake up an industry, is something you should keep in mind. It's just a suggestion. You don't have to, but it's a good shake up thing. And my last part is actually. We're probably leaving the path of professional suggestions or experiences I made. I recently made a simple experience as well. Everybody in the agency is starting designing straight on a computer. They're working all on the final layout. They're getting inspired on the computer by Pinterest or Behance or festivals or shows or click here and video there. So everything is like digital driven from start to the end, from scratch to the final result. And what I tend to do is to actually break up this routine, to mesh it up again. It's not that I can't live without a computer, but I actually kind of define other sources of inspiration. So what I did, and this is probably the finishing and closing or beginning again, I started to work analog again. So I did some collages. You could see a little mess in my studio. I'm started to do like stencil art, black and white, and some colored stuff as the GIF shows in the middle, and actually to really go back to crafting something and not being dependent on Adobe or any other design program, it actually felt pretty good. It boosted confidence again, and that's probably something I want to share today with you as well. When nothing goes right, go left. So when everybody is sharing fancy links, go back to the analog world. Have a chat with your friends. Have a walk through a park. Sit in a cafe. Have a coffee, and simply get inspired. Do something analog. Start a analog layout. Just move a client's logo or picture in a headline. Just print it out and cut it, and then move it around on your final. And then you might have a solution much quicker, much better, and much more, coming out of you instead of just opening InDesign and then do it straight digitally. This was more or less it. I love to wish you to have a lot of fun becoming a master of mashups. Again, all the suggestion, it works for me. It hopefully works for some of you. It was awesome to meet all of you. Spasiba, do svidania, and thank you very much. I'm open for a question. If there is anything not clear, you want a certain detail, let me know.
Thank you, Michael. И сейчас нам требуется некоторое время для того, чтобы подготовить. Большое счастье, у нас офлайн спикеры, поэтому все те, кто присутствует в зале, наверняка будут несказанно рады. Ну а те, кто онлайн, им, как говорится,
Before I announce our next speaker, I would like to once again thank, by your applause, the organizers of the festival, the Association of Communication and Marketing Agencies of Belarus, the business partners of the festival, Media Cube, Busy.com, Brand Krella, Typography Group S, digital partner AMDJ, and all other numerous partners of the White Square. In fact, their logos sometimes are popping up on the screen behind me. If everything is ready, then I can easily announce the next speaker. If not, then maybe we can put on screen all our partners, okay?
Hold up.
Friends, now we're going to speak about the loss of authenticity in a chase of trends. How not to lose authenticity in a chase of trends. Ways of forming brand values, designers, self-delusion, and how not to lose authenticity in visual flow. Which process of creating or visual communication should be followed in 2021, and how not to lose the essence and value in endless flow of information. Our today's presenter is Roshan Sultanov, Creative Director of Depot Russia. Topic: loss of authenticity in a chase of trends. Hello everyone, can you hear and see me? Good. How can I page through my presentation? Yes, okay. My name is Roshan. I'm the creative director of the branding agency called Depot from Moscow. And today I'm going to tell you about authenticity, about some challenges that I see in our industry, which I personally encounter, and this is what my talk with you will be about. In fact, the actual presentation or the selection of material, I've approached it as a separate project, and I understand that even when preparing the presentation, we need to invent something. First I thought that, okay, I'm doing the presentation and I need to have everything ship-shape, designer-wise, everything should be properly selected, great fonts, put in the right places, everything should be clear. But then I understood that if I make presentation about sincerity, about authenticity, then I should, then I need to look into myself and what kind of I am. And here I put some bullet points. I know that I'm not ideal. I have rust spot, just like our world. It's not ideal. It's not totally perfect. It's just like we see what our industry is turning into, like perfect formats of communication. And the whole presentation looks exactly what it looked in the draw format. I left it as is. And I thought that there is some beauty in it, and its disadvantage might turn into its advantage. Might better reflect my inner self. I put more emphasis on the content here. Here you can see the photo or the slide which illustrates rather what the modern world looks like now. Everything is tightly packed. All of us are surrounded by clothing, brands, and motor cars, architecture, and everything is packed into different boxes, if you will. Yes, it is a reality, but herein we can see serious problem also, that behind all of this outer shell we are losing ourselves, and brands want to imitate and look like cool brands like Apple. Everybody wants to be like your next door neighbor. And when I was digging through my materials, I realized that it looks very much like cargo coat. When we try to imitate just the outer shell and attributes by missing or forgetting the essence of things, what really moves, what really lies inside. And once again, I encountered an interview of a great photographer called Lindenberg. And I see here the current reality of our industry, of the designers I myself encountered all the time. What I'm talking about here is that when we enter a project, when we start studying the project, right away we look at some great cool cases and pictures, and all of it is less about creativity. It reminds us of the blind imitation when we want to be just like those cool projects. And in fact, like Peter Lindbergh says, the beauty, in fact, is not about beautiful or cute visual, because the cute visual is about another project. It has its own story. More difficult is to be yourself, and therein lies the beauty, and therein lies the nature of the design, the authenticity, and the ability to be sincere and honest in this moment and now. Be honest with yourself, be honest towards your consumers, if we speak about the brand versus client or consumer. This is the nature of the design, and the beauty is about sincerity and honesty. And my presentation, when I was preparing for this, I thought through which media or instruments can all of this be done? What should we be more mindful of? What kind of tools I use? I'm going to show to you not only my projects, I'm going to show to you also agencies' projects, our agency Depot projects. I'm going to show you my personal projects and some quite influential works which would illustrate the point I'm making here. This is already a completed release, collaboration of Kanye West and Vadik Marmeladov. This is a new vision about gadgets. We all use that gadgets are the same. This is like a new word in how the modern thing can look differently. And here we see the references to the origins, to the crafts, and in fact gadgets are fashioned to maintain your health, including mental health, and this is an example of how through the outer form and shape, through this clay mood, a modern gadget might look like. Again, this is a counterbalance to the global digitization. This is a time of nomads. This is a time of non-industrial time, and at the same time, this is 2020. Name. This is what can contribute or facilitate. This is what unique feature every brand has, and this is what we can work with. Depot Camp, this is our new project. You can get registered. It's going to be released today, actually. And our agency, Depot, has huge experience, a wealth of knowledge, which was accumulated in this project called Depot Camp. It has been designed for designers, marketologists, strategists, and managers, all those people who are connected to branding. In this database, you will see the collection of our accumulated experience, lectures, presentations, speeches, interviews, all sorts of podcasts. All of these are good to shape up around us good creative environment. This is a brief story about this project, but I just wanted to show you the logo, Depot Camp. We developed a logo, and one could think of anything. There was complete freedom. But first of all, when I was developing this logo, I looked at the name, Depot Camp. I looked at the first two letters of these two words, and I see an abbreviation which looks like an open-up padlock. This is more like a reference to all sorts of illustrations or some Masonic order logos maybe where every illustration has its own meaning. Like, for instance, there are open and closed books, which symbolize open or closed knowledge, which can be used only by the elites. And this padlock, which opens up and closes, looks like letters, but it's a well understood principle that when registering in this project, you get access to a huge database of knowledge, which is close to other people who are beyond this context, and for them, this padlock is locked. Native language. We have a client called Chechen Mineral Waters, for whom we developed the name and did the full rebranding of their company. They're located in Chechnya. They have a big modern factory to manufacture mineral water, bottled mineral water, and they had a logo like this. Quite unmodern, quite lost in time, I would call it, with, I don't know, put together in simple word fonts. And they approached us with a well understandable situation and well formulated problem. They say that it's hard for them to enter retail networks, retail chains, because they have such an obsolete logo, because retailers need brands. With modern approaches, they have great modern factory, but their logo looked like this, and it didn't match. And there was a certain image about that region that had to be somehow reconfigured or broken down or reshaped into a story that there are cool, great people living in that region, and that this region can create cool brands. And we invented a name for them. We could have invented some great modern English-sounding name, but we looked at the origin. We looked at the Republic of Chechnya. There is a Chechen national language, of course, and we invented Inzare, which translates into Russian as top level of excitement. This is part of the word very, and this authenticity can be seen everywhere in a visual language, visual identification. Again, we were inspired by the national carpets, ornamentation. I remember that this is what they had, and that's what people had to know about. And we simply looked at what it would look like in motion. In fact, we used the mineral water, and we took that region as a whole. And we ended up with this ultra-modern, cool brand of international status, which has relatable identification and identity that pulls back to this particular region.
Was all reflected in the character, in the movement. Our project was that cool. A few words about Cyrillic alphabet. It's cool that in the industry in Russia there's a big number of people who stirred this Cyrillic universe. They love the Cyrillic alphabet now, even though it's quite tough. There are people who have a vision showing that the Cyrillic alphabet is as cool as the Latin alphabet, but with its own character. I think this poster dates back to 1925, but it looks very modern. Culture. An example is one of my favorite brands, a Japanese brand called Ambush. It shows how you can work with culture, how you can deconstruct cultural layers, and tell people about this in 2021. Tell people how people work with traditional shoes, how a t-shirt may look. A t-shirt that is deconstructed with gi belts. It is very modern, very unique. When you see this t-shirt, you already understand where it comes from, where it was developed. It is very much about sincerity. It prompts you to look inside, try to find solutions around you, to form this environment around you. Place of birth. This is our case. I think it dates back to 2017. We were making a rebranding for the Cosmos Hotel Network. It's a federal brand that includes from 3 to 5 star hotels. The uniqueness here was that it was built on locality. Its identity was built on locality. For example, a 3-star hotel is opened in the Arbat street in Moscow. All the style, the identity is built on this neighborhood. We analyze the music that was written in those streets. The poets live in that area. We work with what we have in the context of this neighborhood. We get this unique project. For example, 4-star hotel in Petrozavodsk. They have a sculpture placed along the quay. I don't remember what it looks like. It's the girl lulled by the waves or something. We thought it would be a creative solution, navigation, explaining that we have spa procedures. The picture reflects it. Bernard Huri, a very famous architect from Beirut, had his own vision of the world architecture, saying that it doesn't have to correspond to the general views. It's an issue of uniqueness. It is about influence you feel from the region where you were born. All the projects of this architect are affected by the security phobia and safety phobia. As we know, Beirut experienced periods of civil war. This radical approach was reflected in the style, in the sense how the author can perceive the modern architecture, reminding military ships. But it's all done, of course, in the modern context. It's very convenient for people to live. As we see, the somber architecture has a lot of light. The big question is always whether try to please or to follow your author style. One of my favorite designers, Dries van Noten, had his 2020 collection based on inspiration he got from the garden outside his door. He came up with a collection, very touching one.
We went to our garden. We started to photograph branches of trees and flowers with a big colored board on the back. Yeah, that's I think a good branch there. So I really wanted to do something with flower prints, but not the traditional flower prints.
Это опять же работа с тем, что тебя окружает, как бы.
Again, it's work with what you surround you.
И круто, что почему авторство и стиль. Круто, что он участвует.
Well, it's cool that the author is present at every stage of his collection. He's not the creative director of his fashion house. The fashion industry, he is one of the major designers outside big corporation. He has a very acute feeling of social responsibility. A lot of people work for him in India, doing their jobs.
For me, the flowers couldn't be romantic. I didn't want to have sweet flowers. End of the season, you have like mildew, black spot. You saw that all the flowers with the imperfections, but it just gave flowers also reality. The last hot poker of the season printed now on a dress, and that was something which I really liked as a message.
И на самом показе, как вы слышите.
At the fashion show, models walk not to some kind of music, but to bird sitting.
Следующий человек, это короткая зарисовка.
Next is Yura, is very important, powerful producer from Ukraine, from Alchevsk. What he does is bands like Sex Pistols, Luna, Грибы, mushrooms. It's he's the producer that the Russian sound business trying to follow. Yura is the project that reflects his childhood. He was born in the city of Alchevsk. He says that it was not custom. People would never smile there. It was not customary. It is something fashionable. It is an example of what of cases when producers have strength to do such things. Totally brutal. Big producers rarely issue such products, and the pub makes such products. These products that empower very refined industry, which is very similar in many ways. It's like a new breath of air, new opportunity, new vision. The next project is our product, a brand called Milkgrad. We made a rebranding for one of the companies. Vera was Vera Zvereva, creative director of the depot print industry, who authored this design. I know that this person, Vera, has a big background, significant experience. Big love for Miyazaki in Japan. All this was reflected. Any other person could draw a cat, but nobody would be able to draw a cat like this. It was reflecting her inner state. Again, cat on the package is quite unexpected with this product category. It's very complicated product category for non-traditional designs. This design was very popular in Japan, where people reposted this, posted it many times. Maybe it very much connected to what Japanese have inside. Without this great designer style, there would not be a unique design for the product. You see some smart words from the Wabi-Sabi philosophy book. I don't think it's connected to design alone. I think it can be transferred to other activities. What people do with colors, with fonts, is very important, particularly when it's not rational, mostly emotional, with primary feelings and emotions. The previous example was a great model. At the concept level, it looked very much like this. If people started asking questions like, why blue cat, there are no blue cats, very rational approach. The uniqueness of that product would collapse, would disappear and dissipate. After the concept stage, it's important to go back to the primary stage to understand what actually piqued our interest, understand whether we have lost uniqueness that was there at the beginning. This is my small project. I studied at British School of Design. I had an assignment to make a poster. I choose the French film La Haine with Vincent Cassel, and the digital flow that we find ourselves in, the craft design is lacking. This is something that every project needs to start with. Very often we spend too much time in our cocoons, in our laptops, but it's important to stand up, to look at what other people do, to go to the kitchen, draw something there. Example of me printing a photograph and showing my hate towards this format. That was very much the reflection of this movie. Again, some smart words, clever words. It is about the logo the style being rethought and not only use the major colors. It's a great example of the powerful brand. There are companies like Blue Bottle. Here's their logo. In the interior design of their coffee shops, they don't really use this logo very much. They keep rethinking the whole project because people perceive not only visually but also with their hands in a tactile manner. It's a great example of a project where you can see the work and attitude of this project to the people. Very few projects like this in Russia and in the world. Maybe there are more of them appearing now. Again, they reflect the attitude to yourself. You try to reflect how much you respect yourself. They form the field. It's a children's playground in every neighborhood in Russia. Again, we're talking about the materials. It doesn't have to be a bright color or plastic, very artificially made. Cool playgrounds could look like this, naturally. It also has a big share of authenticity, because we give freedom to scenarios of children. We're not putting them in the boxes and frames. Ways of doing things. These are conclusions. Experiments, workshops are things that need to be on the foundation of every trade, not necessarily creative trade. A great example here, Studio Hegel, I think it's from Amsterdam. Studio that creates concepts of sneakers, training shoes, with their own hands, using some litter, some garbage. And I think big companies like Nike and Versace, they work with the studio, the designs for the shoes. But the working process looks like this. And this is what the process should look like in every trade, in every work. Research is the last project I'm going to show you. Every year in the British School of Design, there are grants, entry grants. I decided to enter the clothes design course. This time it was easy. You need to create a male collection made of 5 positions. I knew that lots of designers would be taking part in that who had been in the fashion design industry for a long time. I understood that for me to be discovered, for me to be open, that I didn't have to use the sewing machine. I don't know how to do that.
I'm not going to do that because I don't know how to do this. Instead I do what I know best. Branding, graphic design, and the whole concept that I prepared reflected that vision, and the project is called Research. Being in a search for the idea, I found what really reflects the research, and delving deeper. Also in the word research, I found that word sea, like the ocean, and I thought that's exactly what Columbus did by discovering a land, and I got my inspiration from the maps and the whole theme of ships and explorers, world maps, and I was invited for an interview. There were like 100 participants or aspiring applicants, and it was great for me because I ended up in the top 10 shortlisters because I never done the clothing design. If I didn't look within myself and did like others did things, maybe I wouldn't have been noticed. And that's it. Workshops and research is something that should form the basis of any process that is there to create some new stuff. If you have questions, shoot. Thanks, everyone. Questions? It's okay. Now, we need some time, right? Until next speaker. Okay, we have a break, and at exactly 12:25, everyone is invited back into this room so that you can meet our next speaker from London.
Жаждешь знаний? Нужен апгрейд. Маркетер хочет, чтобы ты был в курсе событий. Здесь актуальные статьи о маркетинге, бизнесе и техно. У нас есть крутые кейсы, опросы и залипательные интервью именитых брендов. А если ты еще и само воплощение Шекспира в жизни, у тебя будет возможность стать нашим автором, статьи которого увидят тысячи пользователей. Все, что ты искал, у нас есть. Заходи и апгрейдись на Маркетер.
Make it person that could mess with someone's trust. Ooh, no. I hate that I'm a person that could mess with someone's trust. I only want you when I'm wasted, naked and afraid that all the doors are closed and I'll end up alone. I only call you when I'm faded. I'm sort of ashamed that I let you pull me close just to let you know. I only want you when I'm wasted. I only want you when I'm wasted, naked and afraid that all the doors are closed and I'll end up alone. I only call you when I'm faded. I'm sort of ashamed that I let you pull me close just to let you know. I only want you when I'm wasted.
Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Wherever I am, whoever you are, you kindle the light on my soul. It's all about love. Don't wanna be as cold as ice, but the nights without you made me realize, before you came into my life, that fire that burned inside me nearly died. So let me try to make this right, to show you that I'm sorry for messing up too many times and never telling you that I can't be without you, and I can't breathe without you. My heart quit beating maybe I wasn't the best behaved, but can't you see I'm trying to get up and change my ways, but you won't make it easy. Why won't you let me hold you back to tell you that I'm sorry for ever letting you go and for never letting you know that I can't be without you and I can't breathe without you. My heart will beat it when you stop loving me like you do. Like you do.
I always used to feel like a lost soul without a home, but now I've come to realize that I'm right where I belong, along with you, 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 along with you. I always used to feel like a lonely soul without a home, but now I've come to realize that I'm right where I belong, along with you, 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 along with you.
I see you walk by, baby girl, lost in the moment and it feels so good. Let's do a twist now, baby girl. I love the way you make me feel so good. Going down, going down, going down, that's the way we feel. Going down, coming round, going down, that's the way we feel.
El sol me da esperanza, como tus ojos, pura pasión y amor. Yo lo siento y tú lo sientes, energía, baby.
goodbye. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Oh, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I could give up. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I did with you. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is the whole you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I could give up. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Never without your love. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the things we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. Please stay, and I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Oh, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I could give on. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Pick your poison, you can follow me. You can run and hide, but you can never find a way. Like a crystal ball, I see everything. Got me on your mind, but mind your own, you never change. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. I've been through all the highs and lows, and I've seen it all from time ago. We make choices, gamble on a dream. Heard the stakes are high, but still you bet on everything. All those voices tell you anything. Baby, you gon' hurt yourself if you keep listening. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. Inside it with you, inside it with you, inside it with you, but you don't follow through. I've been through all the highs and lows, and I've seen it all from time ago.
уверен, что для многих из вас, из нас, да в принципе для всех,
People are saying that for many of us, the problem of creativity sometimes is ranked as problem number one. Sometimes money is not that important as creative thinking. And now, just for you, you will see the door open ajar for the gateway of creative thinking.
so important to be able to think creatively. Then welcome Andy Upton, Managing Partner Strategy, OMD EMEA from London. Andy is a headliner of educational programs, has repeatedly participated as a jury at Advertising Festival. So welcome him, Andy Upton. Big principles of creative thinking.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Presentation, which obviously makes me some sort of control freak. So I'll hope to get into the right slides and within the right time. So let's get going. There's time for questions at the end, and hopefully you'll find it useful. There's also a free book for those who want it. I say free. There's always strings, aren't there? But let's get into that as we do. So thank you for having me. Let's share where we're at. The first thing I need to do is cut that so I can actually see myself. Right, brilliant. So what you'll see is that I can't see myself. Hang on. Oops. Right. So today, what we're going to cover is why creative thinking is important and why now more than ever. The fact that creativity isn't just a department. Hopefully that doesn't offend anyone, but I'm not saying get rid of creatives. I'm saying it's everywhere, not just in one place. I'm going to talk about how we apply that at OMD. So some of this stuff will be very familiar to anyone who's in the crowd from OMD, I hope. And then I'm going to share what's probably most useful. Here's some techniques to develop your creative thinking. Now, our future as an industry is dependent on our ability to create new problems new approaches to old problems. We can create problems our own. So these new approaches need a fresh set of eyes, a fresh way of thinking. And that's, I think, really important for us as a collective. Typically, Obama's already said something quite clever about this, so let's hope the video works, but it's about community. That video doesn't work, that's fine. I always expect that to happen, so I've paraphrased it. What Obama talks about is if we've got a culture around us that believes in creativity and believes in a fresh, better way, then you have more power. So as the creative industries, it's really important we have a community, but more importantly than that, we have a culture that really celebrates that and supports us.
The way power works at every level.
Goes. Okay, I'll let you watch that.
At the United Nations or in your neighborhood is, do you have a community that stands behind what you stand for? And if you do, you'll have more power. And if you don't, you won't.
So, succinct. And not quite as well put as I did. But the idea really is we have a culture of creativity, something that I sometimes feel is slipping away, particularly where we have an excessive influence of perhaps procurement types or the drive for a cheaper price, a faster way of doing things without actually making it better. So what I typically share with our people, and I'm keen to share with you, is this idea of where values and behaviours collide, that's where culture comes from. Now, increasingly, if we're valuing cheapness or fastness, then actually we're starting to behave in a different way, and that culture is really starting to get drawn down into fastest, cheapest wins. And that isn't always the best answer. It's certainly not the most creative answer. Because, again, the future of our industry depends on our ability to create new approaches to problems for our clients and for ourselves. Now, what you're probably thinking is, who are you to tell me this? Well, I've been running sessions, innovation sessions, creative sessions, media sessions for 20 years. I know you can't tell. But importantly, I'm not a creative, and I think that's a really interesting way to come at it. I actively chose to go into media because I thought it was more interesting, it's more creative, there was more opportunity there because I didn't go to art school, and I'm not what you'd call a typical creative. So I've learned this over a series of years and experiences, and it's very many cases is a learnt capability, and that's what we'll get into later. There is a need for a level of instinctual creativity, and that's what typically creatives have. That comes naturally, it pours from them. But those who don't have that can learn some of it. So I think I'm in a relatively good place to teach you, or at least ask you. And I have a vested interest. I think the best ideas in our industry raise the bar, makes us better, and makes it a more interesting place to work, which means we drag in or draw in more talent, and that essentially makes our industry better. And that's good for all of us, right? Now, cynics, and we have some, will go, do we need this? We've already got a department, we've got people who do this already. We do, because our industry, I'm talking about media here, is hugely efficient at delivering average. We are thriving on bettering that average, and that's okay, but it's not the future. Because whilst efficiency is vital because it saves millions, and we're not going to stop doing that, effectiveness creates billions. Effectiveness is what brands are about. It what brings people to client doors regardless of anything else. So effectiveness and efficiency together is definitely going to be our future. And to be absolutely clear, I'm not anti-efficiency. I'm not suggesting our buying rates are going to suddenly be horrific. I'm pro-growth. And I think we get to that pro-growth through the increased use and application of creativity. How do you do that? Well, with the injection of creativity. That's the corniest picture I've got. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist it. Particularly, and this is the free book bit, through the introduction of the Creative Thinker's Handbook. This is something that's available to absolutely everyone at OMD for free because it's what we believe in. We're not trying to sell it, and I'm not trying to sell it for money to you. I think it's how we should be behaving, and something we're very open about and free with. So I'll talk about that later at the end. And I'm going to take some examples and stuff from this to share with you so you can see quite how we apply it. I should probably also define what we mean by creativity at OMD. And it's really simple. It's also, I think, stolen from a chef, but it's anything done in a fresh way. So it doesn't always have to completely and utterly reinvent the wheel. You can take something from one category and put it into another. That freshness is creative. And I think that can really help sort of lower down the barriers, but make it applicable to everyone in every department in any way. And that is absolutely vital, I think. Now, I kind of touched on this before. Creativity is a learnable skill. You have about a third of it is genetics, and apparently about 80% of your overall intelligence comes from your mum. So my mum has either a lot to answer for or a lot to be thankful for, I'm not sure. And the rest of it, the other 60, 70%, is about learning and practice. It's about flexing that creative thinking muscle. And I think it's not just us who do it. I do love to get a quote in occasionally. Picasso, who's perhaps one of the greatest creatives of modern times, said, "Inspiration exists, but it must find you working." And he worked incessantly from a very young age to get better and better and better at his craft. So it won't just pop up in a eureka moment unless you're doing the work. Now, what do we mean by work? For the work in a creative agency, in an advertising agency, in a media agency is about creative problem solving. That's what we call it at OMD, creative problem solving. So let's define what we mean by problem. A problem is the space between where you are now and where you want to be, which straight away feels less undoable. It's just a matter of finding what are those stepping stones between where you want to be and where you are now, and finding them, fixing them, and creating it. And that essentially is what creative problem solving is. I believe that the first stepping stone actually is an idea abundance mindset. It's a funny turn of phrase, so I'll explain what I mean by that. But the idea of abundance, or the abundance mindset, is an idea of plenty. It's not if I have an idea, I'm going to keep it to myself so no one else can get it. It's the idea that the more brings more brings more. And it's a very generous way of living, and it's certainly a generous way of thinking. It's the way we go forward, I believe, in our industry. Now, here are 6 tips, if you want, to having an idea abundance mindset. The first, expect to have ideas. Don't think, I'm not an ideas person. Of course you are. You had an idea where to go on holiday, an idea what to eat. You can have ideas. You just need to make them bigger. This is a little bit hippie-ish, I think, but welcome ideas. You should be really thankful. I'll come on to thankful in a different way in a minute, but welcome the ideas into your mind. Allow them to sit there. They won't always be good, because that adage that, oh, there's no such thing as a bad idea. Well, I can tell you after 20 years of running sessions, there really is. But welcome ideas when they come. You should expose yourself, and I've caveated that, to new stuff. Go to exhibitions, walk a different way to work if you like, but take on different stimulus. And we'll talk about the importance of stimulus very briefly later on. The thing I've learned is the need to capture ideas immediately. So if it occurs, write it down, because you think, I'll remember that later, I'm really good at that, and you'll forget. You always do. And this is the thankful bit. Now, I don't know any of you in the crowd, I don't think, but I'm thankful I have a job where I'm allowed to have ideas. If I'd followed the route that perhaps was laid out for the rest of the family of my age, I'd be working in a factory if I was working at all. So I'm really thankful I can be in a job where I can do this. And we should all be thankful that we are able to just flex that creative muscle. And finally, realistically, respect the ebb and flow. There are times that our ideas dry, and there's nothing you can do about that, because sometimes circumstances dictate, we might be stressed, we might be tired, whatever it is, and the ideas just won't come. And that's okay. Live with that. But when they're in full flow, write it down. Encourage it, expect it to be. And there are ways you can help people get into flow, and we'll talk about that. But sometimes it just doesn't happen. So don't clamp down on it. Don't worry. And if you start to follow at least 3 or 4 of those, you'll start to get closer towards the idea abundance mindset. So, quick pause. I'll try and slow down. I know I speak quickly. I get excited. I've also got a timer ticking down in front of me, which is quite an interesting way of presenting. But let's talk about the big principles. I'm going to talk about 4 big principles. I'm going to talk about brains. I'm not a brain surgeon, but I've got a brain and an opinion on how they work. I'm going to talk about rivers, not like that. I'm going to talk about the idea of divergent versus convergent thinking. And I'm going to talk about pausing, but I'm not going to pause. So, first up, let's talk about brain states. The best ideas often happen at random times. You probably noticed that. You might be on a run, in a shower, doing something you're otherwise doing, and an idea will pop up into your mind. Now, as I said, I'm not a brain surgeon, but I'm a session planner. So I'm used to getting the best out of people's brains. And to do that, you need to recognize what brain state they're in. There are 4. I'm just going to talk about 2. I'm going to talk about the beta state and the alpha state. Now, most of us, certainly in a media agency, spend most of our time in beta state. It's the, frankly, getting shit done. Powering through things, using your muscle memory to get stuff done and get it done quickly, get it done right. And we spend a lot of time like that. It's really, really useful, and there's nothing wrong with that. But to have ideas, to open up that creative flood, you need to be in the alpha state. The alpha state is alpha because it's really difficult to do, right? You need to be relaxed, alert, focused, and awake. So that's really difficult. Relaxed, alert, focused, awake. There are very few times in your day that all comes together. Being relaxed and alert is a unique balance, and that's why it's really important to get people into alpha in sessions and to have ideas. And here's how we're going to do that. It's really simple, actually. I've found the best ideas don't happen at your desk. Now, that's been quite a challenge, I think, over the last year for those who've been locked down, because we've been confined in quite small spaces. But move away from wherever you usually work. Go somewhere different. Put the work in first, let that marinate, and then go somewhere else. Go for a walk, do whatever you need to do, but stay away from that usual place of doing work. I always used to say that grey Formica desks bring grey Formica ideas. So let's move about. You would have heard this before, I'm sure. Turn the tech off. That black mirror is an absolute drain. There's so much good stuff in the palm of your hand that other people have done. It stops you doing your own. So turn the tech off. get out into nature. I think it's called the green pill. We talked about that in the jury, but anyway, another thing. Lose the executive table. If you're in a big meeting room, that exec table gets people to go into their usual routines. Someone sits at the head, someone sits at the bit they usually sit at, and they get into their routines. They get into the rivers that we'll talk about later. So lose that executive table. Just shove it aside, do whatever you need to do, but make the space feel different. Put the music on. If it's a big group, that's fine. If it's just you, put some headphones on, but put some music on and open that different channel to your mind. Really easy to do, I think, really, but we do it so infrequently nowadays when we used to do it more often. So put some music on in the background. Finally, get physical. I don't mean with each other. I mean just move around a bit. Make sure your mental and physical energy are working together. And it really does help. You might find that ideas come on a run or working out or on a swim, whatever it is. But moving about really helps change your mental chemistry as well as your physical chemistry. But most importantly, work out what works for you. It's about making sure that this kind of brain state you'll recognize yourself so you can get into alpha as you need to. Okay, I said we'd talk about rivers of thinking, and this is it. Now, most of creativity steals something from somewhere, and this is not even stolen, I'm going to tell you it's from. It's from Edward de Bono, who is the self-titled godfather of creativity, which is quite a title, I think, something to be envious of. And he called this rivers of thinking. He describes it like this: our brains are like mountains, and each experience falls onto them like rain. So it starts off as a raindrop, increases to a small stream, and then becomes a raging torrent as we know more. So the more experience, the bigger the torrent, and the more difficult it is to break out of it. So if you think about all of our collective experiences, and be that across discipline, across agency, across client groups, our combined rivers become almost Amazonian, which is great for running the business, for the beta bit, but it's not great for new thinking. So we'd like to think of throwing people a creative thinker's lifeline to do some really innovative work. I mean, rivers of thinking is the reason that businesses get disrupted. If you think about Uber disrupting taxis, or Airbnb changing the hotel industry, Netflix smashing blockbusters, it's because they weren't bogged down with the rules of the game. They weren't thinking, but this is how we do stuff. They weren't being taken on the torrent. They were able to get out and imagine a new future. How do we throw people a lifeline? Two things. You offer them stimulus and provocation. So stimulus is new experiences. It's the new stuff to kind of get out of that way of thinking, out of the usual neural pathways. Just think about or show different things. It could be as simple as, like I said, going on a walk or experiencing the product, whatever that is and whatever's appropriate. And then provocation is typically what session planners, facilitators and moderators bring. It's difficult questions or techniques or ways of thinking about stuff. And those two together start to throw people a lifeline and get people out of those rivers of thinking. In the book that I keep talking about, there are a few. They're open. There are, I think, 524 different techniques, but if you look at them, they boil down to about 27 with versions on, and you're welcome to all of them. None of them unique. They're all there on the internet, but it's now available in a book. But think about the different provocations that you can use. When you're having ideas, it's really important to separate divergent and convergent thinking. So divergent is when you have loads of ideas, get them all out, the good, the bad, the ugly. And convergent is when you start to pick the good ones. Now, I said at the beginning, lots of sessions often start off with going, oh, there's no such thing as a bad idea. Yes, there is. There are terrible ideas out there, from dog nappies onwards. But what you need to do is not do both things at the same time. It's a little bit like accelerating and braking on a car. Push them down at the same time. Either nothing happens or you stall. So get all the ideas out there and then decide which are the best ones. Really, really simple. Perhaps a different way of looking at that is, if divergent thinking is about possibilities and options, so what could we do, convergent thinking is what should we do. It's about making a judgment and a decision. The two can't happen together, but if they happen side by side, it's perfect. And then possibly my favorite bit is the productive pause. So the idea of stopping for a bit, letting things settle in and seeing what bubbles to the top. there's some of you may have read this, but there's a book by James Webb Young, which is, I've forgotten, it's quite a long title, but essentially it's about how to have ideas. It's from the 1960s, and the basic principles of having ideas haven't changed. But in decision, I think it's 7, it's do nothing. So you do the work, do the Picasso bit, to keep working, but at some point, just like this here, let your brain do its Tetris thing and see what comes up. So doing nothing is actually a really productive part of doing something, which sounds contradictory, but really does work. That's why you have those eureka moments, is because you've let your subconscious work through all that good stuff that you fed it. Now, creative thinking, I believe, can be applied to all sorts of business problems. I've got a couple of examples because I think it's quite useful not to just go, here's what I think, but show how other people have applied this. And I've got some relatively recent examples that I found when I was looking for something else. None of it is my work. None of it is my agency's work. It's just stuff I saw and that I thought was interesting, because whilst it's not groundbreaking, it is excellent work. So if you happen to do this in the crowd, well done. Thanks very much. Could you tell me? I'd love to know more. So I've got a few examples. Let's start with the first one. And the principle behind this really is captivating your consumer. Barilla is a pasta company. It makes other Italian food as well. And what they did to captivate their consumer is they did playlist timers that are exactly the same length as you need in time as you needed to cook your pasta. So the example here is from spaghetti. You need to cook spaghetti for 11 minutes. So they did a playlist on Spotify, which is exactly 11 minutes long. Really, really simple. Playlist isn't new. Suggesting how to cook stuff isn't new. Bring it together, and suddenly you've got a kind of brand story and something to really captivate your consumer and bring them into the world of Barilla. Really, really lovely idea. And I think it did quite well in some other awards because it's a bit old. Another one is captivating on what we call the new media moment. What Yorkshire Tea did, you can tell that's a British brand, can't you, is very simple but slightly ingenious. They just distributed backdrops for Zoom meetings. Now, everyone does that now, but they were one of the first to do it. And it's really, really simple. Small idea, someone's had it, made it happen, off you go. And suddenly you've got this Yorkshire Tea balloon behind people in their Zoom meetings because it's funny or because whatever. So really lovely, simple idea, executed quickly. Now, one of my kids has, what's it called? Animal Crossing. It's a Nintendo game, and he spent a significant part of time of lockdown in this world, and they have in it something called Hellman's Island. Now, gaming and brands aren't really a new match. We saw some in the awards, which were great, but this one I thought was really interesting because it went beyond that. So in Hellman's Island, so in Animal Crossing, you basically cultivate farms and grow vegetables and so on. So if you take a trip to Hellman's Island and you cultivate some crops, and as often happens in Animal Crossing, those crops fail on Hellman's Island, then Hellman's will make a donation of a crop of that size in the real world, in the developing world. So not only is it quite nice, there's a reason to engage with it, but it has something to do with the real world. So there's lots of different ideas coming there, none of which 100% new, but together is a really exciting, immersive messaging idea. And finally, absolutely not new, but brilliant the same. I don't know if anyone here has been to Lush. Lush is a cosmetics store in the UK and probably other areas too. It is quite overpowering, the smell of a Lush. So if you ever walk past one, you'll know. But they do cleaning products, right? And as on the first lockdown, the main message that was out in their territories was wash your hands. For 20 seconds, pretty much every 20 minutes. So all they did was open their stores and invited people in to wash their hands. So it's a product experience, it's guiding people in. There's nothing groundbreaking about it, but it's an excellent way of showing themselves as a host and getting people in store. So simple creative principles applied to a problem of not having enough people in to get them to fix the problem themselves. So lovely, simple, and well executed, I think. So what now? What might you do about that? Well, the first thing I should do is ask me for a digital book. I'll give you my email address at the end. Then I suggest that you read it, obviously. Then, importantly, do nothing. See which bits resonate with you. See which bits you like. And then do something. interestingly, by free, the digital payment is say something nice on LinkedIn or have a conversation with me. Let's talk about that later. But it is generally free. There are no real strings attached. What something might you do if you've got the will? Well, I've split this into work things you might do and life things you might do. So let's talk work first. I think one of the techniques you'll find in the book is the idea of walking and talking a brief. And if you're a client, this is a brilliant way of briefing with an agency you trust, is take a walk and just talk about what you need to do, because you'll get to the absolute clarity quite quickly. And interestingly, walking side by side but not looking at each other allows your brain to flow in a slightly different way. So it really helps. Do it internally first if you like, but it's a surprisingly effective way of briefing. You probably need to follow up with some notes later, by the way. Now, I hate the word safari, but I couldn't think of another one. Go on a consumer exploration journey, perhaps, but we are so rarely the consumer. So go into the consumer's world. I sometimes tell a story on some of our other training about when I did a pitch for a low-cost supermarket, and my pitch team, lovely couple of blokes, but very expensively educated in some of the UK's best schools. So we sent one to a family in Glasgow and one to a family in Leeds, and they lived with this family, the likes of which they'd never met before, to see what it's like to shop. So just really having that empathetic view of the audience is a significantly fast start to getting into better creative work, which leads me on to the idea of running an empathy session. There is, again, chat in the book about how you might do that, but empathy sessions are a lens rather for how to look at your audience insights, and you'll find gaps and opportunities that you can then have creative ideas against. Do it against your clients if you're an agency, do it against the audience if you're an agency, whatever you like, but start getting into that idea of being more empathetic. It's a really important way to make our industry better. If you can, have a tech-free meeting or morning or day. And there's a really interesting thing here. I think we as an industry have got really good, which is really bad to be honest, at answering emails on a Sunday, but we're shit at going to the cinema on a Monday. So try and work out where the tech should stop and where it should start. I'd try and have a tech-free long period as you can, really, but tech-free meetings where possible. You really do find the focus shifts. A rule I like to live by is if you're having ideas or doing some thinking, do Moleskine before Mac, i.e. write it down before you start typing it down. Writing is far more fluid and allows you to change things and cross it out, and it really does help you get to a better place faster. And then as we come to the close now, we're looking at what you might do life-wise. This is very much up to you, and I'm treading on careful toes now. Say yes when you'd usually say no. So do something that's legal, decent, honest and truthful that you'd usually say no to. So try something new, is basically what I'm saying there, but don't make yourself too uncomfortable. Try killing your television, i.e. not watching it, or your AV for a day. Just start cutting out media streams, difficult for a media person to say that, and see what effect that has. It's really easy to go, oh, I've got an ad, just turn the TV on or just scroll through something. Just try not doing that, and you'll find your brain starts to fire in a different way. I thought about leaving this one out, but I found it's quite useful. Again, I'm making some assumptions, but we are typically in our industry, and we're getting better at it, we're typically incredibly privileged. So try and live on $5 a day or equivalent and see how creative you get with the money. Certainly helps with your empathy bit. I've talked about digital detoxing, do it at weekends. You know, that idea of you don't go to the cinema on a Monday, don't answer your emails on a Sunday. Notice what you notice and note it. So when you're walking around, see what stands out and note that down and see if it means anything later. That sounds really random. Try it. You'll really find it's useful. And I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I found it really helpful if you're finding yourself in a kind of cycle of thug, is either ditch bread and dairy, I'm not a nutritionist, or try ditching booze, sugar or caffeine. Both of those are really difficult to do, but just do it for a bit, see if your energy changes, if you need that help. Anyway, taken a bit of a turn. So that was it for Creative Thinkers for White Square. If you'd like a copy, a digital copy, then you can email me at the address there, andy.upton@omd.com. Very happy to share it with you and have conversations about it. I'll be sending those out next week, so there's no massive rush, but you're very welcome. I'm sharing them because I think it's interesting and important that we raise the bar as an industry, because best idea wins, which makes us all better. Right, that's me talking wise done. I think we've got a couple of minutes extra if there are any questions. If not, you've got my email address there. I'm very happy to take questions, etc., directly and have conversations separately. But thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and hopefully 2 or 3 things there might even be useful.
Thank you very much. Мы продолжаем тему.
We continue the topic of branding and brands. Now we'll have Thomas Kolstner from Denmark.
Наш следующий спикер. И тема How to create meaningful brands. И после этого выступления мы уйдем на небольшой перерыв.
After that, we'll have a small break.
scared, can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find
Сейчас о тонкостях.
Once again, I remind you that about the niceties of the effective working brands, Thomas Kolster is going to tell you.
Denmark. Topic: how to create magnificent. Sorry, it's written by hand. That's why I can sometimes I can't read it. Topic: how to create meaningful brands. So right now it's okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and exactly right, how to create meaningful growth. So in other aspects, yet another presentation on meaningful growth here today. So pleased to be joining you all. I have been lucky, to be in Belarus in former years. So happy to be joining White Square again this year. And obviously, this is, we're still facing COVID. I think a lot of people now are thinking, how do we go forward? How do we shape brands going forward? Obviously, people have extremely high expectations to us. And I think a lot of brands have had to navigate this fine line about responding to this big health emergency. But obviously, there are much bigger emergencies out there as well, the climate emergency, and there are social issues. And obviously, brands cannot ignore that. And my little journey years ago, because I used to be a copywriter, I don't know how many of you are copywriters out there, but I used to be a copywriter, and my little change started here in Copenhagen, the climate summit COP15 in Copenhagen, more than a decade ago. And obviously, what came out of that meeting was this. Not a lot. A lot of sleeping politicians. So I thought, hey, wait a moment. What if brands can in fact stand up and solve some of society's biggest challenges? What if they don't just talk about a better tasting chewing gum or a better price, upon themselves to have a bigger role in society? And that was my first book called Good Advertising. Back then, looked a little bit younger. Today, this is the older Thomas. Book is still around. And you know what? I know maybe in the Belarusian market, I know people are obviously tuning in from many parts of the world today, but this is a decade ago. And a decade ago, purpose, impact, all these things were new. They were fresh to find brands that stood up to these challenges. Brands like Ben & Jerry's, obviously, Patagonia, Dove, Real Beauty. Those were the sort of brands. But there's a change happening. There's a change happening that made me and forced me to write a second book called The Hero Trap. Because I think the problem is that, and you probably witnessed that in award shows across the world, that there are more and more communication and brands that are standing up for making a difference. And so in many aspects, all these brands, it's a very overcrowded market. And it looks a little bit like this. Brands saying, hey, look at me, we're doing something for the ocean plastics, or look at me, I'm doing something for climate change. And talking about all the great stuff they're doing doesn't look that good. Because when you put yourself up on that hero's pedestal and say, I'm the world's greatest brand in the world, there is a high chance that you're gonna fail. So ask yourself this one question, in fact. This is so fundamental to your business. Why doesn't that translate into change? So ask yourself one question. What leaders, brands, organizations have actually created real change in your life? What brands, leaders, and organizations have created real change in your life? Because isn't that what purpose is about? Real change. And I see the purpose trap or the hero trap happening again and again. I mean, Volkswagen was one of the cases that I had in my book. And for the most part, sustainability ends up being, and purpose ends up being like a little bit of, dad dancing. You feel like you are cool, but you're really not. And here we see Herbert Dietz, the ex-CEO of Volkswagen, trying to kind of push to the roof with a bit of a dance move and saying, hey, look at how green we are as a company, but obviously not with much success. Here we have Harry responding, aren't you the guys from Dieselgate? And another person here from Twitter saying, how about less bragging and more doing? So we are faced with a fundamental challenge in building trust and authenticity in these brands going forward and creating meaningful growth, because our role, we are brand custodians. We are here to build, shape powerful brands going forward. And for the most, it seems like there's a disconnect, that people aren't trusting what we say. And yes, we have all heard those surveys that say, from Havas and from Edelman, that say 86% of people expect you guys to stand up and solve some of society's challenges. But it seems like people are not trusting these efforts. So the question I asked myself, besides the one about who actually play a meaningful role in your life, the second question is, in fact, how do we find the base for this? Because I'm not talking about doing good for the sake of doing good. We're in this business to sell stuff and to build powerful brands. How is this good for business? And it seems like there is this gap. These numbers are from the US, between obviously what people are saying, that, hey, I want to buy from a purposeful brand, I really like brands that are value-driven and that stand up for issues like diversity or climate, etc. But actually only 26% of people follow through. So it's a potential gap of 39%. How can we bridge that gap? That's the key question to me. How can we bridge that gap? But I think to bridge that gap, we need to change the way that we build brands. And I used to be a big believer in purposeful brands, and brands as a force for good. Remember this good old book, right? But I had to reevaluate my own way of looking at brands. I had to reevaluate my own way of building brands. But maybe it's not so strange that there is this dilemma between what people are saying they want to do and what they actually end up doing. Isn't that basically just the good old dilemma of the New Year's pledge? Just over New Year's, we promise ourselves, oh, we want to lose weight, we want to do this and that. But just a month into January, those sneakers are still lying there on the floor in the corridor and not much have happened. But I started observing a different type of brands, a different type of leadership that wasn't standing up there on a hero's pedestal and saying, I'm the greatest in the world, but taking a different approach. They're looking at barriers that I have in my life. Because I think by the end of the day, life is difficult. And there are many challenges. Maybe you want to live more healthy. Maybe you want to teach your kids a healthy way of looking at diversity. Maybe you want to waste less food. Maybe you feel bad about being stuck in traffic jams. Maybe you want to bicycle more. I'm saying that because I'm calling in from Copenhagen today. It's a bicycle crazy city. Whatever it is. One of the things that I wanted to change in my life, one of the things I wanted to help with, and this is where brands come in. Very few brands play a truly genuine, meaningful role in our lives. Most brands talk about purpose as doing good for people and planet and all this nonsense. That is not any real meaningful change I have. One thing I wanted to change in my life was I wanted to live more plant-based. Because when you live more plant-based, you have less of a climate impact. And actually, living plant-based is actually a lot of fun. It can be a lot of creativeness in the kitchen. I love cooking. So one of the brands that helped me do that is, in fact, a Danish brand called Årstiderne, which translates loosely to seasons. And basically what seasons are talking about, they don't go out and have like a big line like Patagonia like we're in the business to save our home planet. No, they don't put on the hero's cape. They talk about that I have to find the earth connection, that I have to connect with the vegetables and the produce. And basically what they do, they deliver this box of farm fresh produce to my doorstep, but also come with a recipe. So in that sense, they teach me how to become a better plant-based chef. And yes, when I've done a great tasting vegan pie, I'm obviously super happy and I share that on social media. You can obviously see that if you follow my Instagram or Twitter or whatever. Obviously, change is difficult, so the real result is probably closer to something like this. But fundamentally, the market is changing. So yes, you can sit there as a marketing director or as an agency guy and say, who cares about purpose? Who cares about the environment? But if we actually look at how companies are positioned today and how that is radically changing, from obviously pitching companies and brands and functional benefits like a faster car, to building brands that were like people, connecting around, values, characteristics, to suddenly where my last book was at, Good Advertising, talking about the societal role that your brand is playing. But when every brand in the marketplace claims to have a purpose, claims to be messiahs, a Gandhi, or Lisa, who really to trust? I know a lot of people talk about authenticity or actions, etc. But actions won't cut it. Commitments won't cut it. 2025, 2030 won't cut it. Because the real delivery point is, in fact, the change. That if your brand has changed something in my life, I can feel the difference. I live a healthier life. I become a better plant-based cook. I become a better creative thinker. Those are the brands that matters. Those are transformational brands. They create transformation, make me a more conscious traveler. And it's a two fundamentally different way of looking at brand building. One way, look at the brand as the agent of change, like the sort of Patagonia going out there and saying, we're in the business to save our home planet. Other brands take a transformative approach, saying, hey, wait a moment, you out there, you are the agent of change. And with building that, I had to go up against guys like Sam that says, start with why, start with the value, start with that, like contemplating on a bench and sitting there, like, why do I exist as a brand? That answer is pretty goddamn simple. You exist because you have and want to find a clearly defined, meaningful role to play in my life. So I looked, because remember, this is about action. This is about understanding that gap, the 39% that we want to bridge. This is about pushing people to action. So I looked to psychotherapy and coaching to create a new model, a new framework of building brands. And it's called the Arrow, and it asks 4 fundamental questions. The first question, what is it that you do? Those might be the running shoes if you're a Nike, or the cars, or if you're Apple, it might be the laptops. It's never instant. They do music, they do all these sort of other things. The second question, how are you unique in delivering your service or product? It might be faster, more competent, whatever it might be. But the third is really the one that hits the head on the nail here. Who can you help people become? What clearly defined role do you have to play in people's lives? A lot of brands didn't become meaningless, didn't lose customers because they didn't have values. I'll claim they lost customers because they didn't have a clearly defined. Let me give you an example of transformative brand. SodaStream, for example. SodaStreams go out there and say, skip those goddamn plastic bottles and use the SodaStream. It's a clearly defined role to play. Do good for people and planet is not a clearly defined role to play. The last question is, when do you enable this change? Because change without a deadline, that might be an imperative. And I'll share an example of a company that does this well. It's one of the most innovative health insurance companies out there. They're called Discovery Vitality. And when you follow the arrow, what comes out of that is your transformative brand promise. Because I don't want to talk about purpose. I want to talk about a promise, because a promise is A transformative promise is a promise about a change that you want to enable in people's lives. Okay? A promise you want to enable in people's lives. Discovery promise incentivize people to live healthier. Can you hear the difference? Incentivizing people to live healthier. It's putting you as an individual in charge of the change, together with discovery. You are on a change journey together. And they've been incredibly successful in doing that through services, through products, etc. They created a program called Vitality. It's basically like a traditional reward program per se. But how they reward their customers is for each and every healthy behavior you're doing. Remember that US pledge and how difficult it is to get back in shape? Vitality is here for you. And transformation is important. And they've been very, very good at creating change. They've done a little survey, or not a little survey, but 200,000 people with the little health app in your iPhone, if you have an iPhone anyway. This is not a commercial for Apple, by the way. But 200,000 people, they found out that the people who took part in the Vitality program exercised 5.4 days more per month. Think about that change. So by having a clear, meaningful role to play in people's lives, you create. And it's good for business as well. Because often purpose and profit ends up being these, I often call it two-headed purpose monster, right? Because the one head, the ball, the centerpiece of the New York Stock Exchange is saying greed, money, 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 profit, profit. And you have the cute little Lambo here that's saying, right? Discovery, if they're good at making me live healthier, they have to pay out less in premiums, which is better for their business. So it's about time we take a fundamentally different look at brands. And this is not about being brand activists, shouting louder from every rooftop that, oh, I'm going to risk my profit because I believe so much in X, Y, Z. Think about it. Most people, go to work because they like what they're doing, They're not your advocacy people. So you don't need to shout like Patagonia and say, vote the assholes out as a remark to obviously what was happening in the White House when Trump was still there. Because I think activist brands, they separate people. They make things black and white. Let me give an example, if a math class, some people have easier time getting math. And so either you can talk to the people that sit in front of the class who's getting math already, like Patagonia, or you can try and help the people in the back of the class who doesn't get these things, who doesn't get diversity, who doesn't get climate change. And I think there is a clear role for brands to be playing. So we don't need more brand activists, because the louder you shout, the bigger chance is you'll fall down. And we've seen that from Chipotle to Volkswagen to so many other brands. And as we've seen it recently also with Danone and the recent departure of Emmanuel Faber, that actually didn't succeed, unfortunately, rallying the organization around the chains and around the purpose. So I wanted to investigate, hey, wait a moment, is transformative brands in fact better than purposeful brands? Because we know purposeful brands outperform traditional brands. They're better at creating effective communication, basically because they talk about things that people care about. But are transformative brands better than that? So what I did was I compared 4 purposeful commercials with 4 transformative commercials. And one of them, the purposeful commercials, with Budweiser. Some of you might have seen this commercial during Super Bowl last year. And Budweiser talked about how this Bud is for a better tomorrow. I hear that quite a bit. The lingo, better tomorrow, do good for people and planet, all this like blah 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 blah. How is that ever like a clear goal? I don't get it. But anyways, they wanted to talk about how they're offsetting the carbon emissions from the brewing process, either by wind energy or by offsetting. Compare that to a campaign that I'm sure that all of you know, Always Like a Girl, that talks about how the sentence like a girl often, unfortunately, in society seen as a sign of weakness. You're doing something like a girl, or weak like a girl, and wanted to change that into a sentiment of strength. Like a girl is a sentiment of strength. So it's putting you as the agent of change. And it's really interesting when doing that survey to observe what happened. All of these commercials are obviously tested throughout because they've been on the Super Bowl, one of the most expensive commercial platforms in the world. So on warmth and competence, they're pretty much the same. But that's also interesting to witness. So even though the transformative brands don't talk about themselves like always, they're not talking about, oh, look at us, our hygiene pad is great, you know, they got danceability and all that stuff. No, they talk about you. Always is still seen as a competent brand. But what the difference is when you look at motivation. How motivated do people feel? And people feel on average 29.4% more motivated by transformative brands. And isn't that interesting when we talk about the gap of 39%? Then maybe if we stop talking less about ourselves as brand, if we stop pitching brands as the heroes and turning people into the heroes, maybe we will be much, much, much better at creating the change that we really want to see. And the interesting thing is as well, that people are actually willing to pay a premium price, on average 29.6% more willing to pay a premium price for the brands that play a clear, meaningful role in our lives. And so what are those transformative brands? Because as I said in the beginning when I did my first book, there weren't a lot of purposeful brands out there. Today there aren't a lot of transformative brands out there. But in the book, The Hero Trap, some of the brands, if you think about it, what brands have actually, as I said, changed something in your life? Apple, for example, is an example of a transformative brand. They help you think more creatively, and they make it so easy for you to be creative. So even a 5-year-old today can use an iPhone like this and create amazing artwork. Or take Nike. Nike is towards your athleticism, making you a better athlete. It's a transformative brand. So the brands that have a clear, meaningful role to play in people's lives are more liked, have a clear, distinctive role, and pushes you towards that accomplishment. And this is important as well, because in fact, if you think about us as human beings, what matters to us? Essentially, we're not driven by status or money, as economists have tried to tell us. In fact, we're driven by self-actualization. We do things because we like doing things. Think about an art director who's sitting there hours and hours and hours on end. Quite frankly, it's not, and I'm sorry to disappoint you clients, it's not for you guys. It's because the guy just loves creativity. That's why he's burning his candle at both ends. We do things because we love doing things. And COVID has made us experience that even more, because under lockdown, look at people suddenly baking sourdough breads, picking up guitar sessions and all that stuff. That what matters. It's that top of the massive hierarchy of needs. That's where you as a brand want to be, and that's where you want to find your meaningful role to play in people's lives. And that's also interesting because maybe that's how we can get out of this thing about buying more. Sorry to take this up, but at some point in our industry, we have to face the elephant in the room, consumerism. And maybe you need to find a bigger role to play. Because in fact, if you think about it, in many markets, we see the failure of brick and mortar stores, people pivoting to online. Why don't people go down in a store anymore? Why? Because the only thing you're doing is selling people stuff. And we don't need more stuff. The best things in life aren't stuff. So you go down there and you get often a semi-good in-store experience. What is that about? But what if your store could be something more? If it could teach me new stuff, if it could transform me, if it could make me better. I'll give you an example of a retailer that's done that with success. It's called Respect Your Universe, and I respected, or I interviewed the CEO of Respect Your Universe. And Respect Your Universe had quite an interesting, meaningful role to play because they found a very unique role. Because if you think about it, most sports retailers are about athleticism. It's about being a good sportsman. It's about being really great at tennis. And, you know, the fact is that most of us are not that good at soccer or tennis or whatever it might be. And I don't know about you, but sometimes it can feel a little bit intimidating to go into a store and you have this kind of pro tennis guy that's there and likely knows everything. So what Respect Your Universe found as a platform and as a meaningful transformative role to play in people's lives was saying, no matter what your goals are in life or sport, we are here for you. They're not exclusive, they're inclusive. They're here for you and me. They're here for the couch potatoes, the people who just want to go for a walk in a nice pair of jogging pants with some nice shoes. They're here for them. So their stores are not just your typical little store. They've opened up their stores for the community. So let's say some of you out there are like, you're into kickboxing, you like that stuff, and you invite everybody from the community to join your kickboxing class. And if you get enough people signing up, you can actually borrow the store space. You can go down the Respect Your Universe store, and suddenly the store transforms to something bigger. So I'm not just talking about transformation because it's important from a brand perspective. It's also important from the longevity of your business. If you want to have a brick and mortar store in a couple of years from now on, probably need to figure out to have something better than just selling. And let me give you another example that's actually from just up the street from where I'm living. I mean, you all know IKEA, right? And we've probably all been in an argument in an IKEA store, stuck in that labyrinth somewhere. But IKEA also have changed quite a bit because they know today that it's not enough just to sell cheap furniture. They want to play a bigger role, and they want to deliver beautifully designed furniture to all of us, and hopefully also in a more sustainable way. So just up the street from where I live, they created this small store, which is in fact a design studio. So there's a couple of designers sitting there, and they can help you design your new kitchen, your new living room, whatever it is, and everything is being shipped home to where you're living. Again, a clear role to play in your life. And I see this across the travels around the world. Obviously these days I don't travel too much. That cities are transforming as well. Because for the most part, cities have only been made for one thing, consumption. Going into the cinema, paying for that, going into an amusement park, paying for that. But city planners, progressive city planners around the world are starting to integrate bike packs and bike paths, difficult to say today apparently, and other things that also look at not citizens as just consumers, but citizens as citizens that want to live healthy lives. And this is, for example, an outdoor gym from sort of my backyard again in Copenhagen, but you will be seeing those open everywhere in the world, from Uruguay to South Africa to Asia. And this again has to do with city planners looking at people's lives in a different way. And I'm not just talking about putting people in the center of your marketing efforts and understanding the meaningful role you can play. You also have to realize that you as a marketeer don't have a lot of power anymore. People, for the most part, is falling out of love with what you do. I think it's primarily because you really don't have that clear role to play. But secondly, also, you don't respect people enough. Because by the end of the day, this guy is in control. All of us are in control because we're the ones that are uploading immense amount of pictures, cute babies, etc. And the market space has changed. I can basically control everything with the little click of a button. If I'm not happy with the soap company or the shampoo company or what Ben & Jerry's is doing, I can create my own company today. And I interviewed Mark Pritchard, the global CMO of P&G, for my book, The Hero Trap. And he said something interesting. Even though P&G has been in business for more than 180 years, and they probably have some of the best researchers, developers hired, they still don't trust P&G to do soap as much as they trust an 18-year-old guy who does soap out of his mom's basement. And I'm sure a lot of your brands in this keynote call here today will also feel the threat and the challenge that comes from a lot of these fast-moving challenger brands, because they're better at connecting people on a human level. They talk like humans, they don't talk like brands, and they give the power back to you and me. Because remember, again, the thing about self-actualization. There's nothing worse than a boss telling you what to do. The best leadership in the world is people who are there behind you, who's pushing you, who's developing you, who is growing you. And your brand needs to be exactly like that as well. So we need to do campaigns, we need to do marketing in a different way. We need to enable and empower people and open up for people's creativity. I don't know, it can be tough as, creatives, because we always think we're the brilliant guys, but how can you make people part of the effort? How can you make people take part and open up for their creativity? It's kind of like designing a game, and I call it a transformative platform. And I'll give you one example of what happens. So in the US, this is Outdoor Retail EI, and on Black Friday, obviously the big shopping day, instead of urging people to go out and shop more, it's an outdoor retailer for people who love the outdoor, they had a clear role in people's lives. Let's get people out there and enjoy the outdoors. So they said to people on Black Friday, don't go and shop, go outside. And it was interesting to see the immense effect they had of people taking part in that campaign and having fun with it, going out there and taking photos of themselves. And the participation is incredible. From 2015, 1.4 million people took part. In 2018, those numbers were 15 million. So you see this almost exponential change, because when you're not part of your marketing efforts, but when you turn people into the marketing machine, everything moves much faster. So I introduced a tool earlier that was called the Arrow, but I will introduce a second tool for you here today called the Wheel. And the idea is really to hand over the power of the marketing efforts to people like you and me, for people's creativity, for people's dreams, for people's aspirations. And the further out you move in the wheel, the more power you give to people, from a we create everything mindset, where you do the whole campaign activity, etc., to actually making people co-create or fully create the campaign and even the product. I mean, again, I'm from Denmark. One of the products that I've had a lot of fun with as a kid, and actually sometimes even as an adult, is Lego. And I'm sure you know those colorful bricks, right? But Lego created a platform called Lego Ideas, and I would have wished that had as a kid. Here, people, the aficionados of Lego, can upload their model, and if enough people vote for it, like a sort of Kickstarter campaign, it will be turned into a real range that will be sold, and you'll even get a small bit of the profit. So there's many reasons you should open up your brand, and why you need to find a meaningful role for your brand to play and open up for people to do their part. Because I don't think enough that values is going to cut it in the marketplace. I don't think bold actions are going to cut it in the marketplace anymore. Because by the end of the day, what are those commitments and bold actions anyway? I mean, look at it. Let's say after this keynote, I come home and I take my girlfriend being unfaithful. She's there with another guy. I get super upset. I'm angry. I'm shouting at her. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's saying, sorry about that, Thomas. My mistake, my bad, But I promise you that towards 2030, I'm going to be a little bit less unfaithful each year, until in 2030, we're fully back on together. I wouldn't accept that. Would you accept that? And that's the thing. You and I, we have a choice. in the marketplace, on the supermarket shelves, by brand XYZ. But if your brand doesn't have a meaningful role to play in my life, why should I pick it? If your brand is promising change, why should I pick it? I believe that real leadership going forward in this space is really about not being a preacher, but being a coach, helping people. Like this true story that I picked from Twitter. A mom who was sharing the story of her daughter telling her dad and her older brother that if they just ran like a girl, they would run faster. So always a transformative brand, really changing the mindsets of these young women. And that's what leadership is about. It's about the change. It's what I can feel. And your leadership is really no greater than what you can make people achieve. And we have a massive challenge in front of us. That challenge with the 39%, right? Because we're faced today with a health emergency, with a planetary emergency, and things aren't looking too good. And I'm sorry to bring that up here today. But if we look at our planetary systems, our social systems, our environment, we're on this little blue planet together, but if we don't take care of it, we won't survive. So we need urgent action. And brands can't succeed themselves. They need you and I. They need every one of us to pitch in. So how do we motivate each and every one of us to pitch in? I believe it's not by having self-obnoxious, self-important, grandstanding brands that claim that they're the heroes, but it's about turning each and every one of us into the heroes of our lives. And I know that I started with a kind of provocative picture of Jesus, so I'll end with one as well. Because if you want to change the world, you need to begin by changing yourself. For me, the answer is clear. The arrow helps you create truly transformative brands that change people's lives, that find an important role for your product or service to play, that they even want to pay more for because it delivers meaning in their lives. So I do hope that you found this little keynote here today aspirational, and that you want to take part in the mission. I've shared my slide deck, so by scanning this little QR code, you can use your little iPhone here and hold up to the screen. You can download the slide deck that I just presented for you here today, and you can obviously see the arrow up close and the wheel and how you can implement that in your business. So pick up your phone and hold that over this little barcode, and you'll be given a link. Secondly, I know we're all very busy in the world of marketing. Obviously, not all of us have to flip through books all the time. So for all you busy bees out there, I also just launched an audiobook where I took 300 pages, 6 hours of audio, and boiled that down to just one compact hour, where you get the whole book, the tools, everything that you can learn from. So really hope that you want to join this mission. You can also go and check out goodadvertising.com or thomaskolster.com. And I do really hope that you want to follow me on my mission to help brands put people like you and I first and stop the hero grandstanding. It's been such a pleasure joining you at White Square again this year. These are challenging times, and I'm really happy that we can still meet here as a community, and obviously on social. So again, do reach out, let's connect on social. And I will say this, that I'll do a random draw for those of you who follow me on social, and I'll give away 3 free audiobooks today. So I'll randomly pick 3, and again, if you have any questions, do ask me on social. I don't know if we have time for questions, but thank you so much for presenting here today. And do we have time for questions?
questions? No. Thank you, Thomas, very much. Ну что ж, сейчас у нас небольшой перерыв, после которого мы снова соберемся в этом зале. Напомню, что мы благодарим наших организаторов, это Ассоциация коммуникационных и маркетинговых агентств Беларуси, деловых партнеров фестиваля Медиакуб, Визиком, партнера конкурса молодых креаторов бренд Крелло, типографию Друг С, диджитал-партнера AMDG и всех многочисленных партнеров Белого квадрата. До встречи после небольшого перерыва.
Time can never
знали, что вам было тесно, поэтому мы создали совершенно другой ММР. Больше контента, больше тем, больше экспертов, больше амбиций, больше влияния. Погрузитесь в диджитал, мобайл, пиар, соушал медиа, дизайн, креатив, маркетинг, медиа, назначение, тренды. Погрузитесь в новый ЛР.
You tell me that you love me. You tell me that you love me. You tell me that you love me. That way So tell me if you wanna, 'cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, 'cause I can't believe it. With every thought of you, it's like I started dreaming. It's heaven not far away. And I've been singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. So tell me if you wanna, 'cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, 'cause I can't believe it. With every thought of you, it's like I started dreaming. Seven not far away. And I'm just singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. So tell me if you wanna, 'cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, 'cause I can't believe it. With every thought of you, it's like I started dreaming. It's heaven not far away. And I've been singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. So tell me if you wanna, 'cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, 'cause I can't believe it. With every thought of you, it's like I started dreaming. Seven not far away. surfing waves into the night on the beaches of Hawaii. Drinks in Ibiza, anywhere you wanna go, baby, you just let me know. Sunny Indonesia, don't say no. Sipping on tequila, anything you wanna see, be there in a heartbeat. Just say the words and we can go. We got just one life, baby, so live it up, take it one day at a time. Keep it shining like the stars we see above. I wanted to be here by my side, my tropical love. My tropical love. I wanted to be here by my side, my tropical love. My tropical love. I wanted to be here by my side, my tropical love. I wanted to be here by my side, my tropical love. Gonna close the curtains, 'cause all we need is candlelight, you and me, and a bottle of wine. Gonna hold you tonight. Well, we know I'm going away. How I wish it was so. So take this wine and drink with me. Let's delay our misery. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. There's a love on the fire and it burns like me for you. Tomorrow comes with one desire to take me away. It's true, it ain't easy to say goodbye, darling. Please don't start to cry, 'cause girl, you know I got to go. Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight.
Сейчас мы поговорим о очень серьезных вещах, о том, что же такое данные в креативности. И расскажет нам об этом Маркус Даубенбüchel. Marcus, the last 7 years, has been working as managing creative director of Scholz and Friends Hamburg, responsible for the overall creative version of the agency and international clients such as Opel, Siemens, Henkel, and Vodafone. In his career, Marcus has worked with clients such as Citroën, Coca-Cola, Evian, Kraft Foods, L'Oreal, McDonald's, and Sixt. As a member of ADC Germany and British D&AD, he won numerous awards at creativity and efficiency and award shows such as Cannes Lions Festival, the D&AD, the One Show, the Clio, Lea, the New York Festival, Effie, and ADC. And now Marcus is here to educate you about the opportunities and responsibilities that come with using data and creativity. And the topic is beauty of data. О, эти прекрасные данные для нашей русскоязычной аудитории. Прошу.
I think that even virtually this feels like a great and really exciting journey. And well, now it's my turn to invite you to a journey to the beauty of data. And well, I mean, this is from a digital artist here. Rafik Anadol is his name. He's Turkish-American. And he's using AI and sensors for like automated movement steered art, gigantic installations in hotels and of course also in museums. I mean, that's beauty of data, but in a very obvious way. And for us, beauty of data is not always that obvious. There are many layers we can tackle. Data can be used in multiple ways. And actually, we are, that's at least what I think, we are in the middle of the era of data. We are not in the beginning, but not at all at the end. And that gives us infinite opportunities to push boundaries. But let's start with an impressive example of a rather, well, conventional but very effectful and creative usage of data. Data-based promotion, and it also shows that data can be a very good proof of product superiority. That's what we can see now in the following example.
Huawei 5G brings faster speeds, less congestion, and low latency. But how do you demonstrate this superiority? Autonomous driving, remote surgery? No. We created a real-time, kick-ass, cross-platform multiplayer gaming experience. An impossible multi-sensory virtual fight between an e-gamer and a kung fu master, located in different Chinese cities. Built around a custom virtual fight arena, entirely in Unity, it was only made possible through haptic suits, optical motion tracking, VR 6 degrees of freedom, real-time rendering, dozens of LED IR markers, all powered by Huawei 5G and the Mate 30 Pro.
Round 1.
Proving that our real-time gaming experience had demonstrated with every kick, tap, and punch, the pain feels real in 5G.
And the example that I would like to show you shows that, well, that's a promotion again, but it shows that you can use the customer's data and awarding them at the same time.
A quarter of the world's population is now living under some form of lockdown due to coronavirus.
The only thing to fix, like annoying kids, annoying neighbors, annoying dogs, annoying music, is earplugs. You can't fix behavior.
Moving right across the country. good news is
And now I would like to move to another topic. Deep fake, I know that's nothing new, but it shows that, well, first of all, it shows that a lot of database technology is there to last. We will use it more and more and more. But it also shows that with data comes responsibility. We have to decide what we need it and what we use it for. And well, there is always also the danger of misuse aspect. But this is now a good example of how you can use it in a very responsible way.
I am Patricia Oliver, and this is my husband, Manuel. 2 years ago, our beautiful son, Joaquin, was shot and killed at Parkland. Every day I think about him and what his last moments must have been like.
Meanwhile, every day, nearly 100 more families lose someone they love to gun violence. Every single day, we keep telling people it doesn't have to be like this. They don't listen. So we found a way to bring back someone that no one will ignore.
It's very hard for me to look at this. So please, please listen to what our son has to say.
Yo, it's me. It's Guac. I've been gone for 2 years and nothing's changed, bro. People are still getting killed by guns. What is that? Everyone knows it, but they don't do anything. I'm tired of waiting for someone to fix it. The election in November is the first one I could have voted in, but I'll never get to choose the kind of world I wanted to live in. So you've got to replace my vote. Go to unfinishedvotes.com, register, then go vote. Vote for politicians who care more about people's lives than the gun lobby's money. Vote for people not getting shot, bro. I mean, vote for me, because I can't. We've got to keep on fighting, and we got to end this.
So, of course, to use data like that is interesting and great, but I think we go deeper and deeper into data as an effective tool for creativity. And that's why I would like to show you now examples where data is at the core of the creative concept, where data drives the concept. And I don't know, I hope you can hear the sound, because I didn't hear the sound at the last video, but I hope that is different from at your side of the world.
Glaciers are melting faster than ever, and with them, 69% of the global fresh water supply. If we lose glaciers, billions will lose their home. Environmental sensor company Meter has documented glacier retreat for decades.
Almost every week we get new results, and what we end up doing is to write publications that usually only scientists understand.
To help everyone understand, we created meltdown flags, visualizing glacier retreat around the world. We took the flags of countries with glaciers and reduced the amount of white, based on historical data and scientific projections. From 1995, the year of the first UN Climate Summit, to today, until 2050, the point of no return for glaciers. The heart of the initiative was an interactive website where everyone could learn about the meltdown and its consequences, along with more information and data, a variable font, and hand-sewn flags for supporters. At the 2019 Climate Summit in Madrid, Meltdown Flags was revealed to the world. The initiative then gathered global support, from activists to the media.
With good design, you can reach more than with factual statements in papers.
From museums to classrooms, from data to understanding.
One of the most important things is to make our science more accessible every day.
And then I would like to move to the next one, where it is a very effective way to communicate with data. And in a way, it's a fun way to misuse data.
It all started with a simple question.
How do we get the soft, flowing caramel into the little milk chocolatey pockets of a caramel bar?
First launched over 50 years ago, the Caramel Secret has become one of Canada's most beloved and long-lasting campaigns. But in the age of the internet, keeping the Caramel Secret has been a challenge.
Will you give us the Caramel Secret?
So how do you keep a secret when the answer to any mystery is just one Google search away? We needed to make the Caramel Secret unsearchable. We knew we couldn't exactly remove the Caramel Secret from the internet, but we could replace what people were already able to find with what we wanted them to find. Sites of our own with all the Caramel Secret information, or should we say, misinformation. Once they clicked on one of our sites, it led them to more of our sites. Here's how we did it. First, we created a series of web pages. Then we optimized every ranking signal within our control, no matter how big or small. We optimized against Google keyword data for user intent, volume, and competition level. Then we purchased domain names against those keywords. Next, we created content for our pages optimized not just for our keywords, but to Google's core vitals, the latest ranking signals identified by Google's search team. Are you following so far? We then take pages coming from Caramel Secret professionals to optimize them for Google's expertise, authority, and trust principle. To optimize for trust ranking signals, we work on generating quality inbound links with domain authority. We then created a schema graph for ID and nice to optimize for trust ranking signals, we work on generating quality inbound links with domain authority. We actually did a lot more, but we didn't want to keep you here all day. And then we waited until we knocked out pretty much all the real answers. It was finally time to challenge Canadians to search for the elusive Caramel Secret.
Even the internet doesn't know the Caramel Secrets.
And search they did. But even though they didn't find what they were looking for, their searches yielded some real results. They didn't just search, they also clicked and clicked and clicked some more. And they couldn't help but buy more caramel bars. Best of all, the Caramel Secret is safe and sound. Time to move on to some other mysteries.
So, yes, data can be fun, but data also can be very, very smart. Because it can be anywhere, stored anywhere, it can be moved anywhere for basically everything. And that makes it so valuable. And used the right way and targeted perfectly, it can make it very, very effective. And if we, as the people who use it, are also a little smart, the effect can be used. And in the following case, I think that's the most important part about it. Data is somehow unstoppable.
Whoa! Look at this.
Wow.
What a build, dude.
Look at this map.
What is this?
What could get young people this excited about press freedom? Reporters Without Borders presents the Uncensored Library. Millions of young people grow up in countries with online censorship. But Minecraft, one of the biggest games in the world, is freely accessible where other media is blocked.
I'm Yulia Berezovskaya.
Acclaimed independent journalists publish their censored articles as uncensored books directly in Minecraft.
We need to inform young people about the real political situation in the world.
Block by block, a giant library was built, a digital monument for press freedom. And for the first time ever, a game became a loophole to bypass censorship. On World Day Against Cyber Censorship, the library opened its doors along with a campaign highlighting the purpose behind the project. and big gaming influencers picked it up.
So those articles have been transposed into books that are readable in Minecraft.
I've seen some wild and crazy things in this game, but this one might actually take the cake.
Today we're looking at the uncensored library.
And it took the community by storm.
Holy crap!
Reaching millions of gamers, many from countries with censorship.
COVID-19 press censorship. They have an entire hallway.
But the library went beyond the game and made the news all over the world. It even became an educational tool in schools and universities. And donations for Reporters Without Borders went through the roof. The library will stay open and more uncensored articles are being added to give young people a powerful tool to fight oppression. The truth.
The only real way of fighting censorship is sharing and spreading what is being censored.
So yes, I mean, that's where we are today. That were some examples of what already have been done and what's great and avant-garde. But as we are in the middle of this kind of gold rush, data rush, we can push the boundaries further and further. But with this, we also have a very high responsibility, and we have to treat our customers respectfully. Because who is owning the data? We are using it, but what do we give in return for data? How do we treat the ones that give us their data, and how do we use their data ethically? So that's all questions that we have to ask ourselves and that we have to really take serious. And I mean, there is just one little example, because of course that is a huge topic, but one that we experience probably all every day, what I would call advertising versus adverse talking. And that's one of these terrible examples that are, well, very common today. And that's like, you know, what happens when I buy a grill, a gas grill. Well, after I already bought it, of course, someone still wants to sell me one. And not only one, they want to sell it twice and millions of times for weeks. And I think that's not only annoying, it does not help us. It loses all effectiveness. And I think effectiveness, that's what we need and what we can gain with data when we use data right. So that's, I think, the key. And that's why I would like to come to data and e-commerce, one of the most interesting paths, because I think that's the combination of tools, ideas, and elements within a communication ecosystem, or a funnel, if you want so. And I would like to show you one example now for this.
Today, most of the world knows what public housing is. Billions of square meters around the world. It wasn't built for comfort and individual needs. But people living in these standard concrete boxes are different. They certainly have different needs, tastes, dreams, and plans. Very few can restyle their place with a professional designer. It takes lots of time, expertise, and money, of course. That's why we created the IKEA Apartmenteca, the unique online library of free interior design projects for public housing. Now all you need to do is to go to the Apartmenteca website, enter the type of your house or its address or the number of rooms and choose the solution of your liking. And then just fill in an online shopping cart with either separate items or the entire solution for your apartment. How did we do that? Out of 336 types of housing projects in Russia, we picked the most popular ones. Then, the best IKEA designers developed interiors that would suit different life situations, for bachelors, for young couples, for couples with children. IKEA can help improve lives of 84 million people who live in public housing in Russia. And that's only a start, so that it will come to your country, and pretty soon.
I mean, this is so simple, and it's no high tech, but it uses data in a smart way, gives people something valuable for their data, and creates at the same time new data and knowledge. So I think that's really simple and smart, and well, smart data. And differently, but also quite smart regarding ecosystems, another example.
Un truc que j'ai vu passer aussi, Amazon Prime. Ils ont fait un coup de com' qui, en gros, j'ai vu passer ça ce matin, j'ai trouvé ça assez fort.
Okay, but first, a little bit of context. In France, Netflix is king, and we're, well, here. But for the launch of Jack Ryan Season 2, we wanted to remind everyone that the battle has only just begun. For the first time, we've combined our entertainment and retail worlds to create a unique activation that only companies with Amazon in their name can do. Introducing Amazon Binge Shopping. Before, you could binge watch, but now you can binge shop. And it's really easy. While you're watching the show, you're sure to see something you like. So to try and win it, be the first to tweet the link for the object on Amazon, a screenshot of it in the show, and of course, the hashtag. You can do it with everything. This printer, this computer, this TV, and even this, well, almost everything.
Donc les mecs se sont retrouvés à faire genre rien que le Twitter français 400 000 vues.
Yes, we did. The operation sent Twitter crazy. Timelines were saturated with Jack Ryan user-generated content and all kinds of objects from the Amazon catalog. A Drive to Watch and Drive to Buy campaign entirely paid for with internal costs.
Ils ont lâché 20K, c'est rien. Les mecs ont lâché 20 000 euros pour faire un coup de com' qui fait que même nous on en parle.
And thank you very much, by the way. And for once, it's an Amazon Prime Video show that stole the show.
So what's next? I mean, L'Oreal has really amassed a huge e-commerce business over the years, spanning branded stores, affiliates, social networks, marketplaces. Now they are going the next step, and together with TikTok, they're creating a system where followers of L'Oreal creators can purchase products directly and almost with one click. I mean, it's 2 clicks the first time you buy it, but the next time you only have to click one and it's yours. So what are the plans? Well, that's a fair exchange of data, comfort, and efficiency. And another beauty care company, Henkel, I think it's quite a nice quote from Rick Strubel, the chief marketing officer there, who says that consumer data is the holy grail of innovation. And I think that's really true, because I mean, all the time, segmentation as a result of digital and social media has always been a challenge to us. And now data is helping us more and more to use segmentation as a chance, by really have micro targets, by being very precise, by getting information from our customers. And it makes us smarter, we can listen more, and we can get closer to consumers. And we are not just guessing what they want, but co-creating with them to bring ideas to life. And to that end, over the past few years, companies like Henkel have really changed their innovation circle. You know, it took 2 or 3 years from developing a product to bring it into shelf. And now you can do it sometimes in 6 weeks. So from a few touch points with consumers to continuous exchange from the very first idea until the launch of products into mass channels. So these are the chances of data. There's so many possibilities, and I think there's so many chances in these possibilities. And I think that we should try out things, that we should combine technologies and think of combinations that maybe years before haven't been able to combine because they just were not there. And then finally, I think we should be brave and really trying the new. Let's not just collect data. Let's be creative in the usage of data, make something astonishing, make something new. Let's look for opportunities. And yes, let's possibly fail, because I think that will push the boundaries further than just saying, okay, let's be just safe. And nevertheless, on the other side, let's think about ownership, and let's find new ways to deal with the ownership of data. Let's not just give information for free and gain data on the other side. Let's be fair to the customer. She or he will be more loyal, and I'm sure that our communication will be more effective as soon as we really include the customer, the client, into our ecosystem. Let's make a new deal, and let's find new ways to reward what the consumer gives to us. Because then I think beauty is data is also containing courage, and I think that in fact is the beauty of data. Thank you very much.
Есть ли вопросы у нас в зале? No, don't have any questions. Thank you. Okay. I think that, я думаю, что сейчас презентация, которую вы услышите, увидите, мне кажется, это что-то будет исключительное.
It will be something special and exceptional within our festival, because the person that I'm going to introduce to you, he's a regular guest of our festival, regular speaker and a big friend of the festival. He's been to Minsk many times, but this is not that important. What is important is that he's one of the most productive and most efficient persons in his profession. You're going to understand why, because he owns more than 500 international awards, and the geography of those awards includes virtually all the countries, ranging from the United States to Dubai. It includes Cannes, Lions, and Clios, and Effie, One Show, Cables, Spikes, and many, many others. In other words, the fact that you're going to listen to him, I'm sure will be a real highlight event in your professional life and a unique opportunity for you to get this unique knowledge.
Ali Rez, Regional Executive Creative Director, UAE. Ali Rez is one of the most successful award-winning creative leaders in the world. He has won more than 500 international accolades in his career spanning USA, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. And everything from Cannes, Lions, Clio, D and AD, Effie, One Show, Loris, Caples, Dubai Links, Spikes, and many more. And topic, to make an end, go mountain biking first. Прежде чем делать рекламу, прокатитесь на велосипеде в горах. Именно так звучит его тема. О чем? Ну, наверное, о вдохновении. Приятного прослушивания.
All right, I think I'm on. Hi, everybody. My name is Ali Rez. I'm calling from Impact BBDO in Dubai, very, very sunny Dubai. And we are, I hope I'm on. I hope I'm not just talking to myself here. We are going to be going over a presentation today, which I just want to share. There we go. So I work for BBDO. I'm the regional ECD in Dubai for the Middle East, North Africa, and Pakistan region. And what I wanted to speak about today was, next slide, please, is what mountain biking teaches me about advertising. So big question, why mountain biking? Next slide, please. That's me with my mountain bike. I mountain bike quite a lot, and it's one of my passions. But then, next slide, advertising is my passion as well. So through my life, I've tried to find ways to sort of merge them and learn for one thing from the other. And what I wanted to do today was to take you through some elements of mountain biking that actually apply to advertising and how that benefits me in creating the work that I create with my team. Next. So just to start off, right off the bat, is the number one rule in mountain biking to make sure that you don't crash or your bike doesn't perform badly is to keep it well maintained. If you've got a really good bike, if you've got a really good mountain bike, you need to make sure that it's well oiled, well washed, well maintained. You need to want to run it for 10, 15 years, and it will be your friend through it all. Next. I'm a fanatic for having my bike cleaned. That's my son. He helps me wash my bike every time I get done with a ride. Why is this important? It's important because the more you take care of something, the more it'll last and the more benefits it will reap you. Next. How does this apply to advertising is the question. The answer is when you are looking to keep a 10-year-old successful campaign running well. If you've already done a campaign that is out there, that has done remarkably well, that is an absolutely brilliant performer, how do you make sure that it continues to be fresh, to perform well, and to keep being effective? And the way to do it is to keep it well maintained by figuring out new ways of tackling the problem. Next. The campaign I'm referring to, of course, is for Snickers. This is a campaign that made the brand the #1 chocolate bar in the world. It's been more than 10 years it's been running now. You're Not You When You're Hungry is the campaign. I actually found an ad that had mountain bikers in it, luckily enough. This was something they did where you could win a mountain bike. But it's a great campaign. It's been around for many years. So the question is, how do you make sure that it keeps remaining fresh and vibrant and exciting for people to watch and engage with? Next. Maintenance tactic here is to figure out new ways to craft the messaging. You've got the messaging, you've got the positioning. How do you craft it in a new way? And how do you optimize new channels? And I'm going to take you through a case film which explains how we did this exactly, where we brought the maintenance to a level where we tried something completely new that had never been tried with the brand before. If you can just play the case film on the next slide, please.
Everybody knows you're not you when you're hungry. So Snickers introduced Hunger Insurance, the first and only insurance that covers you for the mistakes you make when you're hungry, paying you out in Snickers bars to get you back to being you.
So Snickers have set up a real insurance company.
سنيكرز الشوكولات أكيد عم نحكي عنه يلي بتقدم أول تأمين ضد الجوع من نوعه.
دايما الأشخاص وقت يكونوا جوعانين بيعصبوا.
Just like any other insurance, we kick things off with an infomercial.
Speak to one of our helpful hunger insurance experts and get your compensation today.
Anyone who thought they'd made a blunder when they were hungry could come make a claim on our site, where an AI bot, developed with real underwriters, calculated people's claims. After giving basic info about their mishap, the bot measured the severity and frequency of the blunder from keywords in Google data. Time and location let the AI judge how likely it was due to hunger or not, based on data for the hungriest times of the day and the hungriest locations. Calculating in seconds a payout between 1 and 50 Snickers given as a digital coupon, redeemable at stores across the UAE. We processed and paid out countless claims. Damaging personal property, booking the wrong holiday, ruining your clothes. As long as it was down to hunger, we covered it. Successful testimonials helped us reach as many hungry souls as possible.
It was a regular Thursday at work. That's when it all happened.
Social, outdoor, in-store, and audio ads on Angami also drove our noble quest. People loved that we had their back, as Snickers got people's lives back on track and back to being them.
So that's a classic example of a campaign that has run for a while and then needs to be maintained enough. I can just hear myself again. Could you just turn the volume off? Yeah, so we have to make sure it's, no, I can still hear myself, so you'll have to turn the volume off, please. Because I can hear an echo. Okay, that's great. Yeah, so you have to maintain it enough and make sure that it keeps giving you the benefits of the campaign when it originally started. And that is very, very vital. Next, please. You have to use data well. This is a GPS locator that I often use on my bike. It tells you which paths to take, where the trails are, what the elevations are. Without this, you might get really, really lost. You need data to help you with your campaigns. You need data to understand who you're talking to. You need data to understand where you're headed. And I've got a campaign here that perfectly exemplifies what I mean by this. Next. So a client of ours comes to us with a task that says we need to increase lottery sales. Thank you. Next. The problem is, of course, that lottery sales are down. The barrier that we discover through some data is that people are bored of playing the lottery. Lottery is played exactly the same way for years after years, decades after decades. The insight that we get out of that is that lotteries, the way they're played by choosing numbers, is not about the numbers. Lottery is about the dreams that you dream of when you play it and what you do with the money you'd win. Next. And the way in for us after that was that we play using dreams, not just numbers. We invite people to actually not select numbers, but they get to select their dreams. And we make it an exciting new way to play the game. And we do this through data. But the data, the way it's used, next, is actually supplied by people's dreams. This is a UGC campaign that is actually generated by the viewer who gives us the data of what their dream would be, and then we convert it into a number. And if you'll just watch this case film on the next slide, you'll see how we accomplish this.
People find the lottery boring, mainly because they've always played it the same way, by picking numbers. Lotto Lebanon sales were down 43%. We decided to change the game. We found out that people dream about what they would do if they won the lottery.
Of course, we're dreaming about that kind of money. What would you really do? What if it happened to you?
Introducing Dream Number, an online app that for the first time ever allows you to pick a dream, not a number. Because lotteries aren't about numbers, they are about dreams. All users have to do is enter whatever they dream of doing with their lottery winnings. and the app converts the dream into numbers that form the foundation of their ticket. We created a bespoke typeface in English and Arabic that had multiple number combinations hidden within each character. This allowed our algorithm to have the ability to create billions of unique combinations based on the thousands of different dreams customers entered. Whatever you dreamt of, we could convert into numbers. We took real dreams and turned them into a fully integrated campaign, encouraging the Lebanese people to keep dreaming.
Shopping.
أول شغلة ما حيكون عندي مدير، حكون مدير حالي.
بساوي طقم أسنان زرع على حسابك.
In the first week alone, we received thousands of entries. Website traffic went up by 70%. Over 53,000 lottery tickets were sold in the first week, with an overall 32% increase in sales. And of course, we made playing the lottery fun again.
Buy a house in Cuba.
So that's a very effective way to use data and to feed it back into the campaign. But using data well is a component of mountain biking that you have to make sure you have the perfect experience. Next, onwards to number 3, which is to find a new trail. If you keep mountain biking the same trail, you're going to get bored of it. And that's the same in advertising. If you keep saying the same thing over and over again, the same way, people are going to either ignore it or be completely bored of it and not engage with it. That is a crazy trail this guy's on right now. That's not me, by the way. So a perfect example, and just to take you through what we worked on that became a completely new conversation. Next. Was to talk about women. Now, women are stereotyped negatively pretty much everywhere around the world. There are different degrees of it, but women are stereotyped very heavily negatively. Whether you're in the US or in Pakistan or you're in Europe. Next. They're positioned as vulnerable, sometimes inferior to men, sometimes in need of rescue. If you go to the next little film, you'll see an example of how this is demonstrated in Indian films. This is an actual film. Hilarious. So just on to the next slide, please. So this obviously leads into this notion that women are weaker and are more vulnerable. India is currently rated as the most dangerous country for men. For women, according to a Thomson Reuters survey. Next. Even in neighboring Pakistan, the roles of what women are portrayed as are, the housewife, the mother, the person who does the laundry, especially around laundry. That's one conversation that is repeatedly had. Next. And Pakistan itself ranks 4th worst country for women, according to the Georgetown Institute for Women report. So all these narratives that are the same narrative again and again just feeds into this social standing, which becomes horrible for women. But as a brand, if you step into this atmosphere, what is the conversation that you have with people? What is the tone you take? You have a choice. You can take the same tone, take the same trail that you have always, or you can find a new trail and make it an exciting new conversation that moves everybody forward. Stereotyped advertising, of course, builds an unequal society. Next. And we have data that unstereotyped advertising actually helps build a more equal society. There is value for brand here as well. Next. Such as that unstereotyped advertising actually performs 25% better. This is a Unilever study that demonstrated that if you have unstereotyped advertising, that you get people on an equal footing, it will perform better. Next. It also improves purchase intent by 18%. That is a huge difference. People are actually listening to you when you talk to them as an equal, rather than putting them in the same stereotyped boxes, the same conversation you've had. There's a great example of a case film. Next. This was done in India,
In
by
95%
BBDO India, and it's a fantastic example of what I was saying.
In 95% of Indian households, only women do the laundry. Ariel, the leading detergent brand in India, has been fighting against this inequality. And in 2016, we used media to drive fathers to share the load, leading to record-breaking sales.
I'm so proud and I'm so sorry. Sorry कि ये सब तुम्हें अकेले करना पड़ता है. Sorry कि जब तुम घर-घर खेलती थी तो मैंने तुम्हें रोका नहीं. ये नहीं कहा कि ये सिर्फ तुम्हारा काम नहीं है. तुम्हारे हस्बैंड का भी है.
It started with a TV advert that went viral globally, viewed by 65 million people across 22 countries. This advert highlighted how gender inequality was ingrained in India's society. Some of the most influential people in the world showed their support. But our most powerful medium was the product, so we drove equality in doing the laundry by launching the world's first odd even pack. And in another first, we partnered with India's most influential cultural calendar, Kalnyenye, and added the his and her instructions. Influential Indian children's books even came forward and re-scripted their comics to include the values of sharing the load at home. All this left a profound impact on the brand and society. Sales went up an unprecedented 76%. We generated over 2 billion earned impressions, earned media worth $11 million. Consumer engagement increased 4.6 times, the highest ever. And most importantly, 2.1 million Indian men have pledged to share the load.
Absolutely fantastic campaign, remarkably successful for the brand. And all they did was find a new trail. They found a new way to have a conversation, and they talked to women as equals, not as your job is to just wash clothes. If we can just skip to point number 4, please, in the interest of time. I think we'll be over the time otherwise. If you could just go to slide 43 for number 4, please. To slide 43. If you can just go to number 4. If you could just skip through all of these, yeah. Right, so don't fear the downhill. When you're mountain biking, this is the thrill of mountain biking, the downhill. But downhills come in different sizes. Some of them don't prefer steep run, some of them are very steep. And the trick to doing a really good downhill run is to not be afraid, to expect to sometimes fall a little bit. You have to be ready to get hurt. You have to be ready for some blowback from the trail, but you can't have fear. The most important thing is when you're going down that downhill, you have to commit to it. You have to actually not give up until you get to the bottom of the hill. And that's true for advertising as well. Some of the biggest campaigns that perform remarkably well, even the last one that you saw, come with an element of fear in them, where if this goes wrong, what's going to happen? And that's just your natural instinct, but you have to override it to create something that becomes really big and powerful. We've got the perfect example here in a case film. If you go to the next slide, please. I just want to show you what an actual downhill looks like really quickly. If you just play this, you'll see the thrill of it, but also how crazy it can get sometimes. this is all hard rock, but when you're going downhill, you need to commit and you have to get over the fear. Next slide, please. If we can go to the next slide. Hi, could the moderator please take it to the next slide? Thank you. So our task here for this campaign was to motivate people to join a revolution. Now that's a really tremendous brief. It's very unusual to get a brief like that, but it's a big ask. You have to come up with a big campaign to push them, to motivate them to join a revolution that's happening in the country. And this is the campaign that we did. Next slide, please.
When Lebanon fell into the sixth revolution in its history, and Nahar, the country's leading newspaper, set out to stop this one from following the male-led violence of the past. We launched a campaign to empower a new group to take the lead, one without violence. In a country where historically women had no say on how it was run, we gave them the biggest say of all time, a new national anthem. We took the Lebanese anthem and made one historic change. Before, it talked only of men. Now, it talked of women. Lebanon woke up to find the new anthem printed on the front page of An-Nahar. An edition fully dedicated to one story, the women's story. And then this happened. Women from across the country occupied the streets and sang the new national anthem, making it the chant of the revolution. The campaign quickly turned into a movement that took Lebanon and the world by storm. The front cover went viral globally on all social channels and was extensively reported in the international press. The new anthem was put up on buildings across the city. The country's most famous singer joined the cause and launched the anthem on TV and radio channels all over the country. Political shows discussed the edition, making it a national conversation. And on Independence Day, the whole nation sang the new national anthem. And then the unthinkable happened. The revolution resulted in a cabinet with 400% more women, and the appointment of the first ever female Minister of Defense, making it a turning point in Arab history. The new cabinet went on to submit a bill to change the national anthem forever.
So again, really bold campaign, but you couldn't step into that with a lot of fear because of the response you'd get. And there was a lot of negative response as well, but eventually it turned out to be a really positive one. Number 5, be ready to pivot. That's a gear cassette for a bike. It's got a lot of gears, and the reason for that is that you have to keep changing them consistently and constantly, depending on the kind of surface you're riding and whether you're going uphill or downhill. So in Dubai, there are lots of surfaces that are hard rock, but then eventually you find sand, and so you have to go very quickly and pivot down to a lower gear in order to go through the sand. It's the same in advertising. Depending on what the trail has thrown at you, you have to pivot. You have to change your messaging accordingly. And last year was the perfect example of this. Next slide, please. The task here was, well, 2020, really. We all know what that meant. The problem was in 2020, people couldn't get together. And Ramadan came by, which in the Middle East is the one time, it's kind of like Christmas when everybody gets together and celebrates the opening of their fasts by eating together. But they couldn't do that. So Google, as a brand partner of ours, did this with us, where we did a very simple activation, but it managed to get a lot of people together and made a lot of noise in terms of PR. So if you could just play this, please.
واليوتيوب مسوين أضخم حدث في السنة.
You are the new Guinness World Records title holders.
يوم
الثلاث الجاي 19 ماي الساعة 6 بتوقيت السعودية إن شاء الله. جاهز.
يا جماعة نحن عندنا هدف كبير، تحقيق رقم قياسي لأضخم بث مباشر لإفطار على اليوتيوب. أول فريق يختار يعني يقول إيش نوع التمرة حيكون هو الفايز. جاهزين؟ 3 2 1 وروني التمرة.
سكري منال العالمي
3
تذكروا برنامج كامل.
طالعي طالعي
خلص طلع. حتى لو خسرنا ونخسر بشرطنا ولا نخسر من غشاش.
ممتاز، بداية ممتازة يا أنس، كويس.
Really simple initiative, but a really good pivot from where we were to adapt to the conditions at the time. Onwards to number 6, which is the most important one, which is to step into it with the right intent. What your intent is when you're getting into it has to be really clear. If you're going downhill racing, you have to be in the mind frame for it. If you're just going for a casual ride, you have to be in the right mind frame for it. For us, a lot of the work we do, the intent behind it is not only to bring success for the brand, but more importantly, to do something that benefits humanity, to give something that gives back to the planet, something for purpose. And this next case film is a perfect example of it, where we took something that a client of ours made and built something really positive and helpful out of it. So if you could just play the next film, please. So intent will be really important, and to commit to that intent when stepping into the task itself. So just to recap, go to the next slide, please. Those are the 6 very important steps that I personally find as a good overlap between mountain biking and advertising. Keep it well maintained, to make sure that the campaign gives as much as it can. Use data well. Data is your friend. You needed to understand customers and consumers and also how to talk to them. Find a new trail. Don't have the same conversation again and again. You have to keep it exciting. Don't fear the downhill. It has to be a courageous, bold move, and you have to get over that fear and commit to what you're doing. Be ready to pivot. You have to change gears depending on the surface that you're on. Something comes up suddenly. Be ready to maneuver to tackle that particular surface. And then most importantly of all, step into it with the right intent. Figure out what you're meaning to do from the get-go and then step into it. Those are my 6 rules for mountain biking and also in advertising. Just the last slide coming up now. I want to wish everybody happy riding. But if you have any questions, I can see I'm at 0-0 right now as far as timing goes. But if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Иногда все завершается очень лаконично. Даже не успеваем отреагировать толком. Ну, следующий докладчик будет говорить на русском языке, так что вам будет все доступно, все понятно. Сразу появятся вопросы. Мы уже можем прям проследить тенденцию, что как только докладчик на русском языке, сразу появляются вопросы. Ну, мы надеемся, кстати, может быть, кто-то не знал об этой опции, что у нас есть наушники для синхронного перевода. Вы можете их получить вот в фойе. Просто подойдете и заберете. Что, не просто? Ну, конечно, с паспортом. Но это проще, чем за деньги и с паспортом. Вот, просто с паспортом это чуть проще. Так, ну что? Да, посмотрите, пожалуйста, на наших партнеров. Запомните, пожалуйста, все эти словосочетания. Эти идеограммы, может быть, логотипы.
Struggling to reach your mind, head still in circles. Oh, got me working overtime, trying to find the reasons why. Maybe I ain't over us, but I feel like I'm losing touch as I dive in deep. Do you notice? Maybe I just overthink, but I don't want this over quick. If I started sinking, would you leave the light on so I can come home? 'Cause I'm getting scared in the dark on my own. If you opened your eyes, then you'd already know, I'm feeling alone and I need you now. I'm feeling alone and I need you now.
Я же просил загадка на финальную вечеринку. 13, можно я?
You make me nervous. Oh, now I'm losing sleep at night. You never used to make me cry, but you don't deserve this. Oh, no, it's not your fault that I question all your reasons why. These words get stuck in my mouth.
альфа — это те, которые идут после Z. Да?
Так, у меня тема про маркетинг.
Маркетинг, выходим из сумрака.
Маркетинг.
Come out of the dusk. Marketing 2021.
Именно так.
Все. А я рассказал все. Уже все.
Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо. Еще раз здравствуйте. Приветствую всех на 13-м фестивале рекламы «Белый квадрат». Да, чуть-чуть сумбур, да, в принципе, наверное, это же нормально. Сейчас очень много чего происходит сумбурно. Я, наверное, не буду затягивать вот эти все стартовые слова. Я перейду к тому, что есть какая-то презентация. Буду двигаться по ней, и, наверное, я привык к микрофону. Можем начинать. Так, еще раз. Сегодня я буду... Не могу сказать, что говорить, не могу сказать, что рассказывать. Сегодня я буду рефлексировать на тему того, что происходит с маркетингом в 2021 году. Я переставил буквы, это очень остроумно, согласитесь. И название называется маркетинг. Да? Очень согласен. Каламбуры — это очень классная штука. В общем, если переставить буквы в слове, получается как будто слово «мрак». Угу, вот так вот. И, наверное, что-то подобное мы можем с вами наблюдать. А может быть и нет, а может быть и нет. А давайте попробуем разбираться. Я пока говорю не самые полезные вещи, потому что пытаюсь привыкнуть к сцене. Знаете, все время хочется спросить, как меня слышно, потому что онлайн-звонки. Все ли в порядке со связью, но вы живые. Я вроде тоже в офлайне. Непривычно, но пойдем дальше. Собственно, кто я такой? Меня зовут Леша. Я креативный директор в агентстве диджитал-коммуникации «Рагу». Я работаю также геймдизайнером, и я вчера женился. Вот 3 факта про меня. Вот, поэтому можно списать легкий сумбур на легкий праздник. Вот. Окей. Когда я готовился к этому выступлению, я думал, и это, наверное, хорошо, когда люди думают, я думал о том, как вообще сейчас живется брендом. Если честно, я люблю думать о брендах, это странно, возможно, люблю об этом думать. Люблю думать о брендах как о каких-то живых субстанциях. Да, то есть как они живут, чем они дышат, чем они питаются. Если воспринимать бренды как нечто живое, мне кажется, с ними работается гораздо легче. Их проще любить, проще ненавидеть, их тяжелее убивать, но иногда приходится. И я не понял, бренды сейчас живут или они выживают? Ведь кажется, что их естественная среда обитания, она существенно поменялась. Поменялась она каким-то утром марта, когда в Беларуси появился коронавирус, и продолжила меняться с каждым месяцем и меняется до сих пор. Я почти уверен, что пока я вот говорил какие-то не самые полезные вещи, что-то снова произошло где-то, и возможно, что правила игры снова поменялись. Правила игры меняются постоянно. Очень тяжело выиграть в игру, в которой правила постоянно меняются. И в этом плане мне кажется, что многие бренды, они продолжают играть по-старому. Они продолжают условно играть в настольный теннис, когда в целом мир играет в сквош. Вроде и там есть ракетки, и там есть мячики, но вместо того, чтобы играть друг с другом, давно нужно просто биться об стену. И что касается изменений в правилах коммуникации, про которые я говорю, про то, что поменялось и почему, что бренды не адаптировались, я говорю о том, что прямо сейчас в агентство сыпется куча брифов, которые в целом ничем не отличаются от тех брифов, которые могли прийти условно 2 года назад. Многие бренды ведут классическую коммуникацию с потребителями, многие бренды ведут коммуникацию от продукта, рассказывают про новинки, продолжают удивлять на полке и ничего глобального не меняют. Единственное, что они могут поменять, это немножечко приостановить свою коммуникацию, переждать у моря погоды, могут немножко снизить бюджеты. Ну или самое смелое, на что только самые дерзкие, конечно, маркетологи способны, это перераспределить бюджет. И часть бюджета из офлайна перевести его в диджитал. Смело, дерзко, но разве этого достаточно для того, чтобы сейчас играть по новым, постоянно изменяющимся правилам? Не знаю. Если бы я знал, наверное, был бы миллионером. Сейчас типичный бриф, который получает агентство, выглядит приблизительно так. В компании должны быть инфлюенсеры, и инфлюенсеры должны быть политически нейтральными, то есть как бы 2 человека. Нужно омолодить аудиторию обязательным образом. И вы знаете, наш бренд в 2020 году прекратил коммуникации, что-то не получилось, этот вот проект заморозился, этот тоже сломался, что будем делать? И что самое интересное, ответ на вопрос, который, как правило, есть в брифе, не знает не только клиент, но и не знает агентство. Я пока не встречал ни на этом мероприятии, ни на предыдущих, которые проходили, ни где-то в онлайн-чатиках однозначного ответа: «Ой, а я знаю, что делать сейчас брендом». В Беларуси. В некоторых странах чуть проще. Потому что сложно. Потому что действительно ситуация для коммуникации брендов очень непростая. Естественные условия жизни для брендов, они очень сильно меняются постоянно. Это как если бы бренды жили в лесу, а мы начали бы этот лес вырубать. Конечно, они начнут шариться по свалкам и мешать нам жить. Но это же и нормально. То, что сейчас происходит с брендами, это нормально. Потому что то, что происходит с брендами, это то, что происходит с брендами. Ладно, в общем, мысль не самая глубокая, поэтому я просто двинусь дальше. Потому что за брендами стоят люди. Я не знаю, какое процентное соотношение здесь представителей агентств, брендов, и даже не буду спрашивать. Интерактивы — это как бы в прошлом. Но за брендами стоите вы, представители агентств и представители брендов и компаний. За брендами стоят люди. И каждый из брендов, который мы покупаем в магазине, на сайт которого мы заходим, это не просто какая-то абстрактная живая субстанция. Это нечто, что делают конкретные люди. И конкретные люди сейчас влияют на то, что с брендом что-то происходит или не происходит ничего. Это конкретные люди помогают ему оставаться в этом лесу, естественной среде обитания, когда вокруг изменилась атмосфера. И это конкретные люди отправляют его питаться отходами на свалке. Метафорично, может быть. И здесь мы приходим к очень странному тезису, что бренды и есть люди. Немножко пауза, да, осмыслить. Дело в том, что, делая свою работу, мы действительно создаем нечто, некое информационное поле, некое смысловое поле, которое потом называется каким-то образом, и потом зовется это все брендом. И те, кто это делает, они как бы являются носителями этой информации. Те, кто работает с брендами, они и являются этим брендом. Те, кто представляют его интересы, подписываясь в почте, те, кто делает какую-нибудь маломальскую презентацию по любому проекту, хотя бы на секундочку, он становится частью этой субстанции, частью этого бренда. И все, что происходит с брендами, происходит и с нами. Все, что происходит с нами, происходит с брендами, потому что мы неотрывно взаимосвязаны. И когда нам морально тяжело, когда нам непонятно, когда нам и сложно, очень странно, чтобы это не проявлялось на брендах. Ведь они же люди, они же такие же живые существа, как и мы. Мы же только что это проходили. Если нужно, я могу переключить. Да? Видите? Так и есть. Это же истина, это же на большом экране. Большой экран следит за вами. Что же делать? Что же делать? Как выйти из этой ситуации? Как вернуть бренды в естественную среду обитания? Или нужно ли их менять? Что делать? Этот вопрос, который задавал еще Чернышевский. Я не помню, кто это, но я помню, что он задавал этот вопрос. Мне кажется, этого уже достаточно. Собственно говоря, есть предложение, по крайней мере в этой презентации, попробовать выйти из сумрака. Знаете, по-моему, пентологии уже про дозоры, там можно было выйти из сумрака. Было бы здорово, если бы в жизни было так же. Ты просто меняешь свое, не знаю, физическое присутствие в мире, и все, ты уже на светлой стороне, позитивный, и все в порядке. С брендами, наверное, это может прокатить. Давайте подумаем, что мы можем с этим действительно сделать. Дело в том, что пока мы с вами сейчас рассуждали о том, что поменялось в мире, как брендам сейчас грустно, и как некоторые бренды играют в настольный теннис вместо того, чтобы играть в сквош, происходит нечто еще другое, о чем я хочу сказать. Параллельно с тем, что что-то происходит и что-то меняется, есть еще очень интересная аудитория. Это представители нового поколения. Это современные подростки, молодые студенты, школьники. И они не в курсе о том, что меняются правила игры. Они не в курсе о том, что сейчас брендам некомфортно. Да, кто-то понимает, кто-то даже занимает какие-то позиции, что-то делает. В общем, я сейчас немножко не про это, о чем вы могли подумать. Я про маркетинг. И в контексте маркетинга новому поколению глубоко наплевать на то, что поменялись условия. Более того, они очень быстро к этому адаптировались. Я несколько лет преподавал перед студентами. Раньше это было офлайн, в этом году это было в основном онлайн. И если в прошлом году, когда посредине учебного условного года сломался учебный процесс, и студенты перешли из офлайна в онлайн, было очень много каких-то таких рефлексий на занятиях, типа, блин, раньше было круто, приходишь в аудиторию, коммуникация, взаимодействие, с преподавателем можно пообщаться, все проще. То сейчас я преподавал уже у курса, который в прошлом году половину года был онлайн, в этом году целый год онлайн. И как бы вообще у них нет таких мыслей. Они нашли миллиард плюсов в том, что они сейчас учатся онлайн. Более того, они с большой нехотью, какая ужасная фраза, идут в аудитории. Они не хотят этого, они не хотят видеть даже своих одногруппников, не то что про преподавателей, которых мы и так не очень-то хотели видеть. В общем, для них то, что сейчас происходит удаленная форма обучения, это благо, для них это нормально, для них это нормальная часть жизни. Ну да, тяжело, коронавирус, есть большие какие-то сложности, но в целом жизнь идет. И это молодое поколение, они нашли и находят каждый день гораздо больше плюсов в том, что происходит сейчас в мире, чем мы с вами. Потому что этот промежуток времени, который сейчас идет, для них не такой значительный, как для нас. И это молодое поколение, оно продолжает требовать внимания. Это молодое поколение захватило социальные сети и атакует бренды, которые этого даже не ждут, потому что они выжидают, потому что нужно сделать рекламную паузу и немножко подождать в коммуникации, дождаться того самого периода. Всего доброго, ребята. Я согласен с вами, что это была самая важная часть. Люблю просто смотреть, когда люди уходят, мне прям грустно становится, думаю, что я сказал не так. Ну ладно, я надеюсь, что им в туалет просто. Вот. Собственно, это молодое поколение, они смелые, они дерзкие, они любят трэш, они очень креативные, они действительно имеют гораздо меньше рамок в голове, чем нам может показаться. Очень много литературы по поводу поколения нового, очень много информации, которую вы можете найти самостоятельно. У вас у всех есть доступ к интернету, я не буду пересказывать статьи на Википедии и так далее. Но что могу сказать, действительно, это поколение, оно немножко отличается от того, с кем обычно, например, даже мне приходилось работать в рамках брифов. Раньше я, когда читал формулировку digital аборигены, я думаю, ну да, они там что-то аборигены, там digital, то с новым поколением действительно все обстоит именно так. Когда они начали социализироваться, одним из элементов социализации уже был смартфон. Уже когда им было 3 года, они смотрели что-то на Ютубе. И, возможно, некоторые научились это делать гораздо быстрее, чем читать. Я научился читать в 3 года, потому что не было Ютуба, скорее всего, из-за этого. Насколько важно с этим поколением взаимодействовать? Насколько это важно? понятно, что регулярно происходит смена поколений, и многие крупные бренды, которые таргетируются на аудиторию, там, условно, не знаю, 35-45, им приходится обновляться каждые 3-5 лет, чтобы новое поколение снова стало их любить, потому что старое имеет смысл заканчиваться, имеет свойство заканчиваться. И вроде в этом контексте как бы нет разницы в том, что сейчас вот это новое поколение чувствует себя комфортно, более комфортно, чем мы с вами думаем. Вроде как это не критично. Вроде как с ними не нужно взаимодействовать. Те бренды, которые на них направлены, естественно, эти изменения чувствуют и пытаются каким-то образом усилить с ними коннект, но остальным, в принципе, на это не очень важно. Но дело в том, что мы все прекрасно с вами видим, как меняется структура потребления информации, как меняется структура коммуникации брендов. И мы с вами видим, что даже не диджитал-аборигены, мы с вами приходим на родную территорию нового поколения. Все-таки небольшой интерактив. Поднимите, пожалуйста, руку, кто хотя бы раз залипал в ТикТоке. Вот прям сидел. Вы можете сфотографировать себя самостоятельно в том плане, что половина из здесь присутствующих, кто-то еще постеснялся, то есть как бы 2/3. Вот. Молодое поколение, они вот именно такие, смелые, дерзкие, любят трэш, схватывают на лету, пока не выйдут из ТикТока. То есть здесь как бы шутка про то, что в ТикТоке они вообще всемогущие, могут все. Да, и появляются площадки, они будут появляться дальше, которые подходят лучшим образом для поколения более молодого. Например, для поколения младших школьников есть потрясающая социальная сеть, которая называется «Лайки», о котором я бы никогда в жизни не узнал, если бы в брифе не было аудитории там 8-12 лет. Они творят там полную дичь, им весело, родители об этом не знают, какая разница. Главное, что у них есть платформа для самовыражения. Собственно говоря, типичный день такого представителя может быть сейчас таким. Проснулся, полистал ленту Инстаграма, позавтракал под ютубчик, что-нибудь там позалипал в ТикТоке, послушал музыку где-нибудь на Spotify и так далее. Раньше, 2 года назад, таким образом описывался типичный день диджитал-аборигена. Сейчас я вам опишу таким образом день почти всех из вас. Не потому, что вы поменялись, потому что поменялся контекст, в котором вы живете. И бренды, которыми вы занимаетесь, они тоже живут сейчас в этом контексте. Я не пропагандирую диджитал, я говорю как бы объективную реальность, где мы сейчас живем. Мы живем во время пандемии. Естественно. Естественно, мы живем во время пандемии. Только эта пандемия не коронавирус. Это медиабулимия. Булимия – это когда ты не контролируешь, скажем так, процесс потребления еды. В данном случае едой является информация. И информация потребляется всеми нами бессистемно, хаотично. Мы постоянно открываем холодильник. Я уверен, что пока я говорю, я очень интересно рассказываю, конечно, но за это время я видел человек 10, которые, так, что у меня там в Инстаграме? А, никто? Понятно. Так, есть там что-нибудь в Телеграме, интересно? Вот. И вы так делаете. Вы так делаете не потому, что я конченый, а потому что вы больны, к сожалению, простите. Именно этой штукой. Это реальное, кстати, заболевание, это можно прорабатывать с психологом, и оно есть у огромного количества людей. А с учетом того, что мы сейчас находимся в мире, в котором постоянно меняются правила игры, в котором постоянно происходит черти что, очень легко подсесть на информацию, потому что ты начинаешь искать в ней что-то хорошее, ты начинаешь искать в плохом что-то хорошее, ты начинаешь пробовать где-то углубиться и разобраться в том, что тебе вообще раньше не было интересно. Потому что информации вокруг очень много. И если раньше у нас еще была реальная жизнь, то сейчас в эпоху удаленки мы полностью находимся внутри контента. Мы все больны медиабулимией, и пока я не знаю, какое есть от этого лекарство. И бренды, они являются частью этой болезни. Или нет? Это зависит от тех, кто их представляет. Естественно, зумеры, которыми мы с вами, как мы уже поняли, тоже являемся, потому что возраст зумеров, в принципе, ушел, наверное, до бесконечности. Они хотят потреблять контент. Многие хотят, потому что они хотят, многие потому что они уже привыкли, а некоторые потому что, как мы помним, они больны. И приходится это делать. И, соответственно, в этом контексте контент, который есть желание потреблять, он потребляется тоже определенным образом. То есть на это тоже повлияло то, что происходит у нас в мире. Ну, во-первых, очевидно, что мобильные устройства, да, как бы они растут. Очевидно, что если у кого-то из вас есть сайт, не адаптированный под мобильную версию, до свидания. Очевидно, что если у вас не очень эстетично выглядит что-нибудь там для мобильного потребления, ну, как бы, что поделать. Благодаря молодому поколению отчасти благодаря ситуации, в которой мы находимся, юмор, постирония, все это в тренде, потому что если не иронизировать над всем, что происходит в мире, жить становится еще тяжелее. И очень интересная тенденция, которая, ну, можем назвать так, информационное кусочничание. Если раньше гораздо было проще потребить сразу много контента, как бы закрыть свою дозу и потом догнаться вечерком, то сейчас мы информацию тоже потребляем по кусочкам. Мне вообще очень нравится эта метафора с потреблением информации, сравнивать с потреблением еды. Я даже думал про это сделать презентацию, а потом проснулся. Ну, понятно, да, какая-то метафора, типа кушать, кусочничать, значит, потреблять информацию маленькими частями. Модно правильное питание, модно digital detox и так далее. Метафоры можно проводить очень много, это очень сильно взаимосвязанные штуки, и, соответственно, это и была главная мысль этого слайда. Фух, это было первое дыхание. Сейчас пойдем дальше. Рекламный ролик, который мы с вами можем сейчас очень легко снять. Сколько стоит рекламный ролик? 10, 20 тысяч долларов, 30, 50, кто больше. Я встречал ролики, которые приходишь в продакшн, и продакшн тебе так гордо говорит: это мы сняли за 100 тысяч долларов. Я думаю, охренеть. Я снимаю квартиру за 200, а они снимают ролики за 100 тысяч долларов. Красавцы. Рекламный ролик — это контент. Ну, естественно, раньше, когда мы снимали рекламные ролики, которые в рекламной паузе телевизора между Якубовичем и новостями показывались, наверное, это не было контентом. Это было время, когда ты мог сходить и выключить чайник на кухню. Сейчас, когда ролики могут сниматься для прероллов, которые вас бесят, и скорее вы прошли эти 6 секунд, чтобы можно было пропустить, тоже не факт, что не является рекламным контентом. Рекламные ролики являются рекламными роликами. Но мы живем в эпоху контента. Бренд не только люди, да? Бренд — это еще и контекст, в котором он находится. Я думаю, что многие из вас сталкивались с какими-то ситуациями, когда бренд случайным образом попал под, не знаю, политическую повестку, под повестку, связанную с чем-нибудь, со здоровьем, в общем, с чем угодно. И сразу вы получили много фидбэка про то, что, ребят, ну, так не делается. И наоборот. Бренд может задать какой-то определенный контекст и стать этим самым контекстом. Все бренды, которые молчат, говорят, осторожничают, в общем, что-то делают сейчас в наше время, они ассоциируются и являются частью, как это ни странно, нашего времени, потому что они и есть это самое время. И в этом плане все, что они делают, сняли вы ролик про позитив, сняли вы ролик про здоровье, сняли вы просто продуктовый ролик, вы сняли ролик, вы сняли какую-то единицу контента, и в этом плане вы сделали некое проявление вашего бренда. В наше время то, что вы делаете, очевидным образом, это некий кусочек информации, который дает аудитории бренд. И если мы живем во время инфопандемии, инфобулимии, когда мы потребляем много информации, то тот контент, который вы делаете от имени бренда, тоже является информацией. А когда он находится в перечне кучи разной другой информации, очевидно, что это формирует определенное отношение к бренду. Особенно в контексте, в котором это все находится. 2 года назад классный ролик про правильное питание — это один ролик. Сейчас ролик, который снимается по правильное питание, это другой ролик. А если он еще выйдет в контексте какой-то определенной даты, не знаю, самолет не там сел или что-то еще, но он вышел в эфир, все его увидели, то отношение может определенным образом формироваться. И это та ситуация, в которой мы находимся. Соответственно, очевидно еще раз, что в этом всем контексте стратегия как слово, она как бы мертва. Я, если честно, очень сильно стараюсь клиентам не говорить, что мы для вас разработаем стратегию, потому что какая нафиг стратегия? Максимум, что можно разработать, это коммуникационную стратегию на ближайшую неделю. И то не факт, что это сработает. На прошлом белом квадрате я говорил, что нужно работать в пределах ближайшего полугодия. Как я ошибался? Нужно работать в контексте ближайшего дня, и то не факт, что ты все предусмотришь. И когда мы говорим про инструменты, когда мы говорим про конкретные инструменты, которыми мы можем сейчас пользоваться, то их же огромное количество. Мы находимся в такое время, в котором очень много контента, но бренды многие, они играют по другим правилам. Они играют в настольный теннис. Они создают рекламный ролик вместо того, чтобы создать интересной аудитории контент. Поэтому аудитория будет читать новости, которые раньше она бы не читала, вместо того, чтобы читать что-то от имени бренда, потому что это не вписывается в ее новую культуру потребления информации. Это должно быть очевидно. Ну, спикеры должны говорить такие вещи, типа они умные. На самом деле нет. Собственно говоря, вопросы, которые могут возникать во всем этом контексте инфлюенсеры правят балом. Слушайте, наверное, да. Как вы думаете, почему? Потому что инфлюенсеры — это люди. Инфлюенсеры — это обычные люди, такие, как мы с вами. Если есть среди вас инфлюенсеры, не поднимайте руки, потому что я их не очень положительно оцениваю. Мне кажется, что многие инфлюенсеры занимаются фигней и зарабатывают на этом деньги. Я бы тоже так хотел, но приходится заниматься чем-то адекватным. Соответственно, инфлюенсеры — это люди. Они ведут себя как люди, большинство из них, по крайней мере, публикуют какой-то контент от имени людей, и они люди. Но бренды же, они у нас тоже люди. То есть почему бренды не могут себя вести как инфлюенсеры? Почему бренды не могут жить, показывать свою жизнь, показывать, что их болит, показывать то, что им интересно, так же, как это делают инфлюенсеры? В чем разница? В том, что это конкретный человек, и это какой-то абстрактный образ. Но мы же прекрасно знаем, что кто-то из вас может любить, не знаю, галерею вкуса больше, чем Влада Бумагу, и это будет объективно. Хотя и то — это разные вещи. Это бренд и это человек. Инфлюенсеры могут быть действительно правителями бала, но бренды вполне могут быть инфлюенсерами. Не знаю, насколько это нормальная фраза для вас, нормальная для меня. Часто я слышал вопрос, раза 3 за вчера, нужно ли идти в ТикТок. Меня просто спрашивали по поводу конкретного этого слайда, правильно ли здесь написано все, ну а так в другом контексте было, но неважно. Суть в том, что действительно часто приходят какие-то брифы, когда бренды подумывают пойти в ТикТок. Так проблема же не в том, чтобы пойти в ТикТок. Проблема же в том, как пойти в ТикТок. Если вы видели многие аккаунты брендов в ТикТоке, то кажется, что смысла от того, что они там есть, вообще нету. Не учитывается никак особенности присутствия на площадке. Там крутятся те же рекламные ролики, которые могли бы крутиться на телевизоре. Так вообще же это не так работает. У каждой платформы есть своя особенность. У ТикТока есть своя особенность, есть своя аудитория. Это нормально. Когда ты приходишь в гости играть в настольные игры, ты вряд ли придешь туда голым, чтобы загорать на нудистском пляже. Даже несмотря на то, что это может быть твое хобби. И мы не приходим со своим, чаще всего в рестораны, там свои правила. Какого хрена мы идем в ТикТок с тем же, с чем мы ходим везде? Это такое чувство, что мы просто пытаемся всунуть куда-нибудь свой контент, где-нибудь он сработает, вместо того, чтобы разрабатывать под нюансы площадки. Мы с вами уже поднимали руки, что половина из нас залипает в ТикТоке. Это не осуждается, все нормально. И в этом контексте я думаю, что мы в основном скипаем, когда мы встречаем брендированный контент, потому что он слишком брендированный и слишком мало контент. Гораздо он отличается и выбивается на фоне. В нем слишком много бренда, это бесит, да? Типа нам пытаются втюхать какой-то бренд. Я не хочу, чтобы мне втюхали. Но когда мы включаем на Ютубе какое-нибудь шоу «Что было дальше», и там начинается рекламная интеграция, Мы такие, блин, как они прикольно придумали. А чем отличается рекламная интеграция, что было дальше, от того, что снимают бренды для прероллов или телека? С точки зрения бюджета, скорее всего, ничем. Но там есть юмор, там есть постирония, там есть то, что заставляет нас смотреть на контент, а потом уже на бренд. Сколько раз вы смеялись над рекламой авиасейлс в таких шоу? Я, наверное, достаточно часто. Потому что я понимаю, да, ну блин, они рекламируют авиасейлс. Заходила ли я хоть раз после этого на авиасейлс? Однозначно. Особенно сейчас. Ты просто ностальгируешь. Вопрос следующий. Из зала, очевидно, пора ли открывать в 2021 году YouTube-канал. Но если вы еще думаете, пора ли это сделать, то, наверное, можете думать дальше. Вопрос не в том, открывать ли YouTube-канал. Вопрос в том, что будет там происходить, что будет там находиться. Весь YouTube-канал для большинства брендов — это что? Это площадка, на которой помещаются все неуспешные ролики с ТикТока. Все, что там не взлетело, мы разместим в YouTube, потому что на всякий случай вдруг. И, соответственно, YouTube-канал в контексте такого контента в этом столько же пользы, сколько этих роликов на вашем винчестере, который вы будете показывать родственникам, когда они приезжают. YouTube-канал — это тоже какая-то платформа, у которой есть особенности. Я слышал много историй о том, как бренды гордятся, что они потратили очень много денег на контент для YouTube. Очень круто. Я всегда радуюсь за агентство в этом случае, потому что агентство хорошо заработало. Но я редко радуюсь за бренды. Не буду продолжать эту историю, потому что она болезненная. Что делать с телегой? Многие бренды думают о том, что попасть в Telegram, что-нибудь там делать. Что-нибудь там так, в принципе, и делают. Просто попадают в Telegram и что-нибудь там делают. Я не знаю, как много из вас подписаны на бренды в Телеграме, если это не ваши каналы. Но согласитесь сами, что подписываться сознательно на контент, который точно брендирован, в котором, скорее всего, будете видеть очень веселое и позитивное описание продукта, который вы в основном, в принципе, хотите не читать, а хотите просто посмотреть на продукт в магазине и решить самостоятельно, купить его или нет, вы вряд ли будете на такой подписываться. Это не тот случай, когда ты работаешь учителем, и тебе нужно выписывать наставницкую газету. Хотя такие подписки на телеграм-канал я тоже встречал. Вряд ли это работает, но хотя бы подписчики. В общем, что делать с телегой? В принципе, вы уже поняли мое направление мыслей. Есть много чего еще, про что можно говорить. Можно говорить про то, что мы сейчас много находимся в онлайне. В онлайне не всегда хорошо работает видео. В онлайне классно работает аудио. Взлетевший на какое-то время Clubhouse тому подтверждение. Я не знаю, как многие из вас сейчас пользуются Clubhouse'ом, но я уверен, что в тот момент, когда это произошло, ради интереса зарегистрировались почти все. И как же было круто, когда тебе дают слово на каком-то большом канале, такой говоришь: вы знаете, я с вами полностью не согласен, а потом пропадает связь. Думаешь, как бы просто конченый человек зашел. Ну ладно. Музыкальные сервисы, их очень много. Подкасты, эти все клабхаусы, много аудиального контента, который тоже может быть контентом. Многие бренды стесняются в этом участвовать, потому что как я покажу свою упаковку? Ну, в аудиальном контенте, наверное, сложно. Можно только описывать. Вряд ли будут слушать подкаст про то, как люди сидят и описывают. Ну, короче, розовый сверху, значит, потом немножко белая полосочка. Вряд ли буду слушать. Но в целом, как мы уже говорили, бренды — это как те же самые инфлюенсеры. Если инфлюенсеры могут запускать подкасты, это нормально, окей, это можно делать. Бренды могут делать видеоподкасты. Так придумали, когда решили, что звука недостаточно. В общем, этот слайд был про голос. Голосом я и говорю. В общем, сейчас возможности, которые есть, они не особо-то поменялись. Все эти возможности были в 2019 году. Просто контекст был другой. И всеми этими возможностями пользоваться было, в принципе, можно, а можно было и не пользоваться, потому что работало все эффективно и без них. Но сейчас, когда мы живем в медиабулимию, когда мы можем дать пользователю возможность воспользоваться дополненной реальностью, ее можно дать, потому что пользователь будет радоваться. Вот какая-никакая реальность. Раньше он бы так не радовался. И, соответственно, все эти вещи, которые вы можете делать, они есть. Но, как я и говорил в самом начале, вся ситуация, она не самая простая. Инструментов очень много, контекст потребления поменялся. И что делать? Я не знаю. Я не завидую маркетологам, которые отвечают за KPI, и у которых еще, чего хуже, привязана к KPI зарплата. Я не говорю вам увольняйтесь, но я бы так сделал, потому что это отвратительно. Как может быть какие-то конкретные KPI, если то, что ты спланировал в понедельник, в пятницу не то, что не работает, а запрещено. Проекты без перемен коня на переправе, они остались в 2019 году. Сейчас 2021. Разница приблизительно в 2 года, если просто заниматься математикой. И абсолютно нормально сейчас, что проект на старте отличается от того, что есть на выходе. Это нормально. Это не ошибка агентства, это не ошибка маркетологов, это не ошибка ничья. Это нормально. Нормально, что проекты сейчас меняются. Нормально, что сейчас приходится овертаймить. По объективным причинам, а не потому что, кроме тех меняющихся обстоятельств, есть еще вкусовщина жены директора. Когда еще и это? Типа, ребят, смотрите, нельзя использовать слово браслет. Нельзя использовать слово браслет. Еще жене директора не нравится пурпурный цвет. Ты думаешь, блин, зачем ты существуешь? Ладно, браслет. Еще и пурпурный нельзя использовать. Раньше самой сложной аудиторией была труднодоступная. Ты думал, как достучаться до каких-нибудь бизнесменов 40 лет. Они же там очень закрытая тусовка, как к ним попасть. Сейчас самой сложной аудиторией является думающая. Потому что они как бы понимают, что вы делаете. Они думают. Это сложно. Они реально понимают, что вы в контексте, в который происходит, вы выпускаете рекламный ролик, как будто бы ни в чем не бывало. Они видят, что вы потратили огромный бюджет на хрен пойми что. Они видят, что вместо того, чтобы привезти людям воду, когда прорвало трубу в Минске, вы ее начали продавать. Они все это видят. И знаете, что самое отвратительное? Думающих людей стало больше. Потому что больше людей стало потреблять много контента. Да, не все его фильтруют, но многие из-за этого, к сожалению, стали думать. И становится все более сложной аудиторией для коммуникации. Очень сложно что-то втюхать человеку, который понимает, что ты ему что-то втюхиваешь. Жаль, но ничего. В общем, я много о чем подумал. Как вы понимаете, в целом это моя работа. Очень круто, когда тебе платят только за то, что ты думаешь. От старта разработки, сейчас какие-то типа прописные истины пойдут. От старта разработки проекта до реализации должно проходить около месяца. Желательно еще меньше. Желательно вы придумали идею, вы ее реализовали как можно быстрее, просто чтобы она реализовалась в итоге. Раньше даже в классических компаниях было круто. Типа, так, у нас весенний сезон начнется в марте. Начнем готовить коммуникацию в ноябре. Раньше это было круто, это было как бы про то, что вы предусмотрительные, вы молодцы, а сейчас это выглядит так, как будто вы просто транжиры бюджета, потому что за это время приходится переделывать коммуникацию 4 раза. Такие кейсы бывали и раньше, когда что-то случалось непредсказуемое, ты готовился к этому полгода и думаешь, блин, отвратительно. У меня была такая история в предыдущем агентстве, в котором я работал. Мы разрабатывали мороженое, мы назвали его Summerland. И незадолго до выпуска вышел фильм про Майкла Джексона, который назывался Summerland. Он был про детей, мороженое было про детей. За неделю до. Это был шок. Сейчас это было бы, еще это учесть, окей, мы это сделаем. Я слышал, как многие мои коллеги говорили про то, что сроки проектов ускоряются. И это правильно. Конечно, агентства это делают не только потому, что они хотят помочь, а потому что это более быстрые деньги. Более быстрые деньги для агентства лучше, потому что это деньги. Да? Вот. А для клиента это в том числе безопасность. Если раньше вас пугало, что агентство что-то сделает за месяц, то есть, потому что они как бы слишком быстрые, то сейчас это должно вас радовать. Главное, чтобы они реально сделали. Клиенты, которые сейчас продолжают работать с агентством по формату агентство-подрядчик, я вам не завидую, потому что вам еще сложнее. Здесь включается обратная связь, такая, знаете, свысока, когда ты знаешь лучше, чем этот конченый подрядчик, зачем я его вообще себе взял, кто это за ребята. Я плачу не экспертам, я плачу просто рукам. Эти руки как будто не оттуда растут. И я, наверное, не совру, если скажу, что за все время в сфере я проработал около сотни белорусских клиентов, наверное, почти со всеми крупными брендами. И комфортнее всего было работать с теми, с которыми ты работаешь наравне, даже раньше, даже до этой ситуации, которые тебя слушают и которых ты слушаешь, а не слушаешься. Это немножко разные вещи. Так вот сейчас, когда все очень быстро меняется, клиенты, которые по-прежнему работают по старинке, конечно, им тяжелее. Я почти уверен, что они меняют агентство очень часто, потому что агентства очень плохие сейчас пошли, очень все слабые эксперты. Так и есть. Я честно признаюсь, я очень слабый эксперт, вот, поэтому если кого-то из вас расстроил, скорее всего, это было из-за меня. Агентства должны быть сейчас agile, очень гибкими. Когда я менял компанию и попал в Рагу, я был удивлен, потому что агентство работало по agile. Думаю, типа, что это за айтишная компания, что это там, что-то они придумали себе там эти daily митинги, спринты. Как было круто, когда все это произошло, как бы это ни звучало. Пока все думали, что делать, мы просто продолжили работать. Мы просто продолжили работать, и это было нормально, потому что агентство, которое работает по гибкой системе менеджмента, оно, как ни странно, более гибко адаптируется под изменения. Многие наши клиенты не подозревают, но они сейчас тоже agile. Хотя они этого не знают, они двигаются в рамках проектов тоже по системе agile, и это идет лучше. Я сейчас вообще не понимаю, зачем я раньше ходил в офис. Я честно не понимаю, потому что раньше я думал, что это прям типа важная часть работы. Я думал, что я не могу решать задачи из дома, и я думал, что офис — это святая святых. Вот уже 1,5 года мой офис — это кресло-груша на кухне, и любая майка, которая лежит рядом поближе к этому креслу, и ничего особо не поменялось. Нет такого, что клиенты стали хуже воспринимать мой голос от того, что я говорю им не лицом в лицо, а через микрофон, через какой-нибудь Google Meet. Я не понимаю, зачем я раньше ходил в офис. Я считаю, сколько денег я потратил на такси за все это время, и перестаю считать, потому что это много. Я про что? Я про то, что раньше нам казалось странным, вполне возможно, что является вполне себе нормальным и работающим механизмом. Возможно, какой-то инструмент, который вам казался таким кринжовым, слово кринж можно прогуглить, сейчас является вполне себе адекватным. Нет ничего страшного в том, чтобы поменять свое отношение к чему бы то ни было, потому что вы динамичная система, вы люди, люди меняют свое отношение. Я уверен, что у вас большинства была не одна девушка или один парень за всю жизнь, с кем вы там ходили за ручку, а больше. Вы меняли отношение к людям, вы меняли свой круг общения. Почему так нельзя сделать с маркетинговыми инструментами? Чем они хуже? Я считаю, что HR-метрики для многих брендов являются гораздо более важными сейчас, чем некоторые метрики из B2C и B2B, потому что, как ни странно, сотрудники или представители брендов, которые прям работают там, они могут принести гораздо больше пользы или гораздо больше вреда, чем потребители, которые взаимодействуют с вами 1 раз в неделю или 1 раз в день. Один недовольный сотрудник, который скажет, что у вас конченые процессы, принесет вам еще 10 недовольных людей. А один недовольный потребитель, который скажет, что у вас невкусный йогурт, принесет вам еще одного недовольного ребенка, который хотел этот йогурт. Многие бренды недооценивают важность HR, который сейчас является более важным, чем раньше, еще более важным, чем раньше. Потому что люди, которые работают в компаниях, как ни странно, это люди. Если раньше они жили в рамках той нормы, которая была нормой долгое время, то сейчас норма поменялась, и они хотят тоже как-то жить. Они хотят, чтобы компания о них заботилась, они хотят, чтобы компания была каким-то для них защитным домом, как бы это ни было невозможно. И такую компанию они будут любить, они будут про нее рассказывать, они будут ее рекомендовать. И это будет помогать, как ни странно, вашим процессам маркетинга. Если есть возможность попробовать инструмент какой-то новый, то аргументов сейчас его не попробовать фактически не осталось. Потому что мы живем в период, когда контента очень много, его слишком много. И ошибка, которую вы допустите, если это будет ошибка в формате «выйти в ТикТок», ее никто не заметит, если вы сделаете это плохо. Никто этого не заметит, потому что уже за неделю ближайшую появится столько контента, очень много, гораздо больше, чем вы думали. Здесь нет презентации, но я хочу еще раз сказать, я говорил это в прошлом году, я отказался от слова «конкуренты». Ну, не в плане того, что у меня как нет конкурентов, а для клиентов. Нет смысла анализировать конкурентов. Да, есть, если вы разрабатываете, например, новую упаковку и занимаетесь брендингом. Но если говорите про коммуникацию, вам нужно анализировать медиаконкурентов. И вполне возможно, что для бренда «Савушкин продукт» медиаконкурентом будет Брестский мясокомбинат, хотя это разные вещи. А еще одним медиаконкурентом может быть Влад Бумага, потому что в те же 5 минут, когда потребитель может посмотреть что-нибудь в ваших социальных сетях или на Ютубе, он может посмотреть новое видео от Влада Бумаги, и он является вашим медиаконкурентом. Вам нужно думать не о том, как продвинуть новый продукт, а о том, как быть круче, чем те инфлюенсеры, за которыми следит ваша аудитория, или круче, чем тот контент, который они потребляют. Лично я, например, увлекаюсь двумя вещами. Это настольные игры, киберспорт. И я с большой радостью любил бы те бренды еще сильнее, которые бы были в моем любимом контексте. Например, в России это супер популярно, супер принято. Есть даже целые агентства, которые помогают брендам работать в контексте киберспорта. Круто, потому что как будто бы бренды думают о том, чтобы быть на территории потребителя. Мы продолжаем снимать ролики за $50 000 и думать, как бы оправдать эту трату бюджета. Соответственно, я сейчас буду резюмировать. Ну, здесь будет какое-то типа финальная мысль. Второе дыхание. На 2 дыхания хватило меня. Бренды от инфлюенсеров отличаются лишь количеством человек, которые принимают решения. Я считаю, что то, что делают инфлюенсеры, могут делать бренды даже лучше, при необходимости. Каждый бренд может и должен стать медиа. Если раньше это была скорее типа прикольная стратегия, мы будем не просто брендом, мы будем медиа, в рифму, да, я не рэпер. Соответственно, сейчас каждый бренд должен быть медиа. Медиа в нашем мире не так уж и много. И если бренды могут быть медиа, почему нет? Если ваш бренд может рассказывать про спорт, кроме того, что у него есть продукт, а продукт вписывается в контекст спорта, пускай рассказывает про спорт. Если ваш бренд является частью культуры здорового питания, так кроме того, чтобы рассказывать про бренд, можно рассказывать про здоровое питание. И другие примеры, я не буду их сейчас приводить, потому что кончилась фантазия. О какой эффективности можно говорить, если бренды готовы потратить $10 000 на корпоративный календарь сейчас? Буквально на прошлой неделе пришел бриф в диджитал-агентство на разработку корпоративного календаря с бюджетом $10 000. Я был несказанно рад, если честно, я даже думал согласиться, но как бы вопрос же не в этом. Вопрос в том, что в коммерческих компаниях это нормально сейчас потратить такой бюджет, и еще какой-то, наверное, такой же бюджет на печать. Ну, это странно, это странно. Если у вас много денег, дайте мне, я возьму. Я могу всем говорить, какое число сегодня. Просто дайте мою визитку. Каждый, кто работает в сфере, причастен к тому, что сейчас в ней происходит. Я говорю про маркетинг, и маркетинг — это не просто игра слов, это мир, который мы с вами создали. Это то, где мы сейчас живем. Его я создал, вы создали. Ну, вот так получилось. Что поделать? Мы к этому причастны. И из сумрака нельзя выйти в одиночку. Только вместе. У меня все. Спасибо. Есть вопросы, я на них могу ответить. У нас есть какое-то время?
Ну, будет странно, если не будет ни одного вопроса. Вот мне сейчас обидно будет.
Да. Вы можете делать то же самое, что делали раньше. Перенести ответственность на агентство. Я считаю нормальным, чтобы агентства помогали планировать бюджет, особенно когда его стало меньше. И таких экспертов сейчас прям много. Я думаю, что если вы напишете в 10 агентств, 9 из них согласится помочь вам распределить бюджет, потому что они как бы будут надеяться на этом еще и заработать. Сейчас агентство, думаете, им легко? Нет, им еще тяжелее. И даже когда вы приходите к ним с $3 000, они думают, так, ну я-то хотя бы вот столько заработаю, но клиент должен еще мне заплатить. Это значит, что клиенты должны появиться еще деньги. Блин, мы должны быть эффективными. Агентствам сейчас тяжело в этом плане. И я понимаю маркетологов, которым режут бюджет. Притом режут бюджет не потому, что как бы объективно такая ситуация, а потому что на чем сэкономить в первую очередь? Ну, на этом, на маркетинге что-то там непонятно, как это работает. Мне кажется, если бы я был SEO, я бы делал точно так же. Вот, поэтому я бы на вашем месте просто шел к людям, на которых можно перенести ответственность. Я так, в принципе, обычно и делаю. Если приходит ко мне некомфортная задача, я ее перекидываю. Такой я человек. Вот такой ответ на ваш вопрос. Есть еще вопросы?
Нет вопросов? Да, супер.
Повторю вопрос, если кто не слышал. Бренд должен стать медиа. Если бренд станет медиа, не потеряет ли он свою идентичность? Я вам скажу так. Если вокруг вашего бренда появится куча интересного людям контента, и в этом будет еще и бренд, и в какой-то момент люди будут следить не за брендом, а за контентом, который вы делаете, а вы еще будете продавать там туда рекламные интеграции, мне кажется, что никто не будет расстраиваться. Мне кажется, никто не будет расстраиваться, если появится у компании еще один источник монетизации. Когда я говорю про то, что бренд должен стать медиа, я не говорю про то, что бренд должен делать контент не про бренд. Я говорю про медиа. Что такое медиа? Медиа — это штука, которая делает контент и зарабатывает на рекламе. Бренды могут зарабатывать на рекламе, если будут делать адекватный контент. Некоторые наши бренды так делают, и это нормально. Вот такой ответ на ваш вопрос. Надеюсь, я на него ответил. Если нет, простите. Отлично. Третий тупой вопрос. Достаточно. Угу. Да, вопрос, как выбивать бюджеты. Это больной вопрос, который больной был не только в этом году, не только в прошлом, но, наверное, всегда. И ответ здесь будет схожий. Наверное, обратимся к истории. Да? Когда появлялось Великое княжество Литовское, ребята позвали править не местного человека, да, они позвали варяга, они оттуда привели чувака и сказали: руководи нами. И, в общем, как ни странно, сейчас это работает все так же. Если в компанию приходит эксперт, просто эксперт, сейчас много так экспертов, приходит человек, и который просто повторяет то же самое, что говорит маркетолог каждый день, но чуть более уверенно, это может сработать. Я несколько встреч проводил в формате: Леша, скажи, пожалуйста, руководителю вот эти 3 вещи. Я понятия не имею, что это, в каком контексте. Я их говорил, и как бы появлялся бюджет. В принципе, в какой-то момент я только так и работал. Просто озвучивал, что мне говорили. Поэтому, я не знаю, готовы ли руководство кого-то слушать, но даже провести условный украинский формат тендера, когда-то о нем услышал на Украине, поэтому мне кажется, или в Украине, поэтому называю его так. Формат тендера называется тендер по химии, когда, ну, плохое слово, согласен, по атмосфере, давайте так назовем. Вот. Когда нужно решить какую-то большую стратегическую задачу, выбираются 5 крупных агентств, и агентствам не даются огромные брифы, решите, пожалуйста, их, а агентства зовут на час и с ними общаются, в том числе на тему задачи. Понять, как что происходит. И очень часто эти агентства будут, скорее всего, озвучивать те же мысли, которые есть в голове у маркетолога, потому что маркетолог, как правило, достаточно адекватный человек, который работает за не самые адекватные деньги. И если эти мысли будут совпадать, и они будут слышаться от разных сторонних экспертов, то вероятность того, что проект продавится, гораздо выше. Еще классно иметь в запасе такого, не знаю, агентство-партнера, которому доверяет руководство и которого оно послушает. Это тоже нормально. Внутри всегда прислушиваются гораздо хуже. Вот такой ответ. Наверное, давайте на этом я закончу. Мои контакты при необходимости пропали, поэтому всем большое спасибо. Отличного дня.
Спасибо, Алексей. У нас есть время до следующего спикера, и Алексей меня просто вот своей легкостью навел на мысль. А что если мы немножко нарушим формат такого привычного, вы приходите слушать того, кто говорит, и потом задаете вопросы. А если вот мы действительно останемся и немножечко пообщаемся, потому что я в восторге от белого квадрата, потому что каждый раз ты получаешь какие-то такие вдохновляющие вещи. И вот послушав Алексея, я понял очень простую истину. Никто ничего не знает на самом деле. Бюджет никогда не может быть адекватным. И третье, делайте хоть что-нибудь. Все. И для этого кто-то ходит 5 лет в университет и получает потом корочку маркетолог. А вот про вопрос, каким образом бренд становится медиа, и не теряет ли он при этом свою идентичность. Знаете, что мне пришло в голову? Бузова. Не очень умная девочка попала в не очень хороший проект, но он при этом успешным. Она при этом стала еще и певицей. Ее пригласили в МХАТ актрисой. Говорят, даже в жюри какого-то конкурса ее позвали. И при этом она не потеряла свою идентичность. Она осталась не очень умной девочкой. Все работает. Поэтому, пожалуйста, делайте хоть что-нибудь. Это обязательно заметят. Вот. Вы можете подкидывать темы, потому что у нас опять же есть время, да? Все еще есть время. Вы хотите запустить рекламу? Да, это вот как раз та самая аудитория. Давайте запустим. Сейчас будет 100% попадание. Давайте, давайте.
Народное радио. Отличные песни.
Народное радио.
Интернациональный спикер. Тему, которую мы сейчас откроем, раскроем, донесем до вас, можно обозначить как разблокировка креативности. То есть она так и называется, собственно, The Creative Unblock. Об этой непростой, наверное, теме нам расскажет Момчил Захарьев. Он начинал свою карьеру как копирайтер в Ogilvy и Mather. И впоследствии он, как участник одной из команд, также стал сообладателем приза как лучшего болгарского агентства, то есть агентства года. Впоследствии он реализовался как креативный директор Next DC. Momchil Zakhariev started his career as a copywriter for Ogilvy and Mather and was part of a team that won consecutive Bulgarian Agency of the Year awards. He later found his true calling as creative director at Next DC, and the topic is the creative unblock.
Yeah. Thank you. I see some. Don't leave. It's not going to be boring. Okay, never mind. Can we get more people in? This is going to be fun, I promise. Whatever. Can I have my presentation? Okay, so the topic is Creative Unblock. It's been called a masterclass in the program, but it's not going really to be a masterclass. It's more of a honest talk about burnout, creative block, and imposter syndrome, and general mental health in advertising. And also, because I didn't know what kind of system we would have over here, I've prepared many slides with texts and pictures, and I'm going to go through them probably quite quickly, so good luck to the translator. Hope you're doing fine. Okay. So how is this going to take place? This is short content. First, I'll tell you a little bit about myself and how I got to be creatively blocked at some point. Then I'll share with you some brief definitions about those terms. Then I would make fun of the common advices we can find online because I really want to do that. Then I'll give you my take, what worked for me. And finally, if there's time left, we might have a discussion. And this talk is dedicated to people who might not feel great sometimes working in advertising. Hopefully they can find something for them or they can feel less alone. So how it started, and this is going to be very brief because probably you want to hear about other things besides my career. As the guy said, I started at Ogilvy and Mather. I was a copywriter, but I really hated my work. I did lots of very ugly TV commercials, ugly print advertising, so basically I just couldn't look anywhere around the city. I've seen ugly stuff that I've done. So in 2010, I quickly jumped to Next DC, a new agency, and DC was digital creative. But in 2010 in Bulgaria, digital was something unusual, something very abstract. In fact, people, this is a very bad joke, but people said that digital in Bulgaria in 2010 is like teenage sex. Everybody's talking about it, nobody's done it. So for us, digital wasn't really what we call digital nowadays. It was something like this circuit board, technology, data. So our name probably should have been Next, don't really care about ATL. For us, digital was a license to do non-traditional advertising and to have fun, basically, and to not make bad TV commercials. So we were something like the new cool kids on the block, and we won a bunch of good clients like Heineken, Finlandia, Amstel, Jack Daniels. You see, lots of alcohol. We did lots of sporting events, experiential marketing, and we won a bunch of awards, so it was so fun and games. But then around 2017, the market caught up with the idea of digital. Digital was no longer big, shiny installations, experiential marketing. It was about, cost-effective solutions. So we were no longer Next DC Digital Creative. We were Next Do Good Work occasionally, but can't really win a pitch. We were losing lots of pitches at this point, and it's a very bad feeling. The agency wasn't steady at all, and I've always wanted to work in a very steady agency. So this is the moment that for the first time I started to feel down about my job, and I felt I was not good enough. I was working so a lot by myself, trying to prove my worth. Then I was avoiding responsibility. And in general, I had a little bit of disillusionment with advertising. And this is actually, these are all screenshots from old projects of ours, and I was reevaluating our work, and I saw that in which of our case studies we have two men that give high five. And I was like, was this what I entered the industry for? People high-fiving, it's very superficial. So this is the point at which I started to read more about my feelings about these conditions, and now I'm going to share with you some very brief definitions that I have mainly stolen from the internet. So first off, the big one, burnout syndrome. It's a stress condition leading to physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion. It happens because of work overload. And these are some of the symptoms: reduced efficacy, mental distance from the job, lack of motivation, and cynicism. Now, cynicism is a big one because I know it's a cliche, and probably there are very positive people who work in advertising, but also there are lots of cynics, lots of people with dark sense of humor, and we think that it's probably, part of the job, but maybe it's a sign of a burnout. Speaking of that, there are a lot of cynics in advertising in Bulgaria, older professionals, and they say stuff like, aren't you too young to be burned out? I mean, look at me, I've worked 45 years and I've never burned out. Actually, you probably did, but it was 20 years ago. So in case some of your younger colleagues expresses such emotions, like try to pick him up, you don't need to be a seasoned professional to have a burnout. The next one, creative block. What was that? Yeah. It's a barrier to inspiration. It's when you feel you don't have the big ideas flowing, you can't really deliver the goods, you kind of feel like that guy trapped in the pencil. And again, this is associated with work overload, but also very important, fear of imperfection, fear of rejection. And these are things that we experience a lot in advertising. My favorite one, imposter syndrome, or I think in Belarusian, samozvanci, right? Something like that. So this is a pattern in which an individual doubts his skills and talent. He thinks he's a fraud, a samozvanci. Everything that happens to him happened by chance. Actually, I'm having a big imposter syndrome right now, speaking on a topic I'm not a professional on, but we'll go on. And I've grouped these three things together a bit randomly, but I think there is, connection between them. And especially the imposter syndrome, it leads to these subconditions where you're a perfectionist, always striving to be perfect with your work. You try to be Superman, take on too much stuff to prove your worth. You want to be a natural genius, everything falls immediate. You're looking very bad at me, that's giving me a negative feeling. Yeah, thank you. And also you work so a lot, as I told you I did. Or you want to be the expert, you want to have the ultimate knowledge before you start working. So it's very, very depressing to be experiencing this. And I started reading how to help myself. And this is the part where I go through the common advices. I told you I want to do this because it's a very personal review. Because I think that they're basically very generic and can't really help most people. I mean, certainly didn't help me. It all starts always with take a break. People in advertising, we don't take enough break, you know it. Probably, I don't know, at one point I had something like 60 unused days of vacation, and I decided to change this. And the good news is that Bulgaria leads the world in national holidays. I haven't checked it, but I think it's true. This is only for the month of May. And this is a website called Почивни дни, off days. So in this website, they give you ideas how to make more vacation, how to take the maximum out of your vacation. And I've been taking more vacation. It's good. It's always relaxing, refreshing. Then, of course, always the big one, nature. Spend more time in nature. It's the opposite of technology. It's the opposite of sitting in an office. And it helps you rewire your brain. And this is a place in Bulgaria. It's a mountain-rich Кончето. Кончето, con in Belarusian, a horse? Yes, okay. So this is called like the horsey, the little horse, because you have to ride it to go to the other side. And this is like spending time in nature and being out of my comfort zone, but honestly, I really didn't enjoy it. It didn't cure my burnout. Next on, meditation. Big one, always everybody says meditation. And now it's very accessible. You can do it with an app from your room. And this is my progress on the app Calm. You can see I've completed 4 out of 7 days of the 7 days of Calm with Tamara Levitt. Still, meditation is very good. I've been practicing it occasionally with the app. It helps you stress out a little bit, maybe feel more present in the moment. It's good. I give this more stars than the previous 2. Next, 2 into 1. Lots of people say that you should seek professional help, go to a therapist, which is probably a good idea, but it's kind of expensive, and I've done it before, and I don't want to do it again. So there's a cheaper alternative, and I'm absolutely serious about this. Starting a diary works a lot. Like both of them, you remove your thoughts from your mind, you put them on a sheet of paper, you read them later, and you see that it's a bunch of bullshit. You see that you're not an imposter, it's something in your head, so try this if you want. And there's really tons more. I mean, they're all very simple stuff like detox, diet, talk to creatives, change scenery. And I think most of these advices, they're for freelancers. We people in advertising, in marketing, we have our teams, we speak to people the whole time. It's impressive, it's inspiring, so it's probably not for us. I really like sleep, just, if you can't sleep, what happens? I couldn't sleep last night because I was nervous for this talk, and you can't say to somebody, just sleep better. It's the same as saying, be happy. Like, it doesn't work that way. And so I did a bunch of these things, and I didn't feel really different. And to make matters worse, then the COVID pandemic hit. This is a picture of my dog stocking up with toilet paper on the first day of the pandemic, but I'm not making a joke of the pandemic. It's been very serious. I like the photo. And the pandemic, it had two effects. First, it sharpened these feelings, it sharpened the syndromes, and then it had great implications for teams. So first, of course, you're at home, and you're working by yourself. You're in a Google document with an anonymous cat and anonymous walrus, and you feel very detached from the world, and you feel even worse about all those things. And then the bigger problem for us in Bulgaria, thanks to the COVID, people realized they can work not only away from the office, but away from advertising. A lot of people have been leaving agencies, including our agency. We lost several key members, and for me it was sort of make or break moment. I could either join them and leave the agency, leave the industry, or I could try and change myself. So I tried and changed. I'll get some water before I continue. How are you doing? Good? Very tough audience. Okay, I'm continuing. I'll push forward. We'll see what happens. So yeah, as you've probably already noticed, I can't really switch off. And I had to ask this question. Can actually the advertising brain really switch off? I mean, people in this industry, we get so much information. We need to be on top of our game all the time. And to be honest, I really don't want to switch. And I would refer you to this quote from Dan Wyden from a beautiful magazine called Printed Pages. I'm going to read it, but not in his voice. So, I love it when I'm anxious. I love this agency the most when it's off balance, when we're going at 70 miles per hour and people are puking out the window and everyone's leaning to one side to keep it upright. So these are also my favorite moments in advertising, when you have so much work that you're trying to keep it together. It's crazy. And at the same time, it's very competitive because you compete for clients, then compete at festivals, and then you have youth competitions as well. There's lots of rejection. Client reject your ideas, your colleagues reject your ideas, the audience might reject your idea and say that's a bunch of bullshit. And obviously it's extremely fast-paced. And all of these things are the perfect melting pot to have a burnout or creative block or whatever. So here is my take. Here is what I try to change to feel better. And it's not something very profound, but it's my take. And hopefully it may inspire some of you. And you saw that I talked a lot about perfectionism throughout this talk. It's a big thing in advertising. All the time we compare ourselves to the top work. We compare to each other. And that's very, very tough. And I haven't read many books about advertising, but I've always stumbled upon this quote, "Good is the enemy of great," which is a great quote, but for me, it's more like perfect is the enemy of doing anything at all. Like by trying to be perfect, I was putting a mental block and a functional block on myself. So first, in the mental block, I set these unrealistic standards that I couldn't really satisfy, and I was feeling very down. And also, I had a very negative effect on our team because I was unapproachable. My colleagues couldn't really come and talk to me because they were afraid of my opinion. And second, the functional block. I mean, you take too long to complete tasks. You're always feeling you can make it better and better and better. And also, you don't allow people inside the process because you have to be the great creative director to know all the answers. And to fight it, I did two things. The first thing was admitted it, but not to myself, admitted it to the people that have suffered the most. And as I told you, we had lots of people leaving the agency at some point, and we gathered what was left of our team. And we had a very frank talk about our future, and I confessed to my colleagues that probably I haven't performed and that I felt that I was trying too hard and probably was too hard on them, and that I really want to change this thing and I want to involve them more, and I want to be another type of guy who's not striving for perfection, but striving for the unity of the whole agency, which helped me involve them more. And the second thing is I stopped indulging it because trying to be perfect, it's vanity, you know. You can't be perfect by yourself, and for something like perfect results, you don't need the perfect process. You need to involve people, you need to get them on your side earlier. And I'll tell you something. I've always wanted to be a designer or an illustrator, but I never did it because I thought I wasn't good enough, or I didn't have the expertise, I didn't have the education. And this presentation that you saw, all of it is full of my illustrations, but those are illustrations that I haven't shared because I thought they're not good enough. And several years later, now that I look at them, I actually like them a lot, and I was probably too hard on myself in trying to be perfect, trying to always work on them. And this is another illustration that I have tried gazillion versions of, and I was never happy, and probably now if I look, I will probably like the second one the best, but I continued doing because I was telling myself I'm not good enough. And the results from this whole thing this year for our agency, and here I wanted to make a bridge with my initial slides, but I didn't like the copy, so I crossed it over. So right now, Next DC is something like Next does good during crisis and crushes a lot of pitches. Our team, even though we didn't hire many new people, really stepped up after we had this change, after we had our talk, and we've been winning lots of competitions. I'm not bragging, it's just something unusual, that's why I share. We're currently working for, beside our usual clients, Ruffles, Decathlon, Viber, Wacom, the tablets. And we've been doing lots of TV and print advertising, which I said in the beginning that I really hated. So there's also an advice in this that sometimes you need to change a little bit the subject matter. So it's, I don't know, you feel refreshed. This is from a new campaign we did. By the way, I'm not showing any work because I don't feel like it, but I'll show you the website and you can check some stuff if you want. And here I have something extra. I don't know if you like it because I'm getting a very mild response the whole time. But anyway, it's another little principle I have, and it's called Done with Fish. And it's inspired by a movie by Spike Jonze and Charlie Kaufman, adaptation. It's one of my favorite movies, and it's a great movie about creative block, I think. And it helped me kick a time-consuming time-consuming habit out. So here is the video. I don't own this. I don't have the copyright, so probably they might shut it down.
Skin dive to find just the right one. Anisotromus virginicus, Holocanthus ciliaris, Chaetodon capistratus, you name it. Then one day I say, fuck fish. I renounce fish. I vow never to set foot in that ocean again. That's how much fuck fish. That was 17 years ago, and I have never since stuck so much as a toe in that ocean. And I love the ocean. But why? Done with fish.
Done with fish. So I needed to identify the fish in my life, and it was very easy. It was football and football podcasts. I've been watching football for something close to like 30 years. And then I discovered football podcasts that are amazing, very intellectual. And this is how my week started to look like. So on Monday, I have a podcast in English Premier League. On Tuesday, Euro podcast Champions League. Same on Wednesday. On Thursday, if I'm not very tired, some more games. Then on Friday, 2 podcasts. You get it. And even on Sunday night, I'm probably writing an email and watching the Spanish La Liga, which I don't care about at all. But still, I'm doing it. So one morning, I woke up and I said, done with football. So I unsubscribed from absolutely everything, all the teams, all the podcasts, everything. And I was just thinking that it's been something like a comfort zone that's been taking too much of my attention, and I had probably, had my fun with it, so I can completely remove it from my life. And you can try the same thing with something that's a big distractor for you and something that's been giving you lots of joy anyway. For example, done with Netflix, done with shopping, done with games. You just have to put through it. And honestly, it's how am I going with the time? Yeah, a lot of time. So what helped me also was that my favorite team, Liverpool, won the title, and I felt very empty after it, so I could really be done with football. And, in case all of those things don't work, visiting an advertising festival always helps. So I want to give a shout to White Square Festival for inviting me over. And we can have a discussion, and you can find us on Instagram or our website or at email. That was very fast, right? I got a little bit nervous. You were very So any questions?
You did great.
Thank you. How much time do I have left? We can go have a shot. No, I watch from time to time, yeah, but it's not the same, with the same devotion. Mainly follow the results and just don't need it anymore that much.
Are you in danger of replacing it with something else?
That's a good one, yeah, there's always this danger. Currently, no, but I have many other tricks up my sleeve, like vinyl collecting, which I know you do as well. It's time and money consuming. And yeah. Also, I don't know, smoking. To be honest, when I quit football, it was like quitting smoking. This is profound.
But do you think you'll ever be done with marketing?
I was almost done with marketing, yeah. Probably it might be for the best at some point, but for now I'm keeping it tight, and I'm actually in a good place right now with marketing. Any one of you do you ever get down, like blue about the job, or you're always, yeah, advertising, it's amazing? What? Yeah. So what shall we do? How much time do I have left? 10 minutes, really? Wow. don't know, maybe we can wrap it up. I really wanted to not speak as quickly as I usually do, but I got a little bit nervous, so. But I think I said everything I wanted to. Okay, thank you, bye.
знали, что вам было тесно, поэтому мы создали совершенно другой ММР. Больше контента, больше тем, больше экспертов, больше амбиций, больше влияния. Погрузитесь в диджитал, мобайл, пиар, соушал медиа, дизайн, креатив, маркетинг, медиа, назначение, тренды. Погрузитесь в новый ММР.
tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone.
ladies and gentlemen, it's time to speak about creative effectiveness.
And we are waiting for Daniel Atoni, Chief Creative Officer, Tracy Locke, DDB Group, Brazil. Creative effectiveness, it's only effective because it's creative. Креативная эффективность эффективна лишь потому, что она креативна.
Hello, my friends from Minsk, Belarus. It's morning in Brazil, so good morning. It's 11:14 a.m. So I'm Daniel Ottoni, CCO of Tracy Locke Brazil, a DDB Latina group agents from Omnicom Group. And I will talk about creative effectiveness. It's only effective because it's creative. So it's possible to be creative with a focus on results. There is no more room for creation that doesn't wear the customer's shoes and feel their pain. So you can't think of effectiveness without creativity. It would be like give a party without your friends. So there is no chemistry that makes it work. I will try to pass the presentation. We have some technical problems here. So you will see my presentation with other fonts, but that's fine. Let's do our best here, okay? So there's my contacts, my LinkedIn and Instagram. You can contact me there, and I can answer any questions that you have, okay? So as I said, Tracy Locke Brazil, it's a global agency of DDB, Omnicom Group, and well, it's an omni-channel agency. What it means? So it's not above the line, below the line, or digital. We are a shopper experience agency. We have the shopper experience vision, and that changes everything. Why? Because we motivate people to buy and act. Tracy Locke exists 108 years ago. So we have always the same mission. We are an agency concerned and motivated people to buy and act. It's all about effectiveness. So let's watch our reel. I don't think, yeah. I think that when we watch a reel, it's a good way to see that this effectiveness just work with creativity. And we also, we are at Vila Madalena. It's the coolest neighborhood in São Paulo. So you're all invited to visit us after the pandemic and to know better what we do here. So you're all invited. And we are a great place to work agency. We have, at this last year, our co-workers give this certified to us, and we are extremely happy to do great jobs, great work, but with humanity. So we take care of our co-workers, and it's really good to know that we are a great place to work here in Brazil, in this market that is so difficult to get there. And also, we are Asian Scope. It's a research with the marketing industry, with clients. They vote the best agencies, and we are #1 in creativity, strategy, data, global, customer service, and ROI, return on investment. So it's too important to us. That's why we always say this creativity has to be effectiveness, and our clients and the marketing in general is watching and giving the #1 to us. So we are extremely happy about that too. And we have a lot of awards such as London, AFE, Clio, New York Festivals, Eloho. We are Agents of the Year at Ampro Globes Awards. That's why we always say effectiveness without creativity doesn't exist. Or we don't even try to get these awards. And we have the long-term relationship with our clients. We are 6 years working with Johnson & Johnson, also 6 years with Burger King. And we believe that we can put creativity with effectiveness just in long-term relationship, because it's where you know your client, you know what he needs, and without that, it's really difficult. So we really prefer long-term relationship with our clients. It's sale. We connect with our clients at this moment of sale. It's really important to us. And we reimagine. We exist to reimagine the shopper experience and inspire them to choose your brand using the force of strategy, creativity, and science. This is our 3 pillars: creativity, science, and strategy. We work with this to get our results of effectiveness. And we have a new vision called Shoppable Everywhere. And I would like to present this new vision to all of you here. So let's do as a poll on Instagram, where you can answer yes or no. Is this a store? Yes or no? So Alexa helping shoppers to buy inside a store. Or Alexa inside homes. Is this a store? Yes or no? A post on Instagram. Is this a store? Yes or no? An influencer used as retailer inside a store. Is this a store? Yes or no? A bunch of influencers working hard to sell products. Is this a store? Yes or no? A wall with images of products. Is this a store? And also, on when you go to make a trip, when you see a product, you just buy on your cell phone. And when you back to the airport, you take your product. Or just a QR code. Is this a store? Now out of home. Domino's understand this so much and did everything turns through a store. And WhatsApp conversation. Is this a store? Yes or no? Inside your car. So doesn't matter. Everything is on sale in anywhere. A wall, a graffiti wall. It's a Grand Prix in Cannes tonight, created by AQQA São Paulo. This is a great project. So we believe the brand is in the center, and e-commerce, social commerce, TV commerce, voice commerce, live commerce, just commerce, it doesn't matter. All work to sell things, products. But we do this with big ideas. How? Well, we have a bunch of trace owner tools that we created in Brazil and around the globe, because TraceLock has 16 offices around the world. So everybody is creating a bunch of tools to improve creativity and effectiveness. Here, there are some tools of creativity, media, data, and empathy tools. I will not talk about them because it would be, I would need an entire day to talk about these tools. But I will talk about how, using these tools, we create some cases. Cases, just like Diamond Whopper to Burger King. It was a partnership between Burger King and Garena with the game Free Fire. Free Fire is the most downloaded game in the world. So how we could make something really special to Burger King, put Burger King inside the game without any costs. We created a win-win situation. And when Burger King sell a Whopper inside the game, Burger King pays Garena. So it's totally different. It's a real partnership, a new business model. So we united here creativity and effectiveness in a new business model that make all the difference to the client and to Garena with the game Free Fire. So let's watch the case, because I think that watching it will be easier to understand how this kind of partnership is something that we are trying to do with our clients, and I think this is the future. We don't pay Garena before, just after, just when we sell. Let's watch it.
Gamers just want to play. Brands spend a lot of money distributing coupons, but they're unable to get the gamers' attention. As we are Fire experts, we've created a risk-free couponing action in the Free Fire game. BK presents Whopper Diamond. We found a gaming way to distribute coupons to a group of people who have no time to waste. But if Free Fire is the most downloaded mobile game in the world, how much would it cost to insert advertising in it? Free Fire is still the leader with 200 million downloads on Google Play. So we've done a collab with the game. we inserted coupons in the game with special Whopper discounts. And this media would only be paid after the coupon was used at a BK store.
Vamos comer hambúrguer aí.
If there is something that a gamer loves more than a discount on their Whopper, it's to earn a bonus in the game.
Lógico pra gente ganhar diamante aqui.
When buying the Whopper, the gamer got diamonds that were worth money to buy new skins. The diamonds were paid by us after the purchase was made at the store. Finally, we were official sponsors of the Free Fire Pro League Brazil Season 3 and hosted the grand finale, the greatest 2019 live on YouTube Brazil. And as we're crown specialists, we created an exclusive crown for the winner. With our strategy, we won the most important thing of all. The attention of a crowd does not stop, not even to eat. We sold more than 360,000 combos during the period of the action, which generated over $1.4 million in revenue and a 30.51% increase in Whopper sales over the same period in the previous year. And more importantly, totally risk-free. Whopper Diamond, the most fire way of couponing. Totally free.
So 360,000 combos of Whopper and 8 millions of reais, 1.6 million of dollars. So it was huge revenue to our client in just one idea. So when the gamers, there is a public that Burger King wants to talk. Burger King always wants to talk with the gamers. So the gamers are playing the game, take the code, goes to a store, buy, and receive a code to go back to the game, insert this code, and win diamonds. And these diamonds, it's like money, real money. They exchange this to skins, weapons, and everything. So it was a win-win-win situation to Burger King, to Free Fire, and to the clients. So everyone won. This kind of model, it's something that we never saw before. And when you look to festivals like Cannes Festival, they have now a retail inscription, submission to this kind of case study. When you grab someone online, take them to offline store, and back to online. So this is huge. This is something that will always grow in the next years, okay? And after Burger King, I would like to talk something about Etna Furniture, a big company in Brazil, just like IKEA. And we created a case study where we saw a problem, a prejudice problem here, and how to change the culture to sell more, change the culture, change the perception of the public to sell more. And that's why we really like this work. Let's watch it. Nude Servant, Never Again. Here.
Brazil, the last country of the world to abolish slavery, is also the country where slavery still
O
exists.
Ministério Público do Trabalho resgatou quase 1.000 pessoas em situação de escravidão.
Racism is everywhere, even naming furniture.
É criado mudo? É
criado mudo, né? Etna, one of the major furniture brands in Brazil, decided to abolish the term mute servant from its website, stores, advertising, and social networks. A bedside table is called mute servant, remembering the enslaved black people who were forced to spend the nights standing by the bed holding a glass of water and clothes, quiet and still. As a result, the movement encouraged the competitors to change as well. We want to join you in this movement. What do you say? We've already started changing the terms in our channel. You can count on us. We agree with you and super embrace the cause. Like Aetna, we've also joined the Mute Servant Never Again movement. Our campaign was all over the main Brazilian websites. The movement changed the culture and was widely commented on social networks. The result was that many new pages began to use the term bedside table. More pages stopped using the term mute servant. After all, mute servant, never again.
Wow, this was crazy. We changed the culture in Brazil, and we have our competitors with us doing the same. Turn the campaign in a movement. It was really big and increased awareness and selling more to our client. So if you have a strong KPI with your client, you can do the same both. You have to forget the funnel. You have to create awareness and sell at the same time. So I think I don't have so many time here. I'm seeing just 90 minutes. I will talk about Libs Pharmaceuticals. We have a huge problem in Brazil. It's the 8th in the road in suicide. It's delicate, but we created a campaign where people could talk about suicide. And when someone talk about, they forget this problem and start to want to live again. So our KPI here, it was totally different. It's when someone called and said, okay, I forgot my problems and now I want to live. It's totally different from money. So that's why I brought 3 different cases, 3 different approaches. Effectiveness could be money, could be awareness, and money could be just awareness. Let's watch it. Voices from Silence. No.
Brazil, known for its carnival, friendly people, captivating energy. But the country of happiness is also the country that has the 8th highest suicide rate in the world. Every day, 32 people take their own lives in Brazil. To represent these victims, Libs Pharmaceuticals invited 32 singers to take part in a voiceless choir, raising awareness about one of the main factors that contribute to suicide: silence. And we stand together with them through one of the most powerful expressions for Brazilians: music.
Fique sabendo que tudo pode mudar. Fala, pode se abrir.
Voices from silence. To break the taboo of such a serious subject, we invited an artist known for drawing crowds in the joy of Brazilian carnival, Carlinhos Brown. Winner of 12 Grammys, host of one of the most popular TV shows, and an activist recognized by UNESCO. Brown has the power to talk to the most diverse audiences, from international critics to poor communities in his hometown.
Combina comigo. Eu faço música para curar.
A song with 32 voices breaking the silence, which became a video clip and then a hit. Their words translated the feelings of thousands of Brazilians who began to share their own stories. And since 90% of people who have the opportunity to talk about the subject give up on the suicide attempt, our action had the real power to save lives. A choir that started with 32 voices reached millions of others in Brazil, and that changes everything.
Falar pode mudar tudo.
Here, we can't talk about the numbers of how many people was saved, but I can tell that it was really huge in Brazil. Learn. My point here is the last slide. If the data is the oil, the creative has to be the refinery. Everybody is talking about data, but next year, you see data as a commodity. Everybody will have data. But what you do with data? You need the creative perception. Understand data to get the best insights, to create big ideas with strong KPIs. When we create a campaign or an action, doesn't matter. We are every day seeing the numbers to change the campaign, to change what we are talking about, to have numbers. So that's it. Thank you so much. I think I have 4 minutes just here now. So I'd like to thank all of you and also White Square Festival. It's really good to be here with all of you.
Чувствую себя Моисеем. Вышло много, дошли не все. Но шли куда нужно. Спасибо большое. Так, 4 часа. Воронку нужно там создать. Лидогенерацию, так сказать, на входе. Слушайте, ну у нас, мне кажется, вообще самый главный вопрос, которым нужно заканчивать обучающую часть белого квадрата, потому что завтра уже награждение. Вот, честно говоря, вот лично мое мнение, что весь 2020 и 2021 должен пройти под темой, которую сейчас озвучат наши спикеры. Давайте с ними познакомимся. Это Артем Челей, креативный директор ТДИ Групп Беларусь, и Дмитрий Прибыш, управляющий партнер ТДИ Групп Беларусь. А тема у них, вот только вдумайтесь, 2021 «Как быть?». Что делать? Кто виноват, уже не задает. У нас просто третий должен был быть докладчик. Видимо, у него ответ на третий вопрос. Что делать? Они задают вдвоем, а вот кто виноват, наверное, все-таки. Но остановимся на что делать, да?
Можно, да?
Да, конечно, уже.
Так, ну что, можно нашу презентацию? Все, круто. Всем привет, меня зовут Дима Прибыш, я управляющий партнер ТДИ Групп. Это Артем Челей, креативный директор ТДИ Групп. Вот. Нас должно было быть трое, но так случилось, что нас двое. И наша тема «Как быть 2021 год». Мы на самом деле, мы понимаем, что мы выступаем последними, что вы уже устали. Поэтому мы постараемся максимально быстро, дерзко, там, если получится. Вот. Если получится чуть, постараемся вдохновить вас. Вот. Поехали, да?
Погнали, да. Итак, у нас такие разработаны простые тезисы, да, как быть. Они такие максимально короткие, простые, легкие, понятные. Так, и первый тезис «Быть здесь и сейчас» — это такая история, которая уже, наверное, давно известна всем про ситуационный маркетинг, но мы, наверное, хотим рассказать про две как бы грани этой истории, которые могут быть. То есть, естественно, мы как бы должны очень быстро, четко реагировать на, там, не знаю, внешние события, какие-то обстоятельства, которые происходят, очень быстро там реализовывать коммуникационные кампании, которые вот прям важны здесь и сейчас. Но есть еще и такая история, вот, например, как события, которые, например, поднимает сам бренд, да, и он вроде оказывается здесь и сейчас, но он оказывается еще и как бы главным, наверное, проводником какого-то там, не знаю, события или случая. И это история, которая хорошо работает, она отлично вовлекает людей. Это наш кейс для пятого элемента. Проект был создан под 90-летие, да, 90-летие Короткевича, и это была такая история, которая вот, в принципе, бренд ее, как это, не то чтобы придумал сам, да, но инициировал это событие, вот это здесь и сейчас, инициировал сам бренд. И, по сути дела, создал вот какую-то связь с дополнительной аудитории, которая была важна. И это вот то, о чем хотели сказать. Не только следить за тем, что как бы происходит в мире и реагировать на это, но как бы наблюдать и думать о том, что мы можем как бы в целом поднять, да, какие-то еще вещи, события и актуализировать. И это тоже классно работает, потому что в такие проекты легко вовлекаются все. Да? В это вовлекается, там, не знаю, бренд, в это вовлекаются инфлюенсеры, которым очень классно и интересно в нем быть. Да? В это вовлекается аудитория.
Да, и для белорусов это был в тот момент, на самом деле, такой знаковый проект. Все его очень хорошо восприняли, и ситуационно он был, на наш взгляд, очень хороший, и все позитивно на него отреагировали. Вот.
Yes. Вот. Вторая история, да, это опять же такая отчасти ситуационная, опять же реакция на то, что должно как бы происходить. Мы все знаем Хэллоуин, и это прям, возможно, такая более длинная история. Конечно, нельзя на это там быстро выпустить абсолютно, там, не знаю, уникальный продукт, да, который там в особом дизайне, но это опять же возможности для брендов коммуницировать по-другому и стать ближе для аудитории. Хэллоуин, окей, давайте выпустим упаковку, немножко другую, переиграем коммуникацию, пошутим одну неделю, полторы-две, а дальше продолжим коммуницировать в обычном, как бы в обычном плане, но это будет работать, потому что все ждут этого события.
Вот. Еще один очень важный фактор в будущем, точнее, сейчас нужно быть полезным. Ну, вот все, наверное, делать полезные проекты. Вот я сейчас приведу пример. Наверное, у нас в агентстве есть, точнее, у меня есть лично проект мечты. Я думаю, я его скоро запущу. Это проект, который называется «Помощь детям, у которых нет родителей». В чем я хочу их обучать финансовой грамотности. И на самом деле, ну, этот проект, то есть там, это трата в основном там, внутренних ресурсов агентства. И как посчитать эффективность такого проекта, на самом деле ее никак нельзя посчитать, но я уверен, вот, когда мы запустим этот проект, я очень легко под этот проект найду деньги, там все банки захотят в этом участвовать. Мы сейчас этот проект приостановили в связи там, с ситуацией, то есть нужна там поддержка определенных структур, поэтому мы пока на паузе держим этот проект, но я уверен, что когда мы его запустим, он с лихвой отобьется. Но я говорю, эффективность будет феноменальной, мне кажется. Вот.
Да. Ну и на самом деле простая визуализация, это тоже наш кейс, который был реализован в прошлом году для бренда Мега российского.
Да, я предысторию расскажу. Этот проект реализовывался в суперкризис, пандемию, когда в Меге это огромные торговые центры, куда входит Икея, Ашан и еще
и все.
Да, продуктовый магазин. То есть это огромные торговые центры. Тогда был локдаун, вообще их посещать нельзя было. И они в кризис, то есть вот запустили такую коммуникацию.
Да, это была серия вебинаров, полезных, опять же, естественно, о чем мы говорим. И вот о том, что, не знаю, бренды могут выбирать, там, не знаю, свою полезность. Сейчас, боже, такое разнообразие всего полезного можно творить для мира, что каждый бренд, да, может прям находить ее в себе, находить, что ему проще поддерживать, что ему интереснее поддерживать, не знаю, где у него, как бы, опять же, продукт лучше, там, не знаю, подходит для той или иной полезности и работать с этим. Аудитория это видит. И вот как пример, например, для Меги это было, да, было много различных вебинаров, но самый, который круче всего пошел, это была вот именно эко-история. Это был большой блогер Ирена Понарошку, прям такая миллионник, там прям федерального масштаба. Вот, и она прям очень классно сработала, потому что действительно для аудитории была важна вот эта вот история, вот этой вот экологичности. Они провели даже дополнительные еще семинары вместе с ней, дополнительные вебинары, полно народ туда записалось, народ ее не отпускал с этих вебинаров, продолжал с ней сидеть, общаться, задавать вопросы, закидывать. И это была прям такая, ну прям очень хорошая история успеха, хотя вот, ну как бы, вроде вебинар и вроде, ну как бы, а главное, да, что есть полезность.
И это было в полный локдаун, то есть еще людям было чем заняться, как бы, вот. И мы не знаем, как оценить эффективность, но количество посещений там было колоссальное, вот. И следующий тезис: нужно быть в IT. Мы всегда его говорим, и мы считаем, что сейчас в любом процессе нужно внедрять IT-составляющую. Если вы этого не делаете, то есть мы советуем вам в ближайшее время это делать, потому что в любом бизнесе, в сельском хозяйстве, в логистике, везде нужно внедрять IT-составляющую. Буквально там через 2-3 года, кто будет не в IT, того не будет на этом рынке вообще в принципе. Вот.
Это, наверное, такое продолжение истории, тоже связано, в принципе, с ковидными всеми делами. Да, быть в игре, что подразумевается, гейминг, конечно же, который за год показал небывалый рост, и во всем мире этот рост составил, ну прям он очень сильно скаканул. То есть, для примера, в России, если стандартный рост был гейминга примерно 14% в год, то в этом году в ковидном он составил 35%. То есть это прям увеличение, такое прям значительное увеличение аудитории. Мы понимаем, что да, очень много аудитории находится в игре, да, в играх. И опять же, игра как таковая, это прям отдельный, наверное, мир, с которым можно работать. И здесь мы как бы предлагаем думать не только форматом, опять же, там, не знаю, спонсорства, где ты выкупаешь какие-то там, не знаю, площадки, но и такого, наверное, геймхакинга, когда агентство, да, совместно, опять же, там с клиентом разрабатывают какие-то, опять же, такой горилла-маркетинг, когда находят какие-то новые, более изощренные, интересные методы работы с аудиторией. Да, ладно, погнали дальше. Да.
Окей. Смотрите, еще важный момент, нужно быть новатором. Что я имею в виду? Это работать со стартапами. Сейчас, по крайней мере, раньше было, в Беларуси было очень много стартапов, и у них много хороших идей, в том числе рекламных, и их нужно не бояться внедрять и запускать. Со стартапами есть один маленький нюанс, они могут разориться в любой момент, поэтому на первом этапе с ними нужно вести коммуникацию следующим образом. То есть договариваться про один проект, а дальше, если все полетело и вам в первую очередь это принесло выгоду, тогда дальше развивать отношения. Вот. И на самом деле, там, возможно, 5 раз не получится, на 6-й раз это будет мега-пушка, и вы получите value очень большое. Вот.
Быть профан, почему-то все равно у меня опять, это ковидный шлейф идет. Да, даже вот в этом году очень много, когда мы смотрим, там, не знаю, на рекламу или на что-то еще, мы понимаем, что как-то почему-то мало стало такой, знаете, вот прям классной и очень смешной рекламы. Да? Почему-то как-то нас завалило тоже потоком какой-то трогательной нежности и чего-то еще. Вот. И это было, наверное, ощущение, которое тоже такое тянулось с прошлого года, я имею в виду в мировом, как бы в целом масштабе, то, конечно, много таких душераздирающих, трепещущих историй, очень много историй вот про полезное, про что-то еще, да, и мы забыли такую историю, как просто развлекать людей, просто быть смешными.
Ну, в нашем случае отвлекать. Ну, правильно, наверное, так сказать, но сейчас очень много у нас там негативной повестки, и отвлекать их от вот этого, наверное, это тоже очень круто.
Да, да.
Вот, это моя любимая тема, нужно быть в ТикТок. Вот я очень часто сталкиваюсь даже на собеседованиях, там вот приходит там 20-летний там парень или девушка, я спрашиваю, ты есть в ТикТок? Нет. На самом деле, вот это очень плохо. Я объясню почему. Ну вот если креатора нет в ТикТоке, он не понимает вообще то, что сейчас происходит, особенно там не в молодежной среде, на самом деле, вот что я слышу, да там одни дети, в реалии в ТикТоке сейчас вообще нет детей, ТикТок удалил всех детей, сейчас там только взрослые. Все тренды, все самое новое, все в ТикТоке. Там если полистать, можно сказать, там это бред, там и так далее. В реалии ты не можешь быть хорошим креатором, если ты не в тренде. Можно кивать там и так далее. Поверьте, в ТикТоке можно... покажи ролик. Да.
Сейчас я покажу. Сейчас в ТикТоке. Все самое взрослое, да?
Да.
Окей.
Смотрите, супер-мега вообще элементарный ролик. Все, можно останавливать. То есть он, простой, там, в нем нет вообще, там, классический рекламный ролик, там, 2,5 миллиона просмотров, там, с небольшим бюджетом, на посев. Если вы еще не в ТикТоке, нужно идти в ТикТок. Я пропагандирую это в агентстве, я всех заставляю быть в ТикТоке в агентстве. Мы подписали контракт с ТикТоком, почему важно быть с ТикТоком, потому что они помогают правильно направить тебя с точки зрения авторских прав, с точки зрения, что рулит, что не рулит. Вот. Поэтому все, кто здесь есть, все, кто вам говорят, ТикТок это для детей, ТикТок это супер, мега эффективный механизм, если им правильно пользоваться. Вот.
Так, быть и не обидеть, да, это тоже важная история, которая, наверное, тоже про там современные и 2020-е, и 2021. Это, конечно же, как это, говорить смело, да, но при этом не обидеть никого, потому что мы понимаем, что сейчас не знаю, смелая реклама может вызывать там, не знаю, буйство обсуждений, да, или каких-то там, не знаю, пересудов или чего-то прочего. Опять же, там, не знаю, все находят в рекламе сексизм, что-то еще, что-то еще, что-то еще. И мы просто сейчас, как, не знаю, там, как маркетологи, да, бренды, все мы должны понимать, что, опять же, любая коммуникация может вызывать вопросы. Особенно, если ты, как это, стараешься смело коммуницировать, да, стараешься поднимать какие-то интересные, там, не знаю, острые углы темы, то надо понимать, что как бы вот надо всегда держать ухо востро.
Вот, на самом деле еще нужно быть не отличником. Это в современном мире очень важно, потому что наша постсоветская система образования нас учила то, что ошибаться это плохо. Это самая большая ошибка нашей системы образования, потому что в современном мире без ошибок вообще нельзя добиться чего-либо. Все современные бизнесы строятся на ошибках. То есть сейчас правильно запускать 10 бизнесов, один из них стрельнет. Так работает, там, допустим, стартапы. Реклама сейчас работает таким же образом. Можно запускать 5 там, различных баннеров, там 5 очень плохие, один может показать феноменальный результат. Ошибаться нужно, чем больше ошибок, наверное, тем будет круче результат. Вот.
Ок. Да, погнали любить поколение Z. Да, мы здесь просто хотим сказать, что нельзя быть снобом, мы должны понимать, что как бы поколение, которое приходит к нам, оно клевое, оно шикарное. Я не знаю, мне кажется, что молодежь чертовски много знает, чертовски подкована вообще в абсолютно разных областях. Ты никогда не ожидаешь, прям какие могут быть навыки, не знаю, знания с абсолютно классным восприятием мира, опять же, осознанностью к этому миру. И это, опять же, как это, мы, наверное, типа знакомимся, да, с этим поколением, только нас там стали глубоко, заставлять активно знакомиться.
У нас, на самом деле, в агентстве очень много сейчас таких сотрудников молодых. И что я хочу сказать, от них нужно черпать лучшее. Они в разы круче, чем мы. Они люди, которые уже родились там с телефоном. Ну, они по-другому мыслят, они более обучаемы, более квалифицированы, у них есть там определенные нюансы, но если там брать их сильные стороны и поворачивать их там в правильную историю, они круче, чем мы там какого поколения, 80-х там.
Круче, чем все.
Да, короче,
круче, чем все.
Да, за ними будущее, да.
Да, так, я тут перемотаю. Пам.
Да, еще одна мысль, сейчас на самом деле нужно постоянно находиться в кризисном управлении. Объясню, это на самом деле очень клевая мысль. То есть сейчас все плохо, все это понимают, но эту историю нужно принять, понять и жить в ней. Почему и делать прикольные вещи. Сейчас я вам расскажу, что такое кризисное управление на примере нашей компании. Смотрите, когда вот начинался ковид, я знаю, вот многие московские агентства, мы больше смотрим на Москву, потому что там рынок больше, он интереснее там, и так далее. Практически все московские агентства начали сокращать сотрудников. Почему это было плохо? Потому что посыпались клиенты, соответственно, не могли их обслужить. То есть там недовольство со всех сторон. Сотрудники плохо работают, потому что боятся, что их уволят, параллельно ищут другую там, работу и так далее. Мы в нашем агентстве, я перед всеми вышел, сказал, то есть, ребята, война, все должны хорошо работать, я не сокращу ни одного человека. Вот. Мы за этот год мы приросли на 30%, то есть порядка в нашем агентстве где-то 30 человек добавилось. То есть, в принципе, по масштабам Беларуси это, наверное, там 2 ну, 2 полноценных рекламных агентства. То есть мы выросли вот настолько. Поэтому я говорю, почему кризис круто? Смотрите, вот пример еще один я приведу. Есть такое государство Израиль, оно постоянно живет в кризисе. То есть вот постоянно. Они, ну, если посмотреть, их окружают враги, они постоянно воюют, они находятся постоянно в стрессе, но они все равно, они развиваются, они принимают эту историю, и, на мой взгляд, ну, там, ВВП у них там в 10 раз выше, чем у Белоруссии, народа меньше, ну, они везде эффективнее, вот. И поэтому я говорю, я не говорю, что кризис это хорошо, но нужно кризис принять трезво и идти вперед. И в кризис можно развиваться, ну, во всех направлениях тоже, в продуктовых, в инновационных и так далее. Вот.
Быть трушным — это, наверное, такая, знаете, история. Конечно, не открываем мы здесь ничего прям супер инновационного, но это такая просто как базис, который сейчас должен быть. Мы не имеем права это игнорировать. Мы все понимаем, что да, когда бренды хотя бы чуть-чуть там где-то начинают лукавить или что-то там прикрывать, то это, опять же, очень быстро открывается, вскрывается и напоминается самим же брендом. Как пример, просто такой вариант трушной, наверное, tone of voice трушного. Это работа тоже нашего агентства для пива, когда мы можем хотя бы немножко в диджитале немножко трушно пообщаться.
Опускай, Ваня! Тонем! В нашей рыбалке стабильно только
Ну все, дальше как бы не важно. Вся история была в том, что да, мы как бы смогли просто, добавить пиканья. Потому что когда что-то происходит у мужиков, то как бы мы не избежим пиканий. И это классно работает с тем, что, конечно же, сразу же бренд воспринимается каким-то более настоящим, что ли, живым. И ты такой, ах, это...
Опускай!
Погнали дальше.
Да, и сейчас еще одна мысль очень хорошая. И мы под эту историю даже поменяли позиционирование нашего агентства. То есть мы сейчас позиционируем себя как интегратор, и это очень важно, потому что, в принципе, сейчас рекламная, ну, скоро все автоматизируется, и задача будет рекламного агентства собирать все вместе. Медийку, креатив там и так далее. Кто научится лучше всего собирать все кусочки, айтишку, сайты, инновации, тот будет победителем. Это исключительно мысль нашего агентства, мы ее несем, ну, победят те агентства, которые научатся интегрировать все для своего клиента. Вот. И мысль, как быть, мы сейчас ответим на этот вопрос. Мы всегда говорим, нужно верить в лучшее и готовиться к худшему. Все, спасибо за внимание. Мы максимально быстро постарались.